is now. NUFC Talk Drive Time
with Tim and Peter, the Toon Twins, weekly live on NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army.
Welcome everyone. Hello to NUFC Talk Matchday Build-up live with Tim and Peter. So Newcastle host Leeds at St James's Park tonight for an 8:15 kickoff. There you are, Peter. So stick around for this live match commentary from the gang. Before we get into the game, give us a like if you're watching. You can give us a thumbs up. As always, keep your comments coming. We'll pick up as many as we can. But if you want to guarantee it, give us a super chat. We do have one important reminder tonight as well. So some members were refunded due to recent price changes. So if that applies to you, please consider rejoining on YouTube. And we're also working on a separate membership platform on our website called NTTV All Access. NTTV All Access will include even more perks and exclusive content, including the journal insight and the full match review with match highlights. We're just finalizing the details now and will share full info in the coming days. So make sure you're subscribed and notifications are on so you don't miss any updates to exclusive content. But whatever you do, we do appreciate all your support out there, lads and lasses. Okay, so that's housework done. Right, so big game tonight. We do have a guest on the way as well, so hopefully he'll be here soon. But yeah, it was a hard-fought win against Crystal Palace. So there's a few things we could start with. But I think what I'm going to start with, if that's okay with you, Peter, is
Let us guess.
Eddie Howe's press conference.
Yeah.
So, you know, we a lot of people have mentioned this, a lot of people have spoken about this, but I haven't kind of had my say yet. And you haven't, Peter, so we'll come on to this. And that's the Anthony Gordon situation. So, yeah, I'm sitting there watching the press conference and, you know, it was what it was. And you get a lot of, you know, cliched answers and stuff. But I kind of perked up at the question that this journalist gave to Eddie Howe. I thought, oh, well, that's interesting. And fair play to that journalist. Because it's not that it's an outrageous question, it's a common sense question, but it's just taken so long to get there. So the journalist obviously asked Eddie Howe, you know, why is it that it's Harvey Barnes who's always the one who's shifted to the right-hand side, not Anthony Gordon? And Eddie Howe said that he doesn't think that Anthony enjoys playing on the right. And he also said if a player doesn't really want to play in a position, that's the words, that's the quote, then he doesn't see why. He doesn't think it's a good idea to kind of force him into that, if you like. Now, it's kind of come full circle in that I've been banging this drum and probably boring a lot of people for a long time about this. But and just to kind of put a disclaimer up there, it is quite a nuanced situation in that, or more nuanced anyway than say like the Kieran Dyer thing with Sir Bobby, you know, the right wing thing there, where he was asked directly, "Are you going to play right wing?" and he said no, flat out. So it's not like that, you know, so a bit of balance in that way. But yeah, the thing that really annoys us about this, and I think what is really wrong about it, is that it's a different situation to say, you go back to Craig Bellamy. We talked about this, Peter, didn't we? So Craig Bellamy, when he played for us, he was asked to play on the wing under Souness for some games, and it was like a makeshift job. It was go out there. It's not playing to your strengths, but it's doing it for the team. So if Bellamy, because Bellamy wanted to be in the shoulder, in behind, you know, so it wasn't tailored to his strengths. But if he'd stayed in that position for the rest of his career, then yes, that would have been detrimental to his game. And that's why it's only a temporary job, why you put somebody out there like that. And that's football. That's fine. That's happened. It's a team game. But why it's different for me with Gordon is that he played the majority of his time at Everton before he came to us on the right. That was, before we bought him. And the reason he played on the right for Everton was because his attributes were tailored to be on the right. He has the pace to go on the outside, and he clearly demonstrated that he has the cross on him as well to supply the forward line, like he did against Arsenal for Isak for that header. Um, so, you know, I've kind of always maintained that I see that actually as likely his best position if he got his head down and focused, because he's not a David Ginola who's going to float inside and do his silky skills and do magic that way. He's about raw pace, raw aggression, and yes, some quality at the end of it, obviously. Um, but for him to maintain that he only wants to play on the left, it makes no sense. It's bad for him as a player to develop, in my opinion, and it's bad for the team. But the only logic I can see is that he knows that the left wing slot is the only slot he'll be able to get for England in the World Cup, and that's got sweet F all to do with us. And just to counter that point as well before I hand it over here, Peter, what about Harvey Barnes on the left for England? Do you know what I mean? Like, it goes back to, like I say, as soon as I go back to it, I've said a million times on here, it's the Anthony Gordon project, it seems. And it's like I say, it's kind of come full circle because Eddie Howe answered the question that's been bugging us for a long time as to why Anthony Gordon is never or very rarely put on the right. And yeah, I'm only echoing what a lot of people have said, and I don't want to go totally overboard because, like I say, it's not like a whole Kieran Dyer situation, but it's interesting, very interesting, and I find it also very frustrating. And like I say, it's my biggest bugbear. I love Eddie Howe, but it is my biggest bugbear with him and how he kind of handles the situation. Right, that's my diatribe over with. What do you think, Peter?
Aye. First of all, I mean, good show last night as well from Chris. I mean, it was pretty funny seeing the debate that ensued between the lads over this subject. So yeah, that was good fun. And yeah, I mean, also just in the chat there, I can see the good doctor is with us. So good to see you, mate. He's saying there.
You're on that.
He says that from the perspective of a psychiatrist, he thinks Eddie's feeling the pressure because he has been irritable to in certain moments to certain questions, maybe you could say. But yeah, so I can go along with that. And he's pointed out as well in the chat about Barnes. How does Barnes feel about all this? Because he prefers left. That's his favorite position as well. So yeah, I mean, first of all, right, I'm surprised. I'm surprised Eddie Howe said what he said. I really am. Like, it's only gonna cause this, what we're doing now. It's gonna cause more scrutiny from a negative point of view. Like, it's gonna make people question his authority. And it was funny because we were saying just before the Palace game, we were going on about Gordon and talking about how why doesn't he shift over to the right, and we've got the answer now. And I agree. I think it's weird. I think if you're the manager, and I'm just going to actually, before I go any further, I'm going to read out a quote that Eddie Howe said. And by the way, I love Eddie Howe, and I'm not sitting here saying like get rid because of this press conference. It's we're analysing it. We're looking into what kind of the potential ramifications are behind this, saying something like this. Some people might say it's innocuous and he's just being honest, and every player has their own favourite position, and this is no different. And I can see that point of view, but I think this kind of issue, it's a bit different because, like you say to me, I think he is really good on the right, and I think there's a motivation there to play on the left for England, which is maybe it's creeping in into his kind of that agenda is starting to segue into how he kind of plays for Newcastle, his mentality playing for Newcastle as to
Yeah.
obviously where he wants to play. So when we signed Anthony Gordon, Eddie Howe said he will give us a lot. He's a young player, huge attributes, huge potential, quick, dynamic. So he said he's a very quick, dynamic player who's versatile and can play on both sides.
Yeah.
So that's what Eddie Howe said when we signed Anthony Gordon in January 2023, I think it was.
Mm.
Well, seemingly that is not the case now. He can't play
but
on both sides. He's not versatile.
Exactly. But it was also said only like months ago at the start of the season. You know what I mean? Eddie Howe was literally sitting there saying, when he was playing him centre forward, you know, and everyone was saying, you know, do you see him being able to do that position? And Eddie Howe was basically saying that he can play across all three positions along the front line.
Mm.
So what's happened since then till now?
Mm-hmm.
So either can or he can't. Do you know what I mean? And like I said before, if it's clearly a player being shoehorned where it's not really to their strengths, and yeah, I get it, where any player will be like, yeah, I'll do a job, no worries at all. But they're not going to want to do it for the rest of the time at the club or for the career because obviously, you know, if it's not their position, that's fair. But like I say, in this case, and like you say, Peter, he clearly has got the attributes to do a really good job on the right hand side. Not only that, but actually be a very good player on the right hand side and be even his best position potentially. Because he's got that raw pace to go on the outside and put the crosses in, very much like Keith Gillespie. I would compare it to. And the fact that he hasn't justified himself on the left hand side in terms of being a consistent performer lends more weight to that argument.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I think it's kind of baffling and it's wrong. And Connor said, I think it was Connor in the comments that he asked, and Trolls is in your right best. Connor asked if I'd seen the Anthony Gordon interview. So I haven't, Connor. I've been busy today. I seen the whole stuff yesterday, but I've been busy today. I didn't see any interview with Gordon. So by all means, put that. Tell us where it was at. Was it with the club or? And I'll check it out sometime.
On that, lads and lasses in the chat. Be interested to know what Gordon said. I'm not sure myself. I haven't heard anything about what he said today. But also, that's another thing is that Eddie Howe. Another reason why it's strange that he said what he said is because it puts focus on Gordon's attitude. You know, and if you're Anthony Gordon, would you not be thinking, oh, bloody hell, man, Gaffer, did you have to say that? You know, so that's another reason why I was surprised that he came out and was just as honest as that to say, you know, doesn't want to play that basically.
Yeah. Well, and I was saying to you that what I would have said back to Eddie Howe is, in terms of Eddie Howe saying Anthony Gordon doesn't feel like he's at his best there, or essentially can play there.
Mm-hmm.
I would have said back to Eddie Howe, okay, what do you think? As manager, that's what he thinks as a player. What do you think as a manager? You know, because you've literally sat for 3 years telling us that he can't play there, that he's versatile. So has that changed? And you know, if so, why? So yeah, it does answer a few things basically though, in terms of we're sitting here baffled as to why.
I think it answers. Yeah. Also, mid-game, like during the game, it answers the question as to why they don't swap. You know, like not just us. There's a lot of fans who kind of wondered why don't the wingers kind of swap over from time to time. And again, I think that answers the question is because, you know, I think Gordon didn't see himself as a right winger. But it's frustrating because like we've said, you know, many times, we can see that he can do the business from there and it's an option. If things aren't working on the left, it's an option to put him there. And it frees up the space for Barnes. Yeah. So I think that's why this whole debate is coming about. And I can see, you know, in the chat there, Nick is saying, you guys are creating your own narrative. Eddie did not say that he asked Gordon to play right wing and he refused. He just said that he prefers left wing.
Yeah. And Sorry,
Go
well,
on.
that's why I said at the start that I'm not saying this is like a Kieran Dyer situation. I said that purposefully because I know it isn't. Sir Bobby asked Kieran Dyer to play right wing. Dyer said no, flat out,
Mm,
and obviously it all came out, and that was disgrace.
mm,
It's not like that. I'm saying it's a lot more nuanced than that, but
mhm,
it does explain why, like you say, he's never swapped over, and it's obvious to most people that we could do with the wingers swapping over when both Barnes and Gordon are on the pitch. So for it to only be Harvey Barnes to be playing in a position where he doesn't feel that, you know, everyone can see as well that Harvey Barnes isn't at his best on the right, but he's still willing to do it. For Harvey Barnes to be the only one to take the hit, if you like, it's just fundamentally wrong and is the wrong culture to be
mm,
set. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying he's kind of, taken upon himself to flat out refuse Eddie Howe's requests, and because it is on Eddie Howe as well. And I think I've said it for a long time. Eddie Howe seems to pander towards Gordon for some reason, and I don't like it because Gordon hasn't justified that and his antics on the pitch, in terms of going down all the time, wanting free kicks all the time, um, are not very good at all. They're just that of a player who doesn't trust his ability to actually let that do the talking.
aye.
Yeah, go on, Peter.
And yeah, and just I guess one final point on this as well is that Mighty Win there in the comments, he's saying, Eddie never said Gordon refused to play. He just said he didn't enjoy playing on the right hand side. And yes, I agree, and that those are two very different things, and I agree with that. But what he's saying is that the consequence of Anthony Gordon saying don't really don't like to play right side, the consequence of that means Eddie Howe won't now really consider him for that side, even though
But he hasn't.
he can play well on the right hand side. So
Yeah,
that's the issue. That's the issue.
yeah,
I think it should be more. The manager should be like, well, you know, you might prefer to play left hand side, but I know better because I'm the manager. That's
yeah.
it. You see what I mean? So yeah. But anyway, that's
Yeah, just and I'll shut up about it in a second. But the words were, if a player doesn't really want to play in a position,
yeah.
then I'm not going to try and force. So Eddie Howe
I
has
want to say
said
that.
that he doesn't want to play in the right wing. You know what I
Mm,
mean? Like,
yeah.
it's that's what he said. So, but yeah, I just needed to get that off my chest. And you said before, Peter, he's going to probably have a blinder tonight, isn't he? Just like he did against Chelsea. So, and I hope he does because it's about the team, it's about the club. So
Mm,
fingers crossed he does.
yeah.
But I
And
will be
just
looking to sell him in the summer. But
and also, right, I can understand in football you do get players who are exceptional where you might want to pander to certain, you know, s- not pan, that's the wrong word, but there's certain players you might cut a bit more slack. I'm just thinking in the past, um, Ben Arthur, I know might get a mixed response by the fans in the chat, but for me, Ben Arthur was like a special player, and I wouldn't necessarily
special
be,
talent.
yeah, special talent, and you'd want to get the best out of him, and you wouldn't necessarily want to be kind of stifling his kind of attributes because of how special his talent, how talented he was. And I don't think Gordon's on that level in terms of talent, but yeah. But anyway, I just in the chat there, I want to just quickly get at this because I can see Connor there said there's breaking news about Kevin Keegan
Mm.
um, diagnosed with cancer, and it's the first I've heard of that, and yeah, that is shocking. That is shocking news. So, just hopefully he can make a speedy recovery, and you know, yeah, just that's kind of that's big news. It's really sad to hear that, and I'm a bit shocked at that. But no, get well soon, King Kev. Um, yeah, top man.
No, totally. I mean, that is devastating. And we had a show about a month ago where we were talking about who our favourite managers were. And
Mm,
I think King Kev was number one for me on that show. And yeah, he without him, the club probably wouldn't be what it is today. Because along with Sir John Hall, they built the club up from being in the doldrums. Um, and what he did was special. And then obviously when he came back, even then we had a special end of the season, and it went sour with Mike Ashley. But just as a man, one thing I'll mention is me and you, Peter. We went to one of the Legends games. I think in where was it again?
Kingston Park.
Kingston Park, and it was Newcastle Legends against somebody else, wasn't it? Kevin Keegan was the manager. This was about 2010, something like that. So yeah, the game played, and then after the game, there was people wanting autographs, and it was absolutely Baltic cold, like it is now. Honestly, it was so cold. And the players went off for signing autographs and stuff, and Kevin Keegan was signing stuff, and seriously, like, it was loads of people there, and like I say, it was absolutely freezing, but he refused to go back into that building until he'd signed an autograph for every single person out there. And that, like, was the mark of the man that he is. So not just a special footballing person, but a special man, from what I can see.
Yeah.
So I will really do send our best wishes, and he hopefully can recover. Yeah, and I think everyone in Newcastle would echo that for sure, and do it for him tonight. Do you know what I mean? Get a win for King Kev tonight.
Aye.
Yeah. So
like I just want to say as well, Cushy in the comments says would love to hear Keegan's name ringing out tonight, and I echo that. Please, if you go to the match, get his name out there.
aye,
Show
let's
him
get
the
it
love.
belted out.
Aye, because like you said to me, absolute legend, and that's a bit of a shock to read that. So, but no, hopefully he'll fight that, and yeah, we're all thinking of him.
Aye. Yeah. Well, so Leeds United then. Obviously we beat Crystal Palace 1-2-0, wasn't it? In the last game, hard fought win. Have you got any thoughts on that game, Peter? Before we, talk about the Leeds game tonight.
Aye, so Palace, yeah, basically, for me, I'll go through my thoughts on how that game went. So, I actually think it was a really good win. Now, Palace rocked up and they made that game scrappy. There was lots of high balls. First half, especially, they were winning all the second balls. Their midfield, I think, was Wharton was kind of anticipating. He was kind of he was picking up those second balls. I don't think that was accidents. I think he knew he could read the play.
Quality, like, wasn't he?
He was obviously getting stuck in as well. So it was difficult, but we got to half time, and I kind of said to you on Sunday, wasn't it? The match, and
Yeah.
I said to you on Sunday, like, look, you get to half time and you say to yourself, right, in an ideal world, we wanted today to be free flowing football, entertaining, back to your free flowing best. But at half time, you sit down and you go, do you know what? It's turned into a scrap. Palace have made it a scrap, so we're gonna have to win ugly. You forget about the fancy stuff, and I think it kind of dawned on you at a certain point in that match that we're gonna have to dog this out, and we did. And like I say, it wasn't pretty all the time, but for me, Bruno really stood up when it mattered, and he's done this, on many occasions in a black and white shirt, right? He stood up to be counted, and not just the goal, but I've noticed, when things are tough and it's a scrappy game like that, he always shows for the ball, and he always wants to play those forward passes to create something. He doesn't shy away from that, and that takes
Yeah.
bottle. And yet home as well, the crowd were getting a bit edgy, and they were getting a bit disgruntled. So, some players hide, but not
Yeah.
Bruno. Like, he wanted that ball and he wanted to try and make something happen, and he did. And obviously got on the end of that the cross, and I think it was Barnes, wasn't it? Was it Barnes who?
Because Miley was a
Sorry,
brilliant
Miley.
assist from Miley.
Yeah, he stretched and kind of hooked it back, and again Miley was brilliant, like just pure class.
Aye.
But yeah, I mean, it was a scrappy game. There was some good football in there, like now and again. But I think that the lads showed character, and sometimes those are the sweetest ways to kind of win. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
Yes, you don't want to see that every game, like that. You want to see kind of free flowing football as much as possible. But when you have to dig in and you have to win these nitty gritty type matches, that's important. You're not going to get anywhere if you can't win that way as well, and we did. So I think it was a massive win, and unbeaten in 4 now. So I think to be fair to Eddie, he's managed to kind of turn around as things stand. He's turned around where it was heading previously, because it was on a downward spiral before, but
Yeah.
it's looking a bit better now.
Aye.
What do you
Aye.
reckon?
I mean, I think it was really kind of edgy, wasn't it, first half, and you could see it going either way.
Mhm.
And second half kicks off, and what I will say is, while I still was calling for it to be earlier, at least Eddie Howe did make some changes, um, and they made a difference. And afterwards as well, he switched formation and he matched their formation with wing backs. So at least he was kind of being proactive there to try and see the win out and to nullify Palace as well. So like I've criticised Eddie Howe a lot for being inactive and not making changes and making them too late. And like I say, I still probably would have made them a bit earlier, but it wasn't as late as it has been in recent matches. So I'll give credit when it's due as well. Um, and yeah, the game itself, like you say, Miley, it's going to be interesting tonight against Leeds to see who plays right back, because Miley was outstanding once more. Tino came on as well and got 20 minutes under his belt, which is good, because then he should be in a position to come back in if he's selected fitness wise to hit the ground running. Because I was always concerned about Tino kind of being flung in all the time as soon as he's fit, with no reserve games or no kind of 20 minutes here and there. So he's got that on his belt. Personally, I think I would play him tonight, right back, play Tino right back, and then this has been discussed by others, but I agree with it. I would also play Marley as a number 6, and have Joe Linton and then you could have Tonali and Bruno either side of him. I did say before that Joe Linton maybe he's best suited for this game against Leeds, so I wouldn't be averse to that either. It purely depends on who's going to be right back, really. But I think Miley needs to be in the team, doesn't he? Who would you play?
Mm. It is tricky because I think Leeds are combative, and you could probably do with Joe Linton in there.
Mm.
It's a tricky one because I'm thinking if Joe Linton wasn't there, then I would put Miley next to sort of like in the middle, kind of with Bruno and Tonali either side.
Mm.
But you might need J7 tonight.
Mm.
Maybe
Cheers,
not.
was it, by the way? Give member. Nice one, mate.
Nice one.
Yeah.
Cheers, was but yeah, so it's a tricky one. I get the notion, I get the idea of, how people say Miley, he's been brilliant there, but we can't keep him there. He's not a right back. We don't want to stifle his development.
Mm.
I get that, but I'm just putting it out there. I do think at the same time it must be difficult to make that call to kind of move a player who's playing so well in a certain position to then move them from that position. I guess at the same time I'm saying that, but you have got quality right back to come in. So I guess that makes it easier. Tino coming in, even Trippier. I don't know if Trippier's fit, but with the way Leeds are, maybe he might be the better bet tonight. I think Trippier at right back with his toughness and his character and his leadership. But in terms of Miley, yeah, where do you put him? Do you drop J7? Do you drop Tonali? Do you fit him in that midfield and drop one of them two? I can't sit here and say like I don't, that I'd know for certain that what I would do there. It is a tricky one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, J7, he was better than we've given him a lot of stick this season, and I think you come out and maybe next season, I think his time is starting to. It might be time to phase him out. I get that, but what do you reckon? I mean, you were saying on the last show you reckon he would be needed for tonight, J7. Do you stand by that?
Because, well, I think if Miley was to play there, though, I think Miley could do that job as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that's a good kind of compromise, if you like. And with Tonali, I thought Tonali was getting back to his best, wasn't he? He was still, for me, a bit hit and miss in that he was doing some brilliant things against Palace. Then he would give the ball away cheaply.
Yeah.
But he was getting there. And obviously, like you say, Bruno was outstanding in the context of the match that it was. So you can't drop either of those two. So it is about who plays with them, and I just think it'd be interesting to see this. Probably won't happen, will it? But it'd be interesting to see Miley in
Yeah.
between those two, and I think he could add a bit of that steel and those long legs to, win the ball. And like he has been doing, he's been literally doing that, just further back, but also coming inside anyway. So he would carry on doing the same sort of role, if you like. It's a bit harsh on Joe Linton, but I'd be tempted to do that. So Wazza says no PTS, it's no slip ups, stronger team necessity. Aye. I mean, yeah, I agree. We shouldn't be, now's not the time to be taking things lightly. When we rotate the squad, it's about freshness, I think. It's not about just resting a player and saving them. It's about keeping things fresh and, making sure that the player who comes in is quality, not just throwing anybody in. So I think it'll be the same, to be honest, but I'd be tempted to play Tino right back and then have Miley replace Joe Linton in midfield.
Yeah. Well, the more I think about that, the more I agree with that, because with Miley, we're saying about J7 that Leeds are a tough team. They'll get stuck in. We need his combativeness. But actually, we're doing Miley a disservice, I think, because shall I tell you what's so impressive about him? He makes things look easy. So when he tackles and when he gets stuck in, he reads the play. And that's the sign of a really good player. Got a Leeds fan in there, not got much hope tonight, but hope it's a good game. Do you know what it normally is? Leeds Newcastle is normally a lively fixture. So I think it will be a good one. But yeah, I think with Miley, like I say, he makes things look easy, and that's whether he's keeping the ball in a tight area, he's getting closed down, but he retains possession. His touch is always really good, and when he tackles, he anticipates, he reads the game, and I think, yeah, like you say, with his long legs as well, like I think in the middle of that park, he could actually hold his own and make be combative enough and make the tackles that he needs to make. So actually, that's probably, what I would do. I guess J7 will start because, he did do better against Palace, and I think he's someone that Eddie likes to rely on. And I get that to a certain extent, but yeah, Leeds Newcastle. It's like I said, it's a good fixture normally. traditionally. I mean, we've had some cracking games years gone by. Leeds fans travel well, so they'll make a lot of noise tonight. And if you're listening to this or watching this, you're going to the match, then give it back to
Give
them.
it them.
Yeah,
Right.
get behind the lads, and if you're sitting in level 7, then you know what to do. But yeah, I think it'll be a lively game, lively atmosphere. So bring it on. But yeah, I think the team, I think, like you say, it'll probably be the same. Except, what about Murphy? Is Murphy not injured now, or is he? Any news on him?
I think it'd be a doubt. So it's the whole right wing thing, isn't it? Yeah, I think he'll be a doubt. So it'll be, and I think Alanga as well. He might be fit from what Eddie Howe said. I think they were hoping he would be versus Palace, but he wasn't in the end. And Eddie Howe said that, but it shouldn't be too long, as in like it could be tonight. But um, yeah, that's going to be interesting to see you play as right wing, because I've said for a while I don't agree with playing players if they're carrying a knock. Like Murphy has been. I do like Murphy, and Murphy, he wasn't good against Palace. I think he gave the ball away a lot. But what he was doing was a defensive job. And Eddie Howe didn't take him off for that reason. And those things can be overlooked. I know it's not fancy on the eye. And I know Murphy was having a stinker when he got the ball, at times anyway. But he knows Eddie Howe's kind of game plan and tactics and the structure, off like the back of his hand. And that isn't invaluable when players can know where to run, know where to cover, know how to block off those passing lanes as the manager wants. It is important to have those sorts of players. And as frustrating as Murphy was and is at times, he's still a quality player to have for that reason. Because even on an off day, he adds to the team. But whether he's injured or not, tonight we'll see. DX, you all right, mate?
Sorry to keep you waiting. I've only just got back from work. How's it going? You guys good?
No worries, all good.
Good to
All
see you.
good.
Just noticed that we're wearing the same shirt.
Yeah, not yet. Aye, it's a good one, like, isn't it? Is yours
Yeah.
original?
What's that?
Is yours
Yeah,
original?
the original. Yeah, I bought an original one. Yeah,
Nice
There
one.
you go.
Back in the 90s.
didn't even go to DH Gate for this one.
No, same, yeah.
I'm surprised that DXK that Timmy's allowed you back on this show after those scandalous comments about Iviola and how Iviola sets up Bournemouth.
Oh, really? You're not a fan of Iviola?
Iviola
Are
is
you a fan of
Timmy's
Iviola?
man.
Oh, really?
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, it's went downhill for a minute, but go on, DX.
No, I was just going to say, I just think he's a bit. For me, I've watched a few Bournemouth games. I've got a good friend, Scott, who's a big Bournemouth fan, and he's kind of said, well, all the criticisms that Eddie gets of, he can't change tactics, he's inflexible.
Yeah.
It's a lot of the same stuff coming out of there. And having watched them play, I think they play lovely football, don't get me wrong, but their defence is just wide open. It's like it's like Kevin Keegan, but without the players being good enough to play that way. Like if you've got Shearer, Ferdinand, Beardsley, you can do that.
Yeah.
If you've got like Semenyo is good, but he's gone. But if you've got those other guys, it's a bit like, oh, really? You're going to play this way? So
well, my curiosity with Iraola and Bournemouth was like, I know that's how he is, and he's kind of, like you say, a bit kamikaze and some of the same weaknesses, but they play 4-2-3-1, and I was curious as to whether they have a number 6 to try and compensate a little bit more than we do at times. Do you know what I mean? Have that 6 in there who can mop up, but maybe they don't.
I can't think
It's
of
all
anyone.
part of the conversation, but yeah.
I know they've got players like is it Brooks, isn't it? Brooke or Brooks? He looks a good player. They've got then they do have some good players, but it'd be interesting to see how, because that's the next game, isn't it? But I guess we're going to talk about that later. But yeah, Iraola, I think he was being linked with the Man United job, wasn't he? They were saying like, I think I saw something with Nicky Butt and Paul Scholes, and they were saying all these names, yes or no.
Yeah.
Abby, no. Both said no. They actually said yes to Eddie Howe, both of them. They said yes to Iraola, and they said yes to Emery. I think those are the 3 that I remember. They were like, those ones in. So interesting.
I still think you'll get a quality job, a top job, in my opinion. But we'll see how the season goes. Like, but But yeah, obviously tonight it's Leeds. By the way, DX, just on the point you said there about Kevin Keegan, have you heard the news about Keegan?
No,
Um,
I've been traveling for like an hour.
aye.
What's
There
happened?
was breaking news that he's, I don't know all the details, but it's been announced that he has cancer.
Oh no.
Aye,
Oh,
so I don't know any more details than that as to, how
oh,
severe it is, etc. But yeah, we were just speaking before about what legend he is, and
yeah,
everyone's talking about how the club wouldn't be what it is without him today.
absolutely. Yeah,
Um,
as a player and a manager,
yeah,
yeah, God, that sucks.
mm,
Yeah, I mean, and his passion and his enthusiasm is like, I
aye,
don't think anyone's ever, even Sir Bobby, like as passionate and everything. No one's really fully replicated it the way Keegan had it. It just bubbled out of him, didn't he? He talked
yeah,
players into joining the club who were like, "I'm going to go there." Even Shearer was like, "Yeah, I was leaning towards Man United." Then spoke to Kevin
Yeah,
and Sir Alex. Sir Alex said to him, "Have you spoken to Kevin Keegan yet?" And he said, "Yeah." And you're, oh man. So
aye, aye,
they knew this guy. Just his enthusiasm, his charisma, and
yeah.
yeah, he's got to be one of the greatest legends to have been a player and a manager at that level. There haven't been many, have there?
No, not at all. And one thing I've said for a long, long time is that he needs a statue. And I think I was always annoyed that hadn't happened up till now. And I heard recently that apparently he kind of doesn't want that.
All
I don't
right.
know how true that is, but I think he doesn't like the attention. I think he kind of feels like maybe he feels like well he should have won the league, and maybe if he won the league then yes,
Really?
but there's got to be even if it's a plaque. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Then, like there needs to be something, and I've wanted that for a long, long time so he can see that. You know what I mean? You don't wait until people pass away. You want to do it when they're here.
Mm.
So we really do need to get something sorted, in my opinion, at St James's to kind
Yeah.
of show the gratitude
Yeah.
what
I
he
think
has done for
I,
us.
I always kind of hoped after the takeover that he might have had some sort of ambassadorial role with the club.
Yeah, yeah,
But I guess maybe he wanted to step away and do his own thing, didn't he? And he always said, didn't he, wouldn't go there while Mike Ashley was in charge. He wouldn't go to the
yeah.
ground.
Mhm.
But I don't think I haven't seen him back in the crowd since. So I would love to, see him back. Imagine the
Yeah.
reception he'd get if he came
Oh,
out.
nah. Oh,
aye,
nah. But it's a mark of the man, though, because I think, again, I think he doesn't want to take away the attention from Eddie Howe.
mm.
You know what I mean? And I
He's
get
humble
that. But
that way.
say again.
He's humble that way.
Exactly,
Keegan.
exactly. So yeah, I was saying like it's not just the manager, it's the man himself, isn't it? And he's just absolute legend.
So, as well, he's one of these people. When he speaks, he's just so genuine. Like when you look back at the interviews when he was gaffer as well at Newcastle, and you could tell like the things he would say. He would talk about the fans. He'd say like we just owe it to them, and you could tell he
Aye.
meant it.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
he's talking from the heart, and I think the way it's gone with football as well, that's becoming kind of maybe you don't see that as often. It's becoming rare that you see players and managers kind of speak from the heart that way,
aye.
and or it's not maybe I don't know, it's not admired as in the same way now as maybe it was, but yeah, he's just a special manager and special person, and yeah, great memories to think back. I mean, even when he came back under Ashley, he did manage to turn around. It took a while to get that first win because I think the squad was so kind of like obviously
Low on
Allardyce had
confidence.
been there and say again,
He's low on confidence, but yeah.
yeah, zapped of confidence and fair enough. Allardyce didn't get very long. I'll say that he didn't maybe get as long as what he should have got, but after the fact that he was sacked, Keegan came in. And once Keegan got that first win, I mean, first of all, the atmosphere just totally changed, even before that win. Just his presence changed the whole atmosphere. And when he got that win, that end of that season, we went on a run and we were playing some class stuff. And, he put Owen in behind Viduka
Martin.
and Martins, and it worked a treat. And Michael Owen suddenly was rejuvenated. And that gets
Yeah.
forgotten about because of, how controversial a figure Michael Owen is or was at Newcastle. And obviously the fact that Keegan then the following season, early doors, left the club because of the shambolic goings on above him.
Yeah.
That kind of spell, those kind of 4 months of that season, obviously, understandably gets kind of overlooked. But he did get us. We would have been, I think, top 6.
Well, yeah, we started the following season quite well, didn't we? We drew at Old
Yeah.
Trafford against when Man
Yeah.
United were a top side, and
Yeah.
we beat someone at home. I can't remember.
We
1-0.
Bolton at home, 1-0.
Bolton, yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
And then we won a
Michael won again.
game at Coventry or something. So we'd started the season, and
Right.
I think we lost one. We might have lost at Arsenal. We had a horrible run of league games actually, but yeah, it was kind of promising. And then they lumbered in with all these terrible players, didn't they? Like Gonzalez and Cisco,
Cisco, yeah.
and I think he won. Like, did you ever hear that interview he did where he was talking about they had Hoopier? He wanted to get Hoopier in, and they he's spoken to all these people at Liverpool. They said 500,000 he can come in, and Ashley went and offered 100,000 or something. They said no, it's 500,000. That's the price. And then with Modric, he said with Modric we were going to get him. He wanted to come. His agent was a massive Keegan fan, and he was like, go to Newcastle. And then I forget his name, like one of these Lambias or one of those guys came into the room and went, oh yeah, no, of course he's not good enough. He will be on the bench for us. So the agent went, oh right, okay, well he's not coming here. He's going to be on the bench. And then Keegan said he was saying, beep, what the hell were you doing? And this happened with a lot of players. I think Schweinsteiger was another one we were supposed to get, and then they sold Milner without him really agreeing to it. And so he was undermined. But you're right, the football when we had Viduka and Martins and Owen as a 3, was fantastic. Yeah, it was brilliant. And that little tweak just changed everything, didn't it? 4-1.
It did.
Yeah.
No doubt. Like it was a turbulent time for the club during those years, but in isolation, that little period still, like you say, Peter, kind of is up there for me in terms of some of the memories, like even the game against the Mackhams, when we beat them 2-0 and the atmosphere, just
that's right,
taking in the noise, you know what I mean? It was just like you say, rejuvenated. So yeah, I think even in that spell, he managed to bring some magic to us in that short little spell. I just want to read this out here. Thanks for that super chat, mate. Appreciate it. Watched Keegan in Superstars. Fella fell off on the bike. I've seen that on YouTube. I don't know if you've seen that, but
no.
It was some kind of celebrity TV program or something. I'm not sure, but he's riding a bike in one of the games, and he goes around the corner and goes flying off.
But yeah,
it's on YouTube.
Check it out.
But yeah, obviously, once again, we just send all our well wishes to Keegan, and it'd be great if the ground can just like belt his name out tonight, and send that energy to him. So, what do you think about the game then against Leeds tonight, DX?
Well, actually, let's focus on this one, I suppose. So this game, we're playing against a team that hasn't lost in 7 games. So I didn't realise that until I was kind of looking at the build-up to the game. 7 games, and they've not been easy games. They played Liverpool twice. I know Liverpool are not playing that well, but they're still Liverpool. And one of the games was away. They drew both those games, and they drew with Man United. They went to Brentford, which is a hard place to go. We lost there. They drew with Brentford. And so Chelsea, they beat Chelsea 3-1, I think. So they've had a fantastic run of results. We're meeting them in good form. And actually it's been coincided with Sean Longstaff being injured for that whole period of games. He's maybe on the bench tonight. So I don't know, but that might bring them back down to earth. But no, he's I think they've done really well. And actually the manager was under so much pressure, wasn't he? And now it seems to have turned. So we should win. I think we'll win. I think we'll win 3-1. But I don't take it for granted this is going to be like one of those nice, easy, like when we played Sheffield United games, because it won't be. It's going to be a tough one. Yeah. Calvert-Lewin, what a signing he's been on a free. So keep him out at one end. And I'd be interested, I don't know if you're even talking about the lineups yet, but I'd be really interested to see how we go at fullback, because I don't know if Hall's going to be fit. Then would that be Tino at left back and Miley at right back? Is Tino fit to start? and also there's the centre backs. Botman might be fit, so do we bring him back in straight in? I was worried about. I think Botman might be Bournemouth. That might be his game, but we'll see. So yeah, it's an interesting one. It's been interesting to see how we line up and
yeah. We've mentioned about Miley, and we were talking about that before, saying how there's a potential decision to be made there with Tino now being fit, and also Trippier. From what I can gather, anyway, I think Trippier seems to be available now for selection. But I didn't know about Lewis Hall. You said there that you think Hall might be out.
Well, just because he went off in the last game, didn't he, with some sort of knock? And
didn't he? Yeah. He tried to continue. Yeah.
Yeah, and I just wasn't sure how bad that was. I'd heard he should be fit, but I'm not. You're never 100% sure in those games if they're gonna rush them back or wait a few days because there's so many games. So I just wasn't sure if maybe they might just hold him back again for the Bournemouth game, or again, we've had so many of these weird injuries where it's been like over the last few years where it's been like, oh yeah, he's got a slight and then he's out for or someone's out for 4 months, and you go, oh, I thought he just tweaked his ankle or just got a dead leg or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it'd be interesting if Willock starts today. Just that I feel. By the way, that thing, I don't know if you talked about that tweet to Willock. I don't think that was from a Newcastle fan. By the way, I think that was some idiot troll who sent that racist thing to Willock. But I think if he starts today, he'll get a good reception, even though obviously that open goal was incredible. I don't know how he missed it. That was sensational, really, in a way. But I'd like him to score today if he plays, just because I think it'd be a nice turnaround for him.
Yeah.
That'd be nice. And obviously, people like that, obviously, just not even worth the attention in one way. Do you know what I mean? And
No, yeah.
I think Joe Willock is, shouldn't be having to read that stupid rubbish. But from the sounds of it, he's big enough to kind of swat it aside and not let idiots like that steal his energy and his attention. So yeah, I think that's the case for anything like that. Just for all of that, Joel Willock should know that. For as much as everyone's like, oh my God, how'd you miss? There's 100 times more people behind him. Do you know what I mean? Like, and supporting him. But hopefully he comes on or plays today and does his stuff, and that'll be reinforced.
And if you're going to do it when you're 2-0 up in the 90th minute. Don't do it when you're 0-0 in the 90th minute. Save those ones for the when you're comfortable.
I think with that chance, he was just trying to be too precise.
Yeah, and he might have seen Henderson coming across and been like, "Oh, I've just got to get it into that corner."
He's trying to hit the side netting, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Aye. But it's funny though as well. You mentioned there, DX, about Leeds, that they're unbeaten in 8 games. To me, what that tells me is they are due a loss. I don't mind that, when you play a team like that who's on such a long run, they're not going to keep that up forever. So I don't mind that. I think at some point they're going to come unstuck, and
they're a very open team, aren't they?
But yeah,
they play very free-flowing football at times. Like, I don't know how they'll set up against us, but when they went to Man City, they went 2-0 down, and everyone thought this is going to be a rout, 6-7. How many are they going to get? And actually, they got back to 2-2, and it was only a late goal that lost them the game. So they've been, I think it's going to be a tough one. There might be a few goals in it for sure.
Well, I think they looked compact against Liverpool, didn't they? We caught a bit of that.
Big time. We watched it, didn't we? And I've only seen them here and there, but against us as well at Ellen Road, that was obviously further back in the season. But definitely against Liverpool a few weeks ago, they were very solid. They were really difficult to break down, tough as hell, rugged, and that's why I was saying Joe Linton, maybe it's a game for him. But on the flip side, if Tino is fit, I wouldn't be averse to Miley being put in number 6 position in midfield and Tino taking his place right back. Because I think Miley can give you that physicality, not as much, but the same type of physicality in terms of stature that Joe Linton gives. In terms of he's a big, tall lad, but he also reads the game so well, and he can hold off players, and he has been doing it right back. But yeah, I think Leeds, they're not an easy team to play against. That's for sure. I've got some starred comments here. I'm just gonna read them out. So So Michael Grahamslaw says Leeds have only won once on the road all season. That was against Wolves. They'll 100% play for the draw. An early goal will be huge. Sounds about right to me. Like, aye.
There you go. Yeah, we have. I mean, we nearly had one against Palace, and we just
Yeah.
shot half a shoulder offside. That was a nice little move.
See, like to me, that this is what I hate about VAR in terms of the offside, and that you never used to judge offside by like a toenail, did you? And
No.
because VAR's now in the game, you're going off a factual decision. And that's why I don't mind the idea of having a leeway rule introduced for offsides. I wouldn't say a daylight in terms of like a full player, but some kind of leeway between that and what it is now, I think would be justifiable because goals are getting ruled out where there's no actual advantage. And that kind of it goes against the whole purpose of why the rule was brought in the first place to stop advantages. So if you're doing that, then there's something wrong. So I think we need a leeway introduced, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. And I think that it was unfortunate for Gordon as well because that would have got that off his back, that open goal thing.
Yeah. I mean, we'll talk about Gordon again. I mean, me and Peter have just had a good chat about him and his whole like situation with the whole right wing. But
Timmy's favourite player, he's Timmy's favourite player, Gordon.
I hope he does class tonight. Obviously, if I'm in the ground, I'm behind him. No doubt about that.
It was very strange the way Eddie put that, though. Not like did it accidentally slightly throw him under the bus because I don't know. I haven't seen him say it. I've just read the quote of saying, "Well, he doesn't like playing on the right, and Barnes he doesn't mind playing on the." I don't know. It just sounds like prima donna stuff, but I don't think it is. It was meant like that. I think it was meant like he's more comfortable playing on the right than Gordon is.
I think it was meant like that, but I think it's kind of Eddie Howe probably. There was no other way of disguising the fact that Anthony Gordon doesn't want to play there.
Mm.
You know what I mean? He couldn't really say it in any other way that disguises that. I don't think he was trying to throw him under the bus. I just think there was no way around it if he was going to answer that question truthfully.
Aye. Well, yeah, he was just telling the truth, I suppose. But yeah, it was very telling, I suppose, because we used to have players doing that all the time with Kieran Dyer. I remember Bellamy; they would refuse to play in certain positions and then get dropped and stuff. So,
exactly, and we were saying before, like I'm not sitting here saying it is like Kieran Dyer because Kieran Dyer flat out refused to play after being asked. You know what I mean? It's not the same situation here.
And then went and played for England on the right wing. The next 3 days later, I think it was at St James's Park and got booed.
Oh, crazy game that got booed like hell, didn't he? So I'm not, and maybe maybe he could have been clever in terms of like just being a bit more subtle with his words potentially. I don't know. Maybe he's got caught off guard. I've got a super chat here. It's from Wazza. Cheers, mate. Top man. Could you see Miley as pivot? I think it is Bruno Tonali push up. Yep, that's what I was saying earlier on the show. I think long term that is a potential solution to what we've been saying about having a player in midfield who can protect the defense a bit more, can be that six. We don't play with one in the traditional sense, but ultimately somebody plays in that pivot, don't they? And it's normally Tonali. But I think Miley could do that and allow Bruno and Tonali not to be thinking back behind the shoulder as much as one of them maybe does at the moment.
I was just thinking that with Miley, does he offer more of? I think he offers more of a goal threat than Tonali and more of an assist threat. His final, like he just seems like he's got goals in him. So then playing him as a six, does that slightly negate his effectiveness getting forward and scoring goals?
What do you think, Peter?
I think he can play anywhere. That's the problem.
Well, yeah,
he's too good. You put him like right back, he's quality. You put him set mid, he's class getting forward. He's good at breaking play up. So he's
probably be our best goalkeeper.
Aye. There's times when I wouldn't mind him with Pope when you see the way Pope, the way he kicks anyway. But yeah, so like that's something that I think the manager's gonna have to try and figure out what is Miley's best position, because the way that he's just, any challenge you throw at him and he's just like he's shown like he can handle with ease. it's amazing. It's amazing to see, and it shows that he's a gem of a player. So I think you're right. He is a goal threat. He does get goals. He's proved that. He likes to get into the box. I mean, he's good in the air as well. That's the thing.
Yeah, he is now, isn't he?
You know. Like Cushy says, Miley can jump well. So
Yeah.
He's added things to his game as well. Because do you remember? I think he stagnated a bit in his second season, where he was passing sideways a lot, and it was kind of going nowhere. And then you look at him now, and a lot of his passes. I know Derek Mighty Win won't agree with it necessarily, but when you watch that highlights package, a lot of it was very progressive, and he would get the ball and he would kind of make space for himself, and then play the ball with a bit of pace, and to a good position, someone further forward. So I think he's added things to his game as well as the heading, and he's what, must be 6'3", 6'4" now. He's a big lad, isn't he? So he's a threat in a lot of ways now, I think.
Yeah. I think it would be a big call to put him ahead of Tonali. And I'm just thinking maybe it would be wise to, if you're going to play in midfield, have him sit and see if Tonali can get back to his best.
For
this season.
It might allow Tonali to do that, mightn't it? And Wazza says there, another £2. Thanks a lot, mate. No DX, look at Rodri. He still gets goals, vision.
Yeah.
Playing deeper. And I just think like Tonali in the six, he's been bypassed too many times. The balls went past him. He hasn't cut off those lanes, and he hasn't intercepted the ball when we need him to in that position. So I just think like, don't get us wrong. If it's not Mali, it'll be him. But I think if you're going to try somebody to be more on the six, I think, and Jefferson himself has said he sees Mali as a 10, a bit like you, DS.
10, okay. Yeah, I kind of see him
as a strike anyway.
Yeah.
A bit further up. But like you say, Peter, it's because he has got everything to his game. So I can see both sides. But I just think right now, because he's played right back, because he's actually been playing the defensive side of the game for, a good month or so now, that really will help him when he moves into midfield in that deeper role and he can see the play ahead of him. And it doesn't stop him, like Wazza says there, potentially still going forward, because we don't play with a solid six anyway. It's more who's kind of at the base. So I think it's definitely worth
Do you know the player who I was thinking of the other day when I was watching him play, like just the way he was on the ball and his long legs and everything. And this is a bit of a weird comparison because I've just said, maybe I wouldn't play him necessarily as a six. But Patrick Vieira, there was just something in the way he played, and that's a massive shout because Vieira was absolutely a player. But just the way he was kind of, not building him up to be as good as Vieira. He's not there yet. He's got a long way to go. But just the style of his play,
his stature,
gangly, and the way he can knock the ball over people and it was good to watch.
Aye. Well, I was saying it before DX to me, like one of the things that's so impressive about Miley is that he makes things look easy. And so whenever he's putting a tackle in, or if he's keeping the ball, if he's trying to retain possession, or his touch has to be right in a tight area, he makes it look, it's effortless. And I guess the best players make things look easy. And like you say, Vieira, I mean, he bossed the midfield for Arsenal.
Yeah.
And he could read the play, but he had that stature, like you say, where he would roam about that midfield area, and he knew when to put his foot in. He could anticipate, read the play, and he had the physicality. So I mean, if he can get as good as Vieira, then brilliant. I'd take that.
We just need Anthony Gordon to become Perez.
Don't think he will, but I hope he does.
Probably not.
I want to run through some of these comments that I've started further back. So I've got Dr. Abusa. Good to see you in the chat, mates. Iriola has no chance of a top job when Luis Enrique is now available in the summer. He refused to bump a new contract by PSG. Would you guys go all out for him? And so I've been saying the last few weeks to Peter that there's a lot of talk about, trying to get a top manager in. It's not always easy. And some of these top managers, like Jose, ultimately they're past the best. So it's not about getting a name. But the one for me, if I was to go for somebody of that ilk, would be Enrique. No doubt about it. So if he is available in the summer, we're jumping ahead, but let's say they do go for a change in the summer. I would be on the phone to him, no doubt about it. Got Mighty Win here saying anyone in Toon Bally's Sports Bar, Stowell Street, open for business, £4 a pint, and get your views on the screen with the Mighty Win. So go and see Win.
Wow.
Prowling.
Not gonna
Celebrity.
Win's prowling, so
yeah,
give him a shout and he'll get you on camera.
He'd be more than happy to talk. Toon Nut says Keegan is a proper Toon legend. Completely. Yeah, you can't say enough, honestly. Wazza says I used to talk with Kevin at the training ground. Even he had time for me. Aye, so there you go. That tells it all, doesn't it? But no, Wazza, cheers. Yeah, he always had time for the fans. You know what I mean? Like I say, that charity game. Like I don't think you were here when I was saying DX. Like me and Peter were at one of the Legends games at Kingston Park when he was manager in 2010 of the Newcastle Legends team. And it was absolutely Baltic freezing like it is now. And the game finished, and all like the supporters went to the front to get autographs, and players signed some and went in and stuff. And he was out there on his own, the last one, for absolutely ages. He wouldn't go inside until everybody, had the autograph, and it just like summed up the man.
Yeah,
he is.
And just things like when he went on the stairs, didn't he, to explain Andy Cole's sale? And no manager would do that now, and no manager would do that. Him, he was a unique person. For
exactly. He's managing with his heart, because he's all in.
He was totally like City when we signed. I think when we signed Shuey, he's like, this is. He mentioned the brewery, with the money that we're spending. It's the brewery, it's the fans, it's John Hall. He's totally connected with the club and with the region. And like you say, totally. His heart on his sleeve and a one-off really. And I mean, I agree. I mean, I said a few weeks ago, Eddie Howe, you could argue technically is the more successful manager, and I would maybe have to agree with that in terms of the trophy that he's won, and then you add the Champions League qualifications to that. But Keegan is still my favourite manager. I will say that. And it goes back to, like we've said, what he done for the club in those early days, dragging it back up and just being so fearless as well in terms of ambition. And as we've said, being so connected with the fans, with the people of the region, and just with the club in general. He's just, special. Like we say, special care. Don't say that for no reason.
And the thing is that you view him as a Geordie, don't you? Even though he's actually from Yorkshire, but his dad, I think, was a Geordie, so that's obviously the connection there. But it's just weird to think that he's not a Geordie on paper, because to me he is a Geordie.
He is,
and because he's like
his
so
dad
passionate about the club.
His dad was a Geordie, wasn't he? So
yes.
So he's kind of got the genes, the lineage.
Yeah, exactly. Aye. So he's one of us.
He
really.
bleeds black and white.
Aye. A few more here then. Colin Connor obviously said there about why did he sell Cole.
I think he said about that, didn't he, in his book? I think he said that they fell out before a League Cup game, and Nicole was on the bench for the League Cup game, and he said, "Well, I don't want to come then if I'm on the bench." And then they fell out over that, and then it was never the same, the relationship. So
exactly. And Nicole spoke about this,
And then Ferguson came in, and he'd never thought of selling him, but he was like, "Oh, well, we could get Gillespie if we do this deal." Should have gone for Beckham, of course, but anyway, that was we got Gillespie.
You might have said no to that.
But at the time he was just a young kid at Preston on loan, maybe. But yeah, no, it was a shame. I have these little thoughts sometimes of like, we'd had Cole and Ferdinand and Beardsley playing off, but it would have changed the whole team, so it might not have worked at all. You never know.
Aye, true.
Yeah, Cole and Ferdinand, didn't we?
Yeah.
Well, Cole and Beardsley were just something else.
Incredible! They still do they still have the record for the partnership with the most goals in a season?
Wouldn't be surprised.
I have to check that. I wouldn't be surprised. Crazy. I mean, Beardsley was like our Messi. The goals that he scored is ridiculous. No. I think
didn't get talked about enough.
No,
that was another one with Keegan, wasn't it? So John Hall went, he's too old. He was 32 when we re-signed him. So Keegan said, "Oh no, he's just turned 30." So he made up. He lied. And
Aye.
I'm like, oh, I thought he was older than that. Oh, okay, yeah, just turned 30. Yeah, okay, then we'll get a couple of years
Yeah,
out.
exactly. And there's a famous Middlesbrough thing, wasn't there? Like
Yeah,
Newcastle closer to London than Middlesbrough. I think it was that the case? He said
yeah,
Probably.
Rob Lee.
with Rob Lee, yeah.
Probably.
Aye,
Yeah.
He said it was closer to London. You can jump on a train; it's quicker to
aye,
get.
aye.
But they
And
were in the first division, we were in the second division. We managed to get him. So
There you
that,
go.
Aye.
There you go. And what a signing he was, Rob Lee. You know, for
pound
me,
for pound.
I would, yeah, I would still say our best midfielder, personally.
Yeah, I mean, and it's interesting. I was thinking about because Bruno's gotten 7 Premier League goals, and we're only about halfway through the season. So I was thinking, who else has scored loads of Premier League goals from midfield for us? And I was looking, and Rob Lee's best Premier League season was 9 goals. I thought it was a bit higher, but and then Gary Speeds was 8. So actually, if Bruno got 3 more goals, and this is a bit of a tangent, but he would be the first that I'm aware of. If I might have missed someone, but I can't think. Kabay only got 7, I think. He would be the first one to get 10 from midfield just in the league in the season.
There you go.
I know that Speed got
Right.
13, but that was cups and everything. So,
Yeah.
99 2000, that one, I think, wasn't
yeah,
it?
which is
Goal.
amazing.
Aye.
Oh, I think maybe 14. You know, maybe 14 goals, but I might be wrong.
Quite a lot.
I think Bruno
Oh,
is
wow.
one behind Speed, you know, in Newcastle's all-time goal scoring record.
Yeah, I think he is. Yeah.
Wow.
Aye.
Wow.
And
I mean,
then
Bruno's up there, obviously. Aye. It's very close between Bruno and Rob Lee. Bruno's more technical, obviously, but maybe Rob Lee was a bit more consistent. Potentially, it's hard to
Rob
say.
Lee was an
but-
all-rounder, wasn't he? Because if you watch, I remember I watched like these season highlights, and he scored all kinds of like these brilliant goals from 25 yards and all this. But he also was
Yeah.
passing. He could tackle.
Oh,
He played defensive midfield when he got older. Played sweeper for Bobby Robson.
Sweeper. Yeah, yeah.
And he was brilliant. He could do it all, really.
exactly. That's it, mate. Like, I've got really great memories of him as a 6-footer, sitting in there with Gary Speed and Kieran Dyer bombing on. It was absolutely superb that season. And you would have thought he was like a Makelele his whole career. To go
Yeah.
from a midfielder to be sitting in there, spraying the ball around, winning tackles like that. Like I say, I think he's one of my favourite players, like Rob Lee.
Yeah.
I'll just move this on. So Easy Days says, think we should have took a punt on Brendan Johnson, 35 million from Spurs. He went to Palace. For me, like, I don't really rate him, to be honest with you. He gets some goals at the back post, but I'm not a big fan, so like not for
I think
me.
that's a good price, though, isn't it? If you think that Alanga was 55, that's 35 seems cheap.
In comparison, and you put it like that.
Yeah, if we're comparing
All
everyone
that
to
has
Alanga,
improved, but aye.
yeah, he's you don't rate him. I think he's not a bad player. He's not world class, but he scores a few goals and
I'm not sure. Every time I've seen him, he tends to fluff his cross. You know, for someone who plays on the right, on the wing. Again, I haven't really watched him maybe enough to judge totally. But
didn't do much at the weekend, did he? Didn't do a lot.
No,
He
he didn't. No, he was poor. So I think he's got a lot of proof. I think he needs to prove himself still. You know, he moved to Tottenham and he hasn't been there that long before they've sold him. So I don't think he's pulling up any trees. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Alanga there. It's a fair point, obviously, that when you look at the price tag with Alanga compared to Johnson, maybe you would actually take Johnson over Alanga. The way Alanga has played for Newcastle so far, but you just got to hope that he'll turn that around.
I hope so, because I watched his Forest highlights, and actually, like, he scored with both feet. And actually, I was watching some set pieces he was taking, and actually, he could take a good set piece. To be fair, like some great crosses and stuff.
Against us last season.
Yeah. So technically, he's not as bad as I thought, because I'm only thinking of him. I've got recency bias of like watching these games where he's falling over and passing to nobody. But actually, there's a player in there somewhere. You just have to dig it out somehow when he's fit.
Mm-hmm.
And I suppose the argument with Johnson is, I know it was a couple of years ago, but Barnes cost about the same amount, didn't he? But I would say Barnes is a much better player than Johnson. So you can find them. If you get the right players, you can find some decent deals.
Yeah. No, I'd agree. I think Barnes is a better player, no doubt. And I think if we're going to sign a player, then they need to be definitely improving us, or at least giving us something different. And I thought Alanga would give us something different, definitely compared to where Murphy, and that Alanga would bring the pace. and Murphy would bring the technical aspects in terms of unlocking the door. You know, it doesn't need to beat a man. You can't beat a man, but he doesn't need to create those chances and score those goals. So I thought it would be a good combination, but the fact that Elanga hasn't settled at all has made him look like a fish out of water, and it means that Murphy's had to do it all himself, if you like. So it's a big shame that he hasn't settled, seeing as though he was playing the Premier League for Nottingham Forest last season. You would have hoped he would. But the team's out apparently, so let's just see if we can get some.
That's the gander. Do you want to have any guesses? I'm going to say that we'll stick with roughly the same team, but I'm going to guess Tino will be left back and Miley right back.
That's probably a good
I
shot.
think Baltimore will start.
Okay.
That's my guess, right? We'll
I think Volamada will start as well. Yeah.
And it'll be Barnes on the right and Gordon on the left, but we kind of know that already, don't we?
Yeah. Well, we know that from the press conference.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would agree. I think he'll probably stick with the same midfield. I wouldn't mind seeing Trips, you know. I think for this match, I think Trippier might be someone who, with that leadership that he, you know, the character that he is, the way he drives the team forward, and he barks out the orders.
But then what would you do? You'd put Miley in the middle.
Yeah, if I was going to move Miley, then I'd be tempted to play Trippier.
Okay.
Basically.
Well, I've got a team here. So Pope's in goal. Lewis Hall is playing.
Okay.
Fabian Schär. Joe Linton's in. Tonali, Gordon, Barnes. So yeah, Barnes probably on the right. Thiaw partnering Schär. Voltemader's up front with Bruno and Miley in as well. And Tino is on the bench. So Miley stays in at right back. I think it's the same. It's the same team apart from Barnes right wing and Voltemada up front.
Right. Okay. So that's fair enough, I guess. I thought you would hold Botman back. You don't want to risk Botman because he's so fragile.
Yeah, Botman's on the bench again. Jacob Murphy's on the bench. Willock's on the bench, and Ramsey is, and you got Wissa obviously as well. Trippier on the bench with Alex Murphy as well, and obviously Ramsdale.
Not a bad bench.
No.
So,
it kind of goes back. Obviously, we've done it to death, but yeah, I think you kind of. I hope Harvey Barnes and he does his stuff, and that I know Eddie Howe said that he still offers a goal threat from the right, and I'm not going to argue against that. And that's too much in that. Yeah, if you can get played through on a goal, he can still finish. It's more about the general play, and cutting inside. He's not as effective as he cutting inside his left foot.
No.
And he hasn't got the pace that say an Anthony Gordon has to be able to go down the outside. So I just hope it works out tonight.
The one thing he does do well is, he's done it in a couple of games anyway. I think one was away. Was it Union SG or someone? He scored when he was playing on the right, and the ball got knocked over the top, and he made that run. And you feel more confident with him going through on that side on his right foot. Like I always feel like he might score. And against Palace as well, a similar thing where he got played in and hit a good shot. Keeper makes a save. That was when Willock had the shot. But
Benfica as well.
That was the Benfica. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking. Yeah. So I mean, it can be effective there, definitely.
Yeah,
he needs good service. But I do agree with you. I think he's obviously more effective on the left. But we've got two players who want to play there, and then one of them has to miss out.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm glad he's starting because I look forward to seeing him play, and I think he definitely deserves to be in ahead of Murphy. Murphy didn't do much for me. Hasn't done much for me in a few games now. So yeah, I think it's time.
I think you know what, the Palace game feels like it could be that game was maybe a good dress rehearsal for this one. They're kind of similar, aren't they? Two similar teams, and the fact I was saying earlier, DX, at the start of the show, that sometimes when you win these games that are scrappy, and it's like it was, on Sunday. Don't get me wrong, we played some decent stuff at times, but Palace wanted to make it a scrap, I think, and they did. So sometimes you have to win ugly, and sometimes those are the sweetest wins when it's tense, it's the game's on a knife edge, the crowd are getting a bit anxious, but you show that character. And I was saying earlier about Bruno. Bruno really stood up and showed that character. That that's that's the kind of stuff that you need to see, and the qualities that you need to have to be successful. So I think that win should hopefully give them that confidence for tonight to say, look, we're going to try and play some good stuff. Obviously, we're going to try and play our own game, but if it does get a bit nitty gritty, we know we can handle that as well.
Yeah.
Because
Grind
we've
it out.
done that against Palace, and we can dig in that way.
Yeah, and I thought the Palace performance was a lot better than the Burnley one. Of course, I thought that was a real struggle, but we got over the line. We won it.
Mhm.
So it's a weird one, isn't it? Because to me, at this point in the season, I think I would take ugly wins, but then there's a lot of fans when I'm reading comments and stuff that other people are saying that they're not happy because they want to be entertained. So it's finding the balance. Like when you think about Chelsea when they won the league under Jose Mourinho the first time, I think it was, they kept winning 1-0 and it wasn't great football, but they were so effective because they had Terry, Ivanovic, all these checking goal, brilliant defence, and then they had Drogba and Lampard and someone would get a goal and then they'd sit back and defend. So you almost have to like weigh up, do you want to be a purist and we want to be entertained and blah, 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 or do you want to get the results? You can get both, of course, sometimes, but often you kind of have to find that balance. And I think at the moment we're not playing great. It's not amazing, sparkling football like we've played in the past, but if we can just string wins together now, that's really, this month is such a pivotal month in the season. That's what matters, I think. Just get 5 wins, 6 wins this month. You can turn the whole season into a good, positive season. So that's what I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. And Kenny W says, want to be entertained, go to the movies. And I mean, I do agree in that, football, you're going to get games like this. And, it isn't about getting your popcorn out and going, okay, I want another 5-yard pass. I want this, I want that. It's about, the journey that you go on with the team, isn't it? And the highs and lows. But also when you're losing, this is the thing, when you're going through a bad run like Newcastle were, before that Burnley win, your priority really is to stop the rot and get back to winning ways, and then you can work on playing better and your performances and playing more attractive football. But I think that will hopefully come, and I think tonight is a chance for them to try and do that. We're at home again. I think no doubt that will be the intention, to get out them early doors and try and play our own game. But it's just, you need to have characters in your locker to fall back on, so that if that doesn't come off, if that attractive, pretty football doesn't click, like it won't every week, and it hasn't too many times, it hasn't clicked this season. But when it doesn't, you need to dig in, and win ugly. And so
I think
it's a quality in itself.
It's different at the start of the season where you can almost say, right, if we're not playing well, like last season, we started off, we had 10 points from 4 games, but we didn't play well in any of those games. And you could see this is not sustainable. And then suddenly we went 6, 7 games, whatever it was, without a win, dropped down the table like a stone. And it was always going to happen because we were playing terribly. Isak was not firing. And then we started to find some form. So at the beginning of the season, I can kind of understand to an extent. You go, well, we just, come on, let's find some rhythm and get playing. But at this point in the season, this is a real crunch time. So many fixtures back to back. Every 3 days we're playing. If you just can't get results for 6 games, we drop down like a stone, because we're a couple of points off 14th, a couple of points off 5th or something. So it's that tight. It's a few points here and there that will edit everything. So. And these are games that are winnable. Whatever we say, Leeds at home, good, they're in good form, winnable. Wolves away, they've improved and they're starting to play well, but that's winnable. These are not. If we're going to Arsenal away, you sort of think, well, try and win it or try and get something, but sort of don't expect anything really the way they're playing. But these games are games where you would say we would expect to win them if we want to do anything.
So the fact that we've dropped points before me, it's put the pressure on, hasn't it? And it means that we have to really win these games, like you say, and take advantage of this fixture list that we've got now coming up. Granted, like you say, Arsenal away is a bit different, but yeah, it is kind of do. We'll know where we stand essentially next month, I think, in terms of what we can play for, what we can get this season, whether it's Champions League or whether it's Europa League or less.
Yeah,
I don't think it'll be Champions League personally, but you never know because it is so tight. It is still possible. Um, Becca there says, did Wynn say Tino was on the bench? Is he not fully fit yet? But he came on for 20 minutes against Palace. So,
he didn't look all
fine
that
there.
sharp, did he, against Palace? He was getting forward a bit, but he didn't look. So he's just working his way back to match
Yeah.
fitness.
Yeah. I mean, he's not carrying a knock, basically. I think I'm happy that he comes on and builds his fitness up as opposed to throwing him
Yeah,
in at the risk of setting him back again.
I
So
do
I'm
worry
fine.
about some of these players, Tim. I just worry about Botman and Tino, and they do get a lot of injuries, and you wonder, like, is that going to just be their career that they keep getting these injuries all the time and missing the 2 months and a month and
You
whatever?
know, yeah, I'm not saying this is the exact reason, right? But when Tino came back last time, he played. He played at home against someone. It might have been Spurs. I'm not sure. Then he played the Marseille game away, and it was basically about, I think it was like 6 games in a row he played,
Mm,
and it was a game every 3 or 4 days. So he'd went about 2 months without kicking a ball, and all of a sudden, he's playing like 6 games, in the space of whatever weeks. And I said at the time, I know we were short of options there, but for me, it's irrelevant in that you've got a player there who's potentially going to be burnt out very quick after
mm.
sitting out a few months there and coming straight back in. So, and then obviously he did get injured. Now, whether that was anything to do with it, who knows? You know what I mean? But I don't really like the fact that we've kind of steamrolled him that way. And I'd rather we do take our time, like we have with Wissa to an extent.
Yeah,
I think that's the way forward.
and I think we also did it with Botman, and I know because the fans were screaming for Botman and Chow to play every game, which is I understand because they looked so good together. But like you just know with Botman that Burns should come in for some of the games because he can't play every game. He can't play twice a week. We've seen that he can now and again, but he's going to break down. I think we have to be smart with some of these players, and if you can play one game a week, like Ledley King. Ledley King used to have really bad knees and stuff.
Yeah.
So Tottenham would say, right, well, we're going to take it easy in training with you. You're not going to play every game. You play one out of every two if we're playing two a week. But he was still a brilliant player, and they got the best out of him doing that. And I think that's maybe how we'll have to look after Botman in the future.
Mm.
Do you know what? Right, just in the comments there, Connor there has said that no Sean Longstaff in Leeds squad
Still
tonight.
injured.
To me, right, I know he gets a lot of stick. Longstaff marked Bruno out of the game in the reverse fixture, so I'm glad he ain't playing
He
because
does the ugly stuff.
he does, and
Yeah.
he knows our players. Bruno, he trained with Bruno for like years, so like, yeah, for me that's a good thing for Newcastle that he's not in the squad because he's like you say, he does the ugly stuff. He gets stuck in, and I think he would make it. He would have made it difficult. He would have tried his best anyway, and made it difficult for Tonali and Bruno and J7. But
And they haven't got too many players missing, have they, Leeds? I think they've got maybe about the same as us, 4 players, something like that.
I mean, what do you think about Dominic Calvert-Lewin? Because there's in the summer, right? You would have got slaughtered if you had said,
Yeah.
get him in, bring Calvert-Lewin in for free transfer. And it's funny because you fast forward to now, and some fans thinking, you know what, maybe that might not have been such a bad idea. Just as a backup,
And it makes me laugh
right?
because a lot of fans are saying, I was saying we should have got Calvert-Lewin on. Like, the only one I ever heard say that actually is Roy, and I'll give him credit for that. But like nobody else said it. It's nonsense. They were disgusted in our forums and stuff. Oh, this guy's, crap, and he can't.
Absolute
Why
uproar.
are we being linked with him? God, we're going backwards. And then he went to Leeds, and it was like, collective sigh of relief. And now everyone's claiming that they were. Oh well, I was saying we should get him. We could have saved all that money, and
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
I think if he was willing to come as a backup, then it's a no-brainer, isn't it? If you had, say, him and Voltemera and Wissa, then certainly you take that all day long, and then you can allow
take
Wissa
over
Sula
Sula.
to go out. You can allow Sula to go out on loan then, or even sell him if you want to get a big fee for him.
What about Wilson? Do you think Wilson is that? I mean, that's one that's dividing people, isn't it? Like bring him back for pay as you play for like half a season. Didn't that would
Not
Yeah,
for me.
I wouldn't personally.
think it's
I
like
can
getting
see
back.
the temptation. I understand the temptation a little bit,
Mm.
because from what I can gather, his fitness actually hasn't been too bad for West Ham, and that was his major issue. But
Mm.
you know what? I think if they are looking to get a striker in, you would like to think they can hopefully get someone, who's a bit younger, who's got a bit more energy. I love Wilson. Don't get us wrong for what he done for
Yeah.
Newcastle.
Do you think it's like going back to an ex-lover? You don't want to go back. You kind of had that
Kind of.
experience. It could go horribly wrong and blow up in your face. You remember all the reasons you broke up. Yeah, I mean, but he has, like you say, he's been fit for the whole season and he's kind of played. I mean, if it was like literally you're only going to get paid if you play and you're only going to get 20 grand if you come on as a sub and all that, then
Yeah, and you've got
maybe
no one
it's
else
an
you can
option
sign.
if Asula's like gagging to leave or whatever, but it's not ideal, is it? I suppose
No.
it's not the dream.
Gary, Borgie,
lads.
Michael,
How we doing,
Gary?
gentlemen?
Welcome.
Well,
good,
Yeah,
all
Those
good.
things.
How are you?
Well, I'm looking forward to it, mate. Yeah, I'm full of it. I think it's going to be a toughie tonight, if I'm honest with you, under the lights at St James's Park. The team that they've put out looks like it's going to be a low block, and obviously looking for Aronson as the out, with Ampadu coming back into the side. I mean, we'll go through the sides in a minute. Excuse me. But it very much looks like, because they've had it's been a tough 8 days for Leeds, if I'm honest with you. I think they will need, they'll either come for an early goal and sit on it. So it may be all action packed for the first 10 minutes, a bit like a boxing match, basketball, whatever you want to say. It'll go toe to toe, net to net. Or it'll be them just trying to drag us through the mud again. And I said it last night, I think we've just got to be patient today. I think it'd be great to see us start well. And like I say, Boki was talking yesterday about, getting out the traps, and it looks like Newcastle have been doing that really good for a majority of the games this season. And unfortunately, we just haven't been hitting the back of the net. And that's literally where it all counts, doesn't it? Possession is only 9/10 of the law. And their averages is just on 42% of possession. Wow. So, and if you look at the game against Chelsea, they had 29% possession and won 3-1. So it's like I said, you can have the ball as much as you want. If it doesn't win your games sometimes. And they have a canny way of drawing you into a bit of a false sense of security. And they do look to intercept those square balls. And unfortunately, we are a little bit, again, canny at doing that, going left to right, right to left on the pendulum. So, again, it's something that we need to be aware of. How are you lads tonight? You all G'd up for this one? You all wrapped up? Ready to go?
Ready for it? Ready for a win?
I'm watching it. I'm not watching. I'm not going to the game, unfortunately. So I'm watching it in the comfort of, a nice warm.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it. It's good. It's good to kind of. I was saying earlier about the back-to-back wins, and we've shown character. You know what I mean? And I think to get that win against Palace, it's nice to do a show off the back of a win. We've got a decent run now. I think unbeaten in 4. So yeah, I'm looking forward to tonight.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, they come unbeaten in 7, and they've taken a couple of scalps, if you call it scalps, from position-wise, taken a couple of points away from the top 6 teams this season, and teams that we struggled to beat, they've managed to do so quite comfortably. And again, we saw the 0-0 draw. And it's funny though, isn't it? Do you think it was the 0-0 draw against Leeds that started our decline regarding results? If you look, we started off the season playing really well without that striker, but the actual football was half decent. But we seem to come to Leeds, and it's where the wheels seem to have come off, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's one of those where I think you look at that Leeds game, and that was the game where you could sit there and go, we could play for 600 minutes in a Sula, is it going to
Never
have a
going to
shot
get a
on
goal.
target, never mind the goal.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's one of those. It got a little bit worse, but I still saw signs of, we could play well against. I can't remember who came up against after that. Wolves was pretty terrible. Bournemouth, we were very poor in attack, but Arsenal, etc. was sitting there thinking, you know what, we do still have a little bit in attack, something coming. It felt like it was Volta-Marda or nothing for a long while, and I think we're starting to see Bruno. Obviously, Bruno's top goal scorer in the Prem now, joint with Volta-Marda. The rest are still pretty lackluster in the goals, but I think we're starting to see more players contribute, and hopefully we'll see 6, maybe 7 more tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Who knows? It'd be nice to see. The Highwayman is obviously the title with Anthony Gordon at the moment. I listened to you guys at the start of the show. I had to go and cook the dinner for the kids, and unfortunately, I missed a little bit in between. It was a strange presser for Eddie yesterday. And really speaking, I think the words mentioned has caught a few people off guard, and it certainly left a little bit of a bad taste in people's mouths. And again, I know you guys have mentioned it. The lads went through it last night in the show as well. From a coach's point of view, and again, I do often think this is more of a coach v manager moment, because a manager has to manage the situation. Eddie Howe's a coach and he's hands-on and he wants to try and get the best of a poor bunch, if I'm honest with you, because you've got 2 players really. And I know Harvey Barnes, you look at his metrics, he has been the better left winger this year. Mm-hmm. But when you've got 2 right wingers that are completely out of form, somebody has to play there. You know what I mean? So I think sometimes it's like taking penalties, isn't it? You wouldn't, as a coach, you wouldn't just put down names, even though they can strike a ball. You've still got to have the player mentally prepared to take that penalty for you. I think it was Ian last night who was talking about penalties and the psychological effect it can have on players when they go to strike a ball in front of goal. It is difficult, but I do look at it from the aspect is Eddie Howe managing the situation to his best ability to try and get Gordon's form back, or is he just patting him on the back for an England call-up?
Why do you need I'll shut up in a second and let you come in, Bog. You haven't spoke yet, but why has Anthony Gordon not got the mentality to play on the right? That's the question.
But you go back to the Amazon Prime documentary, and if you have a look at his signing on form, they'd got him down there as a RM. Yeah, I think it was either RM or an RW. So obviously, as you said earlier, he played a lot of games on the right-hand side. Yeah, and he never moaned when he was going up front, did he?
No. When we signed Anthony Gordon, earlier in the show, I mentioned how Eddie Howe did say that, and I'm quoting him here, he's a very quick, dynamic player who's versatile and can play off both sides.
Across the 3, yeah, exactly, because he's played up front for the under-21s, did well.
But now he can't play both sides. So what's changed? But
I don't know whether he said he can't play, because this is something else that I think people have taken the wording and put 2 and 2 together and made 6.
Can't play well enough.
Yeah, it's confidence. If you're lackluster,
this becomes a moot point if we had if the coaching staff started making in-game changes and swap them over at times. So you don't, you can start one on the left, one on the right, but then halfway through the half, swap them over. So it doesn't have to be an argument whatsoever with anybody. You just interchange them.
They could be interchangeable wingers. Yeah. Which we've done.
Who's got your best left foot?
Best left foot. Well, I don't know. Neither of them's got.
I think Barnes is probably better at putting the crosses in from the left, to be honest.
For some reason, we've got.
Yeah, well, what about shooting? I'm on about shooting on your left foot.
Oh, Barnes 100%.
So there you go then. So you've answered 75% of the question, haven't you? If you're cutting in from the right hand side, you want somebody with a left foot.
Well,
Anthony Gordon hasn't got one. Huh?
But why is Anthony Gordon wanting to cut in?
Exchange him at times. Just exchange
Well,
the two across at times.
But what I'm trying to say, you're trying to get players that are close to Wissa, Walter-Mada. It's Walter-Mada tonight, so we need players from that width to try and get closer to him. So again, I'm not making excuses. I'm not agreeing with it. I'm talking from my coaching experience, if you like, where I've had similar situations, and I'm putting everything down, the pros and cons of every situation, and try to make a best of a bad bunch. And that's what you have to do sometimes. And it's not going to be everybody's cup of tea. You know what I mean? But sometimes you do have to take yourself away from the momentum, if you like, and the opinion as a coach, and say, I know this isn't going to be everybody's favourite thing for me to say, but for the squad, for the 11 that are on metrics, are firing at the moment, because at the end of the day, Anthony Gordon's metrics, even though his XG isn't great, everything else around him is good.
Goals, though. Right.
That's what I'm saying. He still hasn't come back with anything at all.
It is strange we've got this
using my eyes of seeing what he's been playing like.
Yeah, exactly.
I agree with all the stats and everything. If you look at him, it looks good. But if you actually watch the way he's been playing, he hasn't been the Anthony Gordon that he was when he first started here, but when he first started, the first full season he had here.
Yeah.
So we need to use our eyes a little bit at times as well.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the XG stats actually come from those first few games where he's playing up front, where he's missing not sitter after sitter, but definitely good chance after good chance. I remember he had at least an XG of 2 after about 3 games. So it's one of those where I know the stats are, I love stats, I follow them all the time, but I think with Gordon, they do flatter him a little bit, in my opinion.
Well, it's like I said, you're picking 2 players from a bad bunch, aren't you? Because if you look at all our metrics, they're all underachieving, apart from Elanga, who isn't achieving anything. So if you look at all the metrics, and again, I know everybody doesn't look at stats. I look at stats to what I see, and I try and balance the two on paper. And like you said, the problem is with a lot of people, we forget where they play sometimes when you're looking at stats. And that's why when you look at players that played out of position to their natural position, sometimes their end of year metrics can be all over the place because they've been playing out of position. It probably won't affect Miley as much, because I think he's probably been playing better as a right back than he does a midfielder at times. But it certainly affects somebody like Bert, who plays left back, because his metrics, giving the ball away and things like that, recovery runs, aren't going to be as good. So, Michael's absolutely right. Sometimes you do have to look at where the players are playing to try and balance everything up. And like I said, I'm certainly not saying this that I think Eddie Howe is right. I just think this is the difference between somebody who can manage a team and somebody who just coaches a team, because I think that is one of his failures.
I think as well, Gary, just on that, on Gordon, and I don't want to be too negative tonight, with this whole thing, because, I think we're coming into this match on a more positive note after the last couple of games. But just on this, I think what gets people annoyed as well is that, let's say for England, if England had a right wing spot up for grabs where no one was really kind of like nailing down that spot, do you think Anthony Gordon then would still say to Eddie Howe that he doesn't really like to play there? Because I think a lot of people will look at it and they think it's not a coincidence that the England spot is tied up really. Right wing, you've got Saka. He's not going to probably get ahead of Saka. He's got more chance of playing left wing. And I think some people look at that and think he's looking after himself. And you know what I mean? He's not putting the club first. I think it doesn't look good in that sense.
Absolutely. And I think the only way, if I was to put all my cards on the table and gamble on something, the only way I'd be able to call Eddie Howe out now and say, you've just picked him because of who he is, it's a favourite and all that jazz, is if we had somebody else that is firing on all cylinders, that could play that right-hand side. That is the only thing I could honestly say, well, there you go. If that doesn't prove that he's one of your favourites, then I don't know what does. But at the minute, he hasn't got much choice. And again, I go back to the thing. Do you put a player who's not been firing on all cylinders, void of a little bit of confidence in front of goal, and go and put him in a position where he doesn't really enjoy it. It's not that he can't play there; he just doesn't enjoy it as much. He wants to be more involved in the penalty area, and that's what I said. I can understand where Eddie Howe is coming from. It just doesn't make it right, and it doesn't make it sound right,
weren't there? There were in the first half hour positive signs against Palace where he was getting through the middle with Visser, and there was quite a nice combination play. He did fade out after that, but I thought he started the game quite well, and he was unlucky. I mean, he scored, it took the goal well, the offside goal. So there's something there to be a little bit optimistic about, and I hope that he can build on that and actually play like that for 90 minutes or 70 minutes rather than half an hour, because he does that quite often. That first half hour, you think, "No, this guy's on form," and then nothing. So we need to see a little bit more from him over the course of a match, I think.
Yeah, I think for me, it just what sticks out like a sore thumb is what Borky said. The fact that I get what you're saying, Gary, and I understand that predicament, if you like, as a manager and coach. But I think what stands out is the fact that he never swapped him over at any point during the game. That's what makes it look really bad as well, I think, for me.
Yeah. And Borky said that the other day, didn't you, Borky? You said, it'd make it really interesting to see the two of them swap over. And maybe you've been given the answer now. The reasons why he doesn't swap them over is because he doesn't want to play there.
Yeah.
But if that's the case, then you don't play Gordon, in my view. I mean, if you're the manager and a player's saying, "I don't want to play in a position," then you pull him out of the team. You say,
would it have been a better statement then than putting Ramsey on the right-hand side and Barnes on the left and saying to Gordon, "If you don't want to play there, then, mate, on the bench."
Yeah, exactly. But why would a manager ever choose a player who's refusing to play in a position? We've had it before.
Didn't refuse to play though, mate. That's what I'm saying. You're making words up now.
He doesn't want to play there.
No, he didn't say he didn't want to play there. He doesn't like playing there. There's a total difference.
None of them
he doesn't really want to play in a position.
Perfectly honest. None of them know exactly what he said. So if the wording's wrong, then but in essence, why if a player doesn't want to be in that position, then take him out of the team if you're the manager. Just say to him, if you don't want to play for winning that in the position I want you to play, you're not in my team.
No, exactly. I just think, we all know Barnes has been doing really well. I mean, and again, he looked a game changer for us against Crystal Palace. He certainly got in and behind, and it's something that we've struggled to do for most of the season at times, isn't it? Especially against the low block. Do you think the low block suits Voltemada and Barnes? Is more of a slow setup rather than looking to get into the corners, rather than the pace of Wissa and Gordon?
I think it's one of those where it probably will suit him a little bit more. You mentioned it there. Voltemada isn't exactly blessed with pace. He does love to come deep. It's why everyone wants to see the two of them together, because it gives you a bit of both. But I think against Leeds, it's going to be one of those where I think Barnes is going to be crucial, because when Voltemada comes deep, Barnes is going to be the one that maybe takes that most advanced role. But I think what we're missing from Gordon as well is we say they don't switch the wingers. We do give Gordon almost that free role. There was numerous times against Palace. We've seen it. I think I've seen it a bit against Burnley as well, and I've seen it throughout the season, where Gordon is all of a sudden on the right-hand side of the box while playing left wing, and you're thinking, how's Lewis Hall on his own on the left? And then Anthony Gordon's all the way over here. They're doubling up on that fullback. And I think we do strategically double up a lot more than what I think people realise. But it's one of those where the switching, as you say, we never really do see it. So I do think against Leeds, that five at the back they're going to play, the low block, it will come in handy for us. But I would have liked to have seen Visser and Voltemada as well instead of Gordon, I will say.
Instead of Gordon. Well, and that's another one. We know, Visser can play on that left-hand side. And again, that's another chink in the armour. But again, is it because we've got a run of games coming up and he wants to try and keep everybody fresh for the likes of Bournemouth and European competitions coming through? So again, to me, he's trying to answer a question with one hand tied behind his back. And like I said, I do understand it. I just don't think it's right, because it sends the wrong message across, not only to the other players, it sends a really poor message out to the people like us who watch the games week in, week out.
What is quite interesting, Gary, is the last few press conferences they have thrown curveball questions. They have questioned him more than they have like in the past, and he hasn't been great at actually answering them off the cuff. He's used to going in there and getting quite, generic questions that he knows how to bat away. But when he gets asked the pressing questions or questions that he's not quite sure on, he's not that great at actually answering them. So I think it's something that maybe he needs to learn in press conferences is how to deal with these type of situations. And maybe a part of it is just to get a bit more passionate and just say, I want Gordon in my team because he's a great player or something like that. Or, I want him to play because he's the best player I can play in that position.
Yeah.
But he skirts around the issue a little bit rather than actually just give it a direct answer.
To be fair, right, I think Eddie Howe normally, I think he's a class act, and in sort of years gone by, last sort of 2-3 years since he's been here, he's always, the way he's dealt with the media, I think for me has been first class, and I love the way he can articulate, what he's thinking without maybe giving too much away as well, because I think that's all part of it, isn't it? If you're a manager, but so I will say that, you know what I mean, but yeah, that answer for me, that's the first time with the Gordon question. That answer that he gave is the first time where I thought, he's probably not. That's going to cause a bit of a stir, and he's maybe not realised that it's going to cause a stir.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to put the teams on while you guys are here. I know you're going to disappear in a second to go and get yourself ready for the match. Anything else regarding this team that you find could have been different tonight, ready for the Bournemouth game tomorrow, the weekend, Saturday?
I thought I wasn't sure if Hall would be fit, and so I predicted Tino would have started left back. But other than that, I think we were pretty spot on, weren't we, with what we thought?
Yeah, I don't think there's much. Like you said, I potentially looked at Tino coming in and Hall, like you say, giving him a rest because, again, we don't want to overwork these boys coming back from a long-term injury. Trippier would have been maybe. Do you reckon Trippier will get minutes today? As a Terrar type of thing?
I think it's probably more one of those where the fitness of Livramento coming in and getting 20, 30 minutes is maybe more important. I think what I would have maybe thought to see today would have been Livramento coming in at right back if he was fit, because we've mentioned against Palace, Miley was moving into that third centre-back role. Murphy was taking more the full-back position. I don't think we're going to see that too much from Barnes and Gordon. So thought he might have protected Miley a little bit more by having Livramento in if he was fit, but clearly not.
No,
yeah, I think
exactly.
long term, I think I've heard you say this as well. I think going forward, I'd be interested to see Miley come in midfield, Tino at right back, and Miley can then be in between Bruno and Tonali. And I would have been tempted to do that tonight. I can understand why he stuck with what he stuck with, but I would have been tempted to make that change.
Eddie loves continuity. We know that, don't we? He doesn't like to make that many changes. I mean, I was surprised when we had 8 changes against Spurs not so long back. It nearly knocked the breath out of me because I didn't expect 8 changes to the Newcastle squad. And to be fair, they played really well. Have a look at the bench. It's very difficult for you guys to see on screen there. Ramsdale, Trippier, Botman, Wissa, Livramento, Murphy, Willock, Murphy, and Ramsey. So a little bit of depth apart from anybody really supported. Like you say, do you think Botman deserves minutes to try and get him back up to match speed?
If he's
I think
fit,
that'll come against Bournemouth.
Yeah, I think he'll start against Bournemouth.
I would spin that the other way. Do you think Shaw deserves to be dropped? I think he's been pretty good.
Well, again, we've got a squad for rotation, haven't we? Now we've got players like we've all said it's not a problem now with the back line because there is virtually like for like quality coming in to replace the ones. Apart from fullbacks, it seems to be still very weak and not a lot of action in the transfer window. Looking at that position for me.
We do have great options at fullback, but I think fullbacks are the position, particularly where Eddie, where he doesn't like to rotate. The centre, the middle of his team, he doesn't like to rotate it at all. So like the sort of the back 2, the midfield 3, striker now slightly different. So but those 5 positions as such, he likes a bit of continuity in those positions, and he'll rotate people around them, but he tends to keep them pretty solid.
Yeah. Anything from you boys up the top there before we put the Leeds? Anything from the squad that you think people deserve minutes, need minutes under the legs that have just come back from, Injuries?
I mean, I agree with you both, Ian, that I want to see Botman in the team at some point soon, with replacing Shah. I want to see that, and I want to see him injury-free for a long run. That's the ideal scenario, because I think when he is at his best, he is a top-class player. And if he can prove his fitness, I want him to sign that contract, so he's here with Malik Chiao for a long time. That's the dream scenario. But if he gets injured again, then that answers the question, doesn't it? So I want to see him back at some point soon.
Yeah, but I agree, and I don't want to rush him back. And I think what's
No.
interesting is I remember last time we played Leeds was Gary was saying there aren't like wholesale changes made, but last time we played Leeds, the 0-0 draw, I think we did make a whole load of changes. That's when Bruno couldn't play, wasn't it? And Miley came in, and I think that was one of the maybe 2 or 3 games this season where we have gone a bit wild and radical changes were made, and we've got a 0-0 draw, which actually now doesn't look like a terrible result because their home form has been pretty good, but yeah, we'll see.
If you're going to the match tonight, make some noise. People, get behind the lad.
I reckon it's going to be. It's typical Sky Sports talking more about Manchester United than it is Newcastle United. It doesn't surprise you at all. Let's have a quick look at the Leeds team then before you guys go.
Oh, yeah.
Anything in here that worries you? I mean, obviously we've got Perry in goal, Justin, Goodmanson, Roden, Bijol, Strike, Ampadu, Groive, Stack, Aronson, who I quite like, to be fair. I think he's a good player. Calvert-Lewin, who's firing in all cylinders. The lads that we all poo-pooed as a potential free one to come our way. But he's certainly doing the business for them, isn't he?
He is indeed.
No Sean Longstaff. So
he's still recovering from a calf, isn't he? And I must admit, against Bruno, the last time we played, I mean, he was absolutely outstanding. I must admit,
he was very good. Yeah.
Very good. So, if I'm honest with it, I'm pretty pleased he's not in there. I'm sure J7 would want to have kicked him just to get for old time's sake.
Yeah.
Bit of something. Yeah, but like I say, they've got Ampadu come back into that midfield, deep line 6. There, they've got Roden coming to replace that Burnow, who again didn't have a bad game, but obviously Roden he's picked again, probably more for rotation. Just recovering from an injury, a setback. So again, very much defence-minded, as Mick said earlier. Do you like being called Mick or Michael?
Michael if preferred. There's
fair enough.
There's another Michael Grameslow in Newcastle upon sign. Call him Big Mike. So I keep Mike with myself.
Okay, fair enough. Big Michael. That's a bit of a stout, isn't it? So yeah, I mean, like I say, there's nothing in this team that I think that they're just a good, hard-working team. But I do think 3 games in 8 days for the way they play with that higher press energy for 60 minutes, and then they literally burn off, and literally the output is very, very limited then. I do believe that this potentially could be, if we can keep it tight and, like I say, getting at them. And for me, I keep saying this about controlling the ball and making Leeds work. Because I think if we can show a little bit of quality and make Leeds work, I think the tiredness will set in a little bit sooner rather than waiting for that hour mark before we can get in and around them. Anything for you guys from the Leeds team that you want to share with us before you depart the building?
No, not for me, but
Not really. I think, I think it's Calvert-Lewin. Like you said, he's the one who's
he's the one.
the threat. How many has he scored? 7 in 7, is it, or something? He didn't score in the last game, did he? But
No,
he's been on fire. So keep an eye on that man, and you should be all right if we can keep him under control.
Yeah, indeed. It's quite funny because Connor has just sent me a link for all the stats between Anthony Gordon and Harvey Barnes. And Harvey Barnes has played 3,000 minutes, and this is Premier League stats. His goals are 52 in his 287 minutes. 13,000, I should say. 13,287 minutes. To Anthony Gordon's 27 in his 10,655 minutes. So he's had 219 appearances, Harvey Barnes. And like I say, it's not a bad thing, is it? 52 goals and 32 assists in the Premier League. So, like I said,
that's while playing on the right sometimes as well, where he doesn't really want to be.
He doesn't want to play. Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. I mean, sometimes players will just get on with it. Same as Miley. I'm sure Miley doesn't really want to play right back
Exactly.
But because the team need him, he'll pull his socks up and get on with it. And that's all you can ask for. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure listening to you. Thank you ever so much for the build-up. Enjoy the match tonight with a warm cocoa. I'm sure you're all going to get a beer out. So enjoy it. Take care.
Cheers.
Cheers.
See ya.
Lasses and Bairns.
Take care. Lasses and Bairns, indeed. Right then, so as we say, ta-ta to the boys that started us off. Michael and Boki, anything from yourselves before we have a bit of a deep dive in to what we're going to play tonight, system-wise or anything like that? Is there anything that you believe should be happening out there?
Yeah, for me, it's one of those where I think as long as there's a semi-decent performance, most people will be quite happy. But let's be honest, after the 2 wins, and I will say happy clappers have started to get the better of the group chat, particularly the forum at the moment. Failing to beat Leeds could be absolutely catastrophic, and we could see things turn sour. But let's pray, keep that out of our heads, and pray for the best.
I just hope Win comes on after the game, absolutely buzzing, loving seeing the performance. I mean, no matter what he's actually seen at the game, he'll probably do it anyway.
I was going to say.
Let's just hope he comes on and is absolutely massively upbeat about what he's seen on the pitch.
Yeah.
A third Premier League win in a row. You know, we know this season hasn't been great so far, but if we get a win tonight, then it probably turns things around massively, doesn't it? It starts to look like it could be a good season.
Yeah, it's like, you know, to a degree, it's what you guys have more or less said, isn't it? You know, okay then, does performance then today, as we saw at the start of the season, the first few games, really good performance, but the result just didn't happen. Would that be suffice today, with the way Eddie Howe has gone back-to-back with these 2 wins? Or is this one of them where you think, you know what, with the games coming our way, this is a must-win, regardless of, you know, performance?
I would probably say that I think we're okay if the performance is great and we just can't break them down. But realistically, if the win isn't there, there will be hell on. And I think if you said to someone a 1-0 now, the way that Leeds have gone back-to-back draws with Liverpool in the last 2 games against them, how they have done in most recent games, you know, they might have only won 1 away game all season, but they are a decent side.
I think a little bit with Howe as well, but what you have to see now is, are we echoing here?
No, it's the video that has that Win has sent forward. Apparently, Chris has said it's echoing a little bit.
All right. In regards to this, what we need to do now is, for Eddie Howe, I get where he's at this point. He just needs results. So he's putting out the teams now, and the team that he thinks is going to get him the result. Performance, it will be great, and this team that we've got out there tonight should be able to turn on. You know, let's face it, it's Newcastle United. We're under the lights. The fans are going to be behind them, the team and everything. You know, and Leeds fans are probably the second best fans in the league, in my view, in regards to behind us. So it's one of those games where it's going to be a buzzing stadium. Let's hope it's a buzzing game as well.
Yeah, I like I said, this was one of my, you know, being in Warwickshire, it was one of my go-to matches at Ellen Road. Like I said, my mate was a massive fan. Bless him, he's no longer with us, and he was I can't remember, one of the fanzines he used to write for, like our, you know, blog that we've got. He used to do it for Leeds, been like I say, massive. So I used to go along with him, and it's one of them grounds. It's just a vibrant stadium. Even though they've only got 36,000 max in the house, it is a crazy ground. And like I said, it wouldn't surprise me. The numbers that come today will probably, even though it's on a Wednesday night at a 8:15 kickoff, which is a bonkers time for me. I don't know why it's so late, apart from obviously it being on TV. It just doesn't make any sense, especially for them poor Leeds fans trying to get home later on. I'm going to show this again. Apologies, I don't know how good this is. It's been sent by Win. It may be echoey. Chris has said literally in our chat that it's not coming across very well. I'll start it. If it isn't brilliant, then I'll stop it and we'll come back on. Balky, while this is being played, mate, if there's anything in the chat that you can highlight for us, that would be grand.
I haven't got access to the chat at the minute. Mate.
Oh, okay, mate. I'll have a look myself while I'm doing it. Let's have a listen to what Winner's got to say with his buddies anyway.
Oof. And as usual at Bally's, before the match, we've all had the team news. You've heard the team news, haven't you, boys? We've got Chris and Jason here, who are cousins, and I'm just asking them what they think about what's gone on so far this season, what they're expecting, and in the first instance, what do you think? You've seen the team lineups, yeah? And what do you think? Miley, Livramento on the bench?
Oh, I'm going to miss Miley, I think, a little bit, because I think he's been playing absolutely class.
Yeah. Well, so Miley's playing and Livramento on the bench.
Oh, well, we need to ease Livramento back somewhere, I think.
He's played his part, he's been given the position, and he's played the role, he's done a good job. He's done a fantastic job.
We've got a lot of games this month, we're going to be rotating some players. It's going to have to.
And is that the key? Rotating as opposed to dropping?
It's rotation. When Tino's fit, he's in. And slotting Miley in when we get a chance. But Miley's been really good.
He's made a difference.
Seems to have been able to play in any position he's been.
Okay, so in that case, Tino is fit. And he's on the bench. So should he be playing? Should Miley be maybe playing somewhere else? Or
no, it depends, doesn't it? I mean, if it starts getting a bit weak in the midfield, it's a good headache to have, isn't it?
It's one hell of a headache to have. And
I personally think the last game Hall wasn't at his best, so he could, if he does have another group of the night, Livramento could drop in there. I can't see Miley making mistakes. Options. And what about the Gordon Barnes? Yes. I was watching Eddie Howe where he says he'll take a strop if he has to get out on the right.
He didn't say he'll take a strop. He did not say he'll take a strop. He said he doesn't enjoy playing on the right.
To be on the left.
He said he doesn't enjoy playing on the right. And so I thought everybody's making a big deal about that, you see, and I thought it was Howe saying it's my decision. No. Gordon has never refused to play on the right.
He hasn't sparked since the last few seasons. I don't know, since he had his head turned.
No, you're right.
I think his head hasn't been there.
What about the season so far? Season to date?
Hasn't been great, but
it's a bit stop-start.
There's been no momentum. But if you think last season, I think we did from this point on, we had 7 on the bounce, didn't we?
Yeah.
Roughly, I think
we went on a great run.
Good run. I think we beat Arsenal 2-0 yesterday. So we can put those runs together. But it could be him. It could be sneaky in that way, you know. It's tortoise and hare, isn't it? With this.
So, right, just to close out, what's the result tonight? How are you going?
I think it's going to be a tough game, but I'm going to go 2-0 Newcastle.
2-0.
I think 2-1 Newcastle.
2-1, 2-0, 2-1. We're off.
There you go. 2-1, 2-0 to the Toon. So everybody seems to favour a Toon win. I have starred a few to have a quick look at. Anything from that, you guys, that you're surprised at? Happy with? Anything come from that message from
Win needs a new phone that'll pick up people's voices properly.
Win needs to go out with a mic.
Yeah.
Oh, bless him.
Gary, can we take that video down, because we still sound a little bit echoey to me with it.
Do you?
It's just happened.
Yeah, that's from yourself. Yeah, there you go, Michael. Leeds have only won once on the road all season. That was against Wolves. They'll 100% play for the draw. An early goal would be huge.
Totally couldn't say it better myself.
Yeah, absolutely. Simple as. Dr. Omar in the chat there has no chance. Uriola has no chance to top job when Luis Enrique is now available in the summer. He refused a bumper new contract by PSG. Would you guys go all out for him?
Nah, personally not. The way Bournemouth have sort of turned, I think if they were still the way they were at the start of the season, I'd be all over it. But let's be honest, the last few games, well, the last 10, I think, they've been pretty poor. So it's one of those where, don't be wrong, form is temporary, class is permanent. I'd like to see a little bit more from him personally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Boki, anything to add?
No, I think at this point it looks like if we are going to be looking for a new manager, it's going to be in the summer, isn't it? And I think there'll be better options out there, if I'm perfectly honest.
Yeah, the mighty win is obviously he's telling everybody where he is if you want to go and have a pint with him. Bless him, he's at Bally's if you want to go. Sports bar in Stell Street. Toon Nut, Keegan, a proper Toon legend. Yeah,
absolutely.
From all of us at NUFC Talk, we want to wish you well in the future, and I hope whatever treatment you're getting works for you. He is a legend, and I think we can do a little bit of a show on him tomorrow night on our early show, because Boki said he can talk for an hour, and that's not like Boki, so I'll be glad to sit back and listen, with a ciggy and a beer.
I think everybody knows Keegan's my absolute hero, and
yeah, absolutely, mate.
Cancer's an absolutely horrible thing. I've had something happen to my personal family this year, which was terrible. So, in regards to this, let's hope the guy just gets better as quickly as possible. He can smash it. He's a positive guy, and let's just hope he gets over it as quickly as he can.
Yeah, like I said, it doesn't. Does it surprise me if he's been struggling for a while and waiting for a diagnosis? And again, they are pretty red hot. I mean, my missus works in the colon area as a nurse. I used to do a lot of cancer treatments in my previous career. It's getting better. You know what I mean? The early diagnosis is certainly helping anybody. And like I said, anybody out there that is suffering or worried about it, felt something in your testicles or in your breasts, don't be frightened. Speak to somebody. Go and see a specialist. Get it tested. Sooner.
I think the best thing we can do for Keegan tonight is all be as positive as possible. And
absolutely.
Let's go out.
Here's to your health, mate.
So yeah, we'll discuss them on future videos if you see Gary. But I think he'd be the first one to say he wants Newcastle United to win the night, and let's focus on that. We'll focus on Keegan on a future show.
Yeah, was a saying. Used to talk to Kevin at the training ground. He even had time for me. So there you go. He was a gentleman. Absolutely fantastic. Colton, did you ask him why the hell he sold coal? Was I said Colton. Easy days. I think we should have took a punt on Brennan Johnson for 35 million. Another one who blows hot and cold. He seemed to be a little bit of an Achilles heel at one point, but again, doesn't look the same player that we used to see.
I think if we had that 35 million spare, and we didn't need about 4 other players, I 100% agree. I do like him as a player, but I really want to see money spent elsewhere. I know I'm not going to get it this window, but that 35 mil could bring in a top-class goalkeeper in the summer.
Oh, absolutely. Anybody is he one of yours? Boki, Brendan Johnson. I mean, he wasn't a massive fan for me. Like I said, and if he was that good, I can't. For me, Thomas Frank, would he have sold him if he saw something in him? I'm not sure whether he would rebuild.
Not really for me, to be honest. I think there's better out there, and I think this is part of the reason why we need to start looking further afield for players. There's better out there in different leagues. If you look at sort of African League, the South America League, the Asian leagues now, we need to start broadening our horizons of where we're signing players from, because you get a double whammy with them type of players. Not only do you get the player themselves, but you also get the people from their respective countries that have been supporting that player and understand that player and love that player. And a bit like, I suppose a big example is a bit like Chris on this show. You bring in a Solano type, it brings the South American fans in with you, who absolutely love him. That's what you need to start doing as a club. It's all about skill at the end of the day, and if they're not good enough, don't sign them. But if they are good enough, like a Solano, bring them in, and you as I say, you get, not only do you get a great player, you also get great support from from other fan bases that maybe don't know Newcastle that far away.
Yeah. I mean, it's a gamble on anything you bring in. I mean, look, even Premier proven players, Ilanga, don't always come on hitting the ground running. So it's a complete myth that these players that you get from abroad are a gamble any more than Premier League proven are, because, again, I've not seen anything from that. Becca's asking, did Wynn say Tino was on the bench? Is he not fully fit yet? Well, he is, but obviously they don't want to force the issue too soon. You don't want to pull the trigger. Again, it's not as a fact that I want to push him, and I'm sure he'll start against Bournemouth the weekend. And there might be a complete change at the back. Becca again has said, it would be funny if Barnes and Gordon switch his sides tonight, and the whole thing an Eddie surprise for Leeds.
I'd love it.
It'll be a surprise for every fan in the stadium, mate, I think, if I'm 100% honest. Coffee saying Gordon has never refused to play right wing, by the way. He's just said he prefers to play left wing. Nothing wrong with that, surely. Eddie phrased his answer incorrectly, which has caused all this fuss, not Gordon. Different viewpoint, okay. War Captain Bruno. Go on, mate, because you've got off screen. I can't see you.
Do you not think part of that, Gary, is though that because Eddie's sort of being rattled with the questions, he is giving answers that aren't quite right. Sort of, it's not quite as sharp as it has been.
Yeah, possibly, but I mean, we know what Eddie's like. I mean, he could have quite simply just said, I'm not talking about individuals, which we've seen him do a number of times. He could have batted it anyway, and I was surprised he even mentioned it. If I'm honest with you, I was totally surprised. Brentford 1-0 up against Sunderland.
Get in, lovely stuff.
I've just seen, so I don't know whether that's tonight or is it? It is tonight, isn't they? They play Brentford.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, if it's not now, I look like an idiot, but I'll
yeah,
take
exactly. I just said exactly the same. I'm thinking, well, is that tonight? I've just seen it going. The American Mag is saying, I don't think we had a bud bunch at all. We just don't have good form as a team, which is different. So it's individuals, though, isn't it? And again, it's individuals that are playing on the wing. If you look at the output, we've only got one goal scoring midfielder, and we've only got one real person who's scoring on the wings. So it puts a lot of pressure on everybody else, and that's why I said, it's hard to pick two from a bad bunch, because at the minute, if you look at all four of them, it's only them two you can pick from. So you've just got to make the right choice, haven't you, of where you're going to play them.
There's quite a lot of games tonight, Gary. Do you want to give a quick rundown on the scores of what's going on?
Yeah, you can do, mate.
Bournemouth and Spurs are 1-1. Brentford are beating Sunderland 1-0. Palace Villa are 0-0. Everton 1, Wolves 0. No surprise there. Fulham 0, Chelsea 0. But I think Chelsea might have had a player sent off. And
yeah, they have. Cucurella.
0. Cucurella's been sent off.
Yeah, Cucurella's sent off.
0 so far.
Interesting. Lance Vance has said here, if you're Messi or Ronaldo, you can demand where you're playing or the privilege to take the penalties. But Gordon isn't in the league of a great player. He just believes he is. I think that's probably,
right.
Yeah, a little bit of ego. Barnes is firing all cylinders, says the American Mag, when given the opportunity. Lol. Gordon will have a stinker if Voltemada is starting. He doesn't like playing alongside him. You can see it. Ooh, anything?
Look out for that, night. I haven't noticed it personally, but I'm going to be looking out for that now.
Yeah, I was going to say that's something that's going to be a chink in my viewing and commentating tonight. Lance again has come in. A mountain out of a molehill towards Cuff. How long before Barnes hands in a transfer request? Again, in brackets. Because he is benched or playing out of position because of Gordon's self-entitled attitude. Well, there you go. I think that does ring a lot of truths. Like I say, if Barnes does get to that point where he thinks, you know what, I'm moving, nobody could really blame him, could they, for the way he's been treated?
No, do you think with him, with Gordon, I don't think we should be barking down his throat completely from that press conference. As you say, Gary, I use words, and because Eddie said that, it automatically leads you into using different words, and it progresses and it progresses and it progresses. Do you think really do in heart of hearts really think if Eddie Howe said to Gordon, "I want you to play on the right wing," you would refuse? So let's not take it too far. I don't think he would refuse. I think basically, by the sounds of what Eddie said, was he doesn't like playing there. He doesn't want to play there. That's not what he feels is his best position. But let's not take that to extremes, as I did prepare before in regards to saying he refused to play there. He didn't. He'll play where the manager tells him, hopefully. I think it's a different story if that's not the case. If it is the case that he's saying, "I won't play there," then that does become a massive problem.
Is it a type of reverse psychology?
I mean,
it shows that you're supporting the player, aren't you? You're showing that you are supporting and 100% behind the player. Are you not just trying to get that next 5% out of him to try and get him to get on the goal scoring sheet?
I suppose the counter argument that is he getting it? Sort of, is he getting that next game?
And that's what I said. It's difficult to put your finger on the pulse and say where the problem is, isn't it? What's he said wrong? Has he said anything wrong, or is he saying the right things to get it out of the player physically on the pitch? We'll see. Only time will tell.
I think part of it is as well with Barnes. We all know, I think everybody would say Barnes isn't as good a footballer as Anthony Gordon is at the best. Gordon's a better player.
Technical ability, Barnes outshines him on all metrics.
100%. But in regards to that is part of the problem that when Barnes plays, Barnes gives you 100%. Barnes might not be good enough to do what he's trying to do, or might let you down because he's not that level of player. But with Gordon is that level of player. And when he lets you down a little bit, do you look at that as in, you can do better than this, you are better than this?
Yeah, Carlton, I can't turn the noise off in the background, buddy. That is just something that is there as an ambient thing. I don't know whether Chris is listening, if he can turn it off. It may be, if it's upsetting a few people. I was going to say, Gordon, is Gordon just an Elanga on the left-hand side? Just pace, nothing else?
I wouldn't go that far, but I think one of the things that sort of struck me last night after we were talking about it, I think it might actually be a playing style sort of thing, because let's be honest, Anthony Gordon, the one thing we've noticed, what's the one thing he's been practicing apparently day in, day out? Penalties. What Anthony Gordon loves more than anything else in this world, well, it's probably a bit harsh, but scoring goals. On the right, he's the right winger. We use them as a bit more of a creator. Jacob Murphy used a lot more as a creator. The left winger's more cutting inside, got more opportunities to score those goals. I'm thinking, is it not just a case of Anthony Gordon maybe saying, look, I suit what you want from your left winger a lot more than what you want from your right winger, and that it could literally just be that, because there is a difference between the two wingers, and I think it does. I think it would impact Gordon a bit, particularly having to play the creator role more than the goal scorer. Although he's not really done that goal scorer role very well, has he?
Yeah, I mean, exactly.
From the ground there, it was fantastic to see a big flag for Willock there. I don't know if you guys seen it in the.
I didn't see it. No, I wasn't paying attention to that one, mate.
Yeah, but the war flags had done a massive flag for Willock.
That's superb.
Yeah, that's lush. That is absolutely brilliant of them. Well done.
Yeah, I love that. Where are we here? MC Jono, despite our mostly average performances in the league this season, I'm expecting a win this one. Can't fault you for that one. Steve-O has put down, I'm only switching Gordon. Does he's off. Love it. MC Jano again. Miley's our informed player. I support keeping him in the side. Don't want another Alia Anderson situation. Yeah, again, good point. Yeah, good point. War Captain Bruno. How said Barnes enjoys the freedom of playing on either side. So again, there's a lot of people on the fence with this, isn't there? Neither one way or the other. They're just saying, you know what, go and play and enjoy yourself type of thing. And like you just said there, Michael, Gordon is playing more of a free role on that left-hand side, does sneak up on that right side of the box. And sometimes, same as Dan Berners, he has left us a little bit short on that left-hand side, hasn't he? Because of his runs through the middle. It's probably sometimes we don't always pick up that one because it's Anthony Gordon and he can recover, but he does leave us a little bit short regarding left-hand cover. Ronnie Turnbull, I bet Miley makes all the girls smiley, says Ron Turnbull. Lance Vance, maybe so-called war captain, Bruno, but if Gordon is calling the play, which it looks like he may be, then that's wrong. It wouldn't be wrong if he was a world beater, but on this year's form, he's far from it. And again, I can see everybody's side of view. John was saying that he would consider Alex Murphy for Hall rather than seeing him get knackered if he's overused. Again, I think these games are so important for us at the moment, for us to gamble.
Yeah,
Are you in the same vein?
Yeah, I'm not a massive fan of Alex Murphy personally. All I've seen is from his time at Bolton, where he was played more as a centre-back and he was quite good. When we saw him playing left-back in the friendlies, I think Arsenal was the one that stands out. Now he's against Saka. Saka's a bit different to anyone Leeds have in that position. But
absolutely.
I think in a game like this, I wouldn't fancy throwing him in at the deep end.
Yeah. Toon not saying he's expecting a big, nothing less than a win. And Gavin Fuller, I stopped watching Eddie press conferences after about 5 of them because all of the rarely learn anything else from them. I mean, to be fair, it does make me wonder when it's a presser against the opposition that you're playing, and you probably get one question about them or about what's going on, and that always quizzes me. Right then, this is like I say, this is just my thought process. There's nothing. I haven't seen anything regarding this. I'm just going to put up what I believe could be potentially my team or the way they set up against us. And it's looking something like this. It'll be the three centre-backs with the 2 wing-backs with Justin and Goodmanson. Then you get your 3 midfielders, and I think these are going to be deep liers. Stackle, Grove will go forward to the halfway line to support Aronson. And I believe Aronson will work more to the left to right of Calvert-Lewin to try and get some support. And again, I think it's going to be more of a Crystal Palace style of play. They'll look at the breaks rather than try and get in behind us. So again, those square to diagonal balls along the ground, it's what they anticipate to cut out most of the time. So we've got to be sure when we pass in them short, the 20-yard balls, when we go left to right, right to left. So it's going to be interesting. The lads are just coming out the tunnel now, so we should be giving you the full rundown as we speak. So again, it's go on, mate.
Just on that team, I think a lot of that, what that proves is when you had the team up, is that a lot of our players are going to have to be down the wings. Our overload positions in this game are going to be Hall and Miley, in regards to them two can get forward. There's not much there from Leeds that's going to stop with. And one of them saw where you can easily cover at the back. So I think the 2 the 2 full backs are going to be massive in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, let's do a little refresher on this. And then we can go with the off.
Little message there for King Kev. Yeah, little message there for King Kev.
Lovely,
stand with you. Beautiful stuff.
Absolutely beautiful.
They put it on the big, for anybody that knows the ground, the huge screen on the stand. They've put a big message out just saying, we're all with you, King Kev.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Like I say, I just wish him all the best. Some of his former players are in the stands there.
Class toucher from the management and things, isn't it?
I mean, I love that on the big screen. We're all with you, King Kev. I think that's just beautiful.
Although half the ground wouldn't have been able to see it like every VAR.
Well, I'm going to say, if you're in the East Stand, you've got no chance.
Everyone'd say, and everyone in the East Stand's going, what?
What's going on? Paul Wynn's scratching his head now.
Wynn's just standing there thinking they're happy clapping for us.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That brought a tear to me eye, actually. That was a little bit emotional.
I bet Wynn's blubbing, mate, if he knows what's going on. So Leeds are in the blue strip at St James's Park. Again, just going into the cuddle. Just getting the team G'd up. Like I say, Ampadu, he's a good captain for them. Like I say, he'll try and get them going.
It'll be interesting to see what their midfield does because, to be honest, all three atop from Aronson could probably play defensive midfielder. So
absolutely.
They could probably go 8 at the back at some point. So really going to be interesting to see what we do here. But
playing my favourite way as well, up the hill in the first half.
Yeah, absolutely. Michael Hill, he's the officiate. Bruno to Tonali. Gives Miley an early touch. Back to Chow. Again, going square to Shaw. And all the back line just getting an early touch now with Hall coming up to the halfway line. Gives it to Gordon. Gordon plays it into J7, but again, under a bit of pressure, J7, and he's poor touch, if I'm honest with you. Quite a heavy touch. Goes straight out of play.
Yeah, what a first touch that was. Balloons.
Not the best touch I've ever seen in the world, if I'm honest with you.
Welcome back, Joey.
Yeah, indeed. So it's a throw into Leeds, and straight away they've just gone backwards to try and get, again, some touches of the ball. And again, down to Goodmanson now, down on this left-hand side, played down the line, looking for Calvert-Lewin, which sees the danger and plays it forward. Morley now with that return into Bruno, up to Voltemada, but again, man-to-man marked on Voltemada. Again, ball up to Calvert-Lewin and Aronson, trying to battle it out with J7, but J7 wins that back easily, gives it to Miley, Chow, and again, just circulating it round the back line for Hall now to get just outside the Leeds half. J7, a better touch this time from J7, straight back to Hall. Now Shaw. Again, it's a couple of the lanes passed at the moment and pressed into J7 quickly from Gordon there. Back to Tonali on the halfway line. Again, diagonal ball up to Bruno. Good ball in for J7 here. Again, he's got an out if he goes out towards Barnes on this right-hand side. Barnes now looking to get the ball early into the box. It get deflected out, but it's only come to Tonali. And now it's coming to Miley, which goes back for safety, Miley. Chow tries to drill this ball down the line, but that's cut out by Aronson. And Aronson now is attacking Miley down this left-hand side, oversteps, again 1v1, but Miley keeps his eye on the ball, takes it back off Aronson and gives an easy ball to Chow, who in turn finds Miley under a bit of pressure. Hall there, but he does well. Again, out of danger and back to Chow. Feeds it into Miley, there's a bit of a press on here by Leeds, so just need to be a bit careful here, Newcastle. Pope goes long, looking for Harvey Barnes, but again, it's headed clear by striker there, out for the throw-in for Newcastle. Halfway in Newcastle half. What do you think of the first couple of minutes then, lads?
Leeds a little bit further forward in the press than I would have expected.
Yes.
You know, I think when it comes to actual early goals, they're terrible for them. So a lot more forward thinking than I would have thought, but obviously no one's created anything yet.
No, nothing. It's all been a bit of a battle in that middle, isn't it? A bit of a press, good ball over the top, trying to get Gordon, but again, it's no shape on that ball, and it's easy for Perry to leave it from Hall, and it's out for a goal kick.
I don't know if this is a game, Gary, where we need to get our foot on the ball a little bit, just to start to take a little bit of control of the game, so not necessarily sort of, going for the long, quick pass. Maybe it's just get our foot on and take control of the passing lanes in the game.
Yeah, I agree, mate. That's what I said. For me, it's all about control now and trying to get them to run and get them tired a little bit sooner rather than later. And see what happens. But again, I understand them need to be tight as well because, as Michael has already said, they are, pushing higher than I expected them to at the minute. Molly now looking for Harvey Barnes down this right-hand side. Barnes, again, he's got an option to get it into the box. He gets it into the box. Again, it's headed clear by Leeds. And again, Barnes trying to get the ball back high up the field. Commits a foul. And it's a free kick to Leeds.
First two crosses Barnes has put in have been very, very poor, but he's getting the chance to put them in too in the first 4 minutes, so can't complain too much about that.
No, but again, it's a shame that we just can't beat that right man, and it seems to be our Achilles heel at the minute. It doesn't matter who plays on this right hand side, we just can't seem to get a decent cross in for love nor money. Perry now with the free kick, just on the edge of his penalty box to the left-hand side. Again, takes no chances, looking for Calvert-Lewin. Good head on. Go on, mate.
No, I'm just saying the only thing is it's weird because they're all right-footed.
Yeah, exactly. Stack now trying to chip to the back post. It's headed clear by J7 and Anthony Gordon on the left-hand side of the penalty box. Coming back towards danger, though, and Justin does get the better of him, and it's a throw-in deep into the Newcastle half there for Leeds. But Aronson did well there to get around the back of Chow, and it was first touch, gets him clear, tries to fire the ball towards the penalty spot. And again, it's just cleared or half cleared from Newcastle, but are still under a bit of pressure from Leeds.
I think it's so far, it's one of those where, a bit like the first game, the reverse fixture, just a bit lack of quality in that final third. But we're 5 minutes in, going to grow into it, hopefully.
Yeah. Fingers crossed. Again, these long throws seem to be caused us problems in the past. It's come to the edge of the box. Voltemade gets up and heads it clear. Morley with his swing clearance there, gets it towards the halfway line. But again, Goodmanson just picks his ball up and again comes down to this left-hand side, fears it down to the left-hand side to Aronson now, heading towards the byline, back on his right foot to Goodmanson. Goodmanson now drives towards the penalty spots, and it's J7 who sees the danger and tries to clear it to Voltemade, but it's not a great ball again, and it's straight back to Leeds on the halfway line and back to Perry. And again, some noise appearing from the ground, a bit of frustration there. Better start from Leeds, to be fair, than Newcastle. You guys agree?
Yeah, 100%.
Wee bit too deep from us. We need to, again.
Oh, what's he doing?
Every player back. Come on.
A card for Chow. Yeah, a little bit late on that one, to be fair. That puts him under a bit of pressure in 6 minutes gone, doesn't it?
Yeah, no need to go into that challenge as well. James Justin,
just stand him up.
He's not going anywhere, yeah.
Absolutely.
That was a terrible challenge, absolutely.
It was
terrible.
awful. Yeah, it was. I mean, Justin's just driving down the line. He's just got to stand him up and see him into the corner, haven't you?
Yeah.
By terrible, I don't mean red card territory, but I just mean an absolute ridiculous challenge to make.
These are pretty good from set pieces as well. Scored more from set pieces than open play.
Open play, absolutely. Ball into the box, towards the edge of the box, and again, should have been a better finish from Strike there. Gets his head onto it, but he fires it over the bar from 6 yards.
Need to wake up here.
Yeah, we certainly do. Great ball in at the edge of the 6 yard box. Little bit of push on the back there on Sharp, but again, referee hasn't blown.
Do you think that would have been given as a foul from VAR?
They may have looked at it. It's whether they class it as minimal contact these days. You just don't know with VAR.
Yeah, true.
Popey goes long, again looking towards J7 and Voltemade, but again it's easy for Ampadu to get his head on that, gives it to Justin. And again, Justin just sees it safe to go back to Perry. Again, Voltemade tries to close the angle down, but again, be able to pass out of the back there from Perry. Half block by Voltemade, but again, it's cleared down the line looking for Calvert-Lewin here. Calvert-Lewin against Chow at the minute. And again, Chow does well just to stand him up here. Plays the ball up to Groove to Stack now. Again, just Ampadu into Stroke. And again, it's out now to Gunmanson down this left-hand side. Again, Leeds seem to be forward on all cylinders at the moment. Aronson, Strike. Again, just Leeds just trying to find a little bit of an angle to try and pass through the black and white 5 through the middle. Ampadu trying to play the ball over the top. It's watched by Sharu. Again, headed clear by Marley. Nothing given by the referee. Marley again plays the ball at Joe Little into the centre. Joe Little again sees Lewis Hall with a little bit of time and space. Lewis Hall trying to play in Gordon down that left-hand side. And it's deflected out for a throw into Newcastle. 8 minutes gone. In the 9th minute, we are 0-0 at St James's Park.
The worrying thing here is that every second ball seems to be going to Leeds' way, and they're just in midfield so much more mobile than us. And it's not the first time we've said that this season, is it?
Absolutely. And again, it's for me, it's something that that they are renowned for this. It's a big press at the start, really trying to win that second and third ball, and then they counter, and they've looked the most comfortable, like you said. They're more mobile. They're more comfortable on the ball at the moment. We just seem to be in too much of a rush at times to get the ball forward.
Yeah, there's no happy medium, is it? It's either 10 passes at the back or lobbed up to
the front man. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Control's what's needed here. Control of the game.
Absolutely. Ampadu again.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, Ampadu's playing in the role that I'd love to see Miley in. It just drops into and splits the back two centre backs, if you like, and able to play from there, but yet to be seen. Again, throw into Newcastle. Ball thrown in by Gordon to Lewis Hall down the line. Again, Hall just plays it across to Chow. Got a chance to give it to Miley quickly. Miley now on the turn into Harvey Barnes, just on the halfway line now. Again, not real. Oh, that's just a poor ball from Tonali again. Yeah, again, trying to force the ball behind the space that there's nobody occupying. I just don't understand it at times.
It's one of those trying to rush it too much. Realistically, there's not enough movement in that front three to do anything like that. It's basically just giving the ball away every time. Oh.
Yeah, here we go. Ball down the right-hand side, and it's past Hall. And again, Grove now with the ball into the box. And again, there's nobody on the back stick, and this should be Harvey Barnes. But again, Goodmanson is really pressing him. He passes the ball back to Pope in a tight position. Pope clears it, but it's only gone to a blue shirt again. And there's a lot of frustration coming from the Newcastle fans at the minute. Yeah. Ampadu now picks that ball up, gives it in to Grove, who, again, back to Ampadu. And again, 50-50 ball seems to be going to a blue shirt all the time. And again, Aronson again on this left-hand side picks that loose ball up, picks it up and gives it into Ampadu. Ampadu now back to Roden. Roden in to, I think that's Grove. And Goodmanson now. Back with Grove. Again, it's just simple for Leeds to pass amongst that halfway line, and there's not really a press from Newcastle. Ball over the top for Calvert-Lewin, and Chow, again, just with a half clearance, straight back to Aronson. Calvert-Lewin now. Calvert-Lewin looks up, tries to bring the ball and get it to the back stick, but again, Justin had made a diagonal run from the space that the ball had been passed to, and the ball's out for a goal kick to Newcastle. Not the best 10 minutes we've seen, boys.
Can I just say, with the last game that we sat and watched, that was said that their players were winning the second ball, like, luckily more. It's happening in this game as well. It's not a lucky thing, it's just that they want it more. Our players, the three midfielders are not putting the challenges in that they should be doing.
See,
absolutely.
Joe Linton's usually a lot more assertive, isn't he? He's nowhere near the ball at this point. And if Joe Linton's not assertive, Tonali and Bruno aren't going to be either.
No, exactly.
Yeah,
free kick to Newcastle on Joe Linton there, just inside the Leeds half. Yeah, you're absolutely spot on, boys. Like I said, we just need a little bit more control and even slow the game down a touch just to get a touch of the ball with a bit of quality. It's all rushed at the moment, and we just look so poor when we're trying to force play rather than play in stages and build up play. And again, as you said, Michael, on this right-hand side, there is nobody with pace to get in and behind, is there?
Nah. Although we are dangerous from set pieces as well, so maybe, just maybe, something changes here. I mean, it's a long one, so I don't really see it. But
Chow into the box on that header, and again, it's close to Perry. And Shaw has given it. No,
I don't think that'll be
no. But Shaw has got his hands up. I think the.
Can the ref look at can VAR watch that one, because he blew his whistle before the as soon as the challenge was made?
I tell you something now, he's done nothing there.
He's done nothing, but it might hit his hand. The ball. No, it doesn't. I think there's enough contact that the referee will usually.
Do you reckon it was
he's
hand on arm?
Yeah.
But we're just seeing there, Leeds aren't great at defending these set pieces. So
Perry was dodgy there, mate. I'll tell you.
Yeah, 100%.
Has it got a VAR or is it not? No,
doesn't look like it now.
It's upset a few of the fans in the crowd, I would imagine.
To be fair, there's no better than riled up Newcastle fans. So a few more of them in the next 10 minutes. Just make it as toxic as we can in the stadium.
We need to have a little bit more S-housery, if I'm honest with you. We're too kind and too nice at times, aren't we? Ball forward and headed forward by Shaw. Tonali tries to get a toe to it. It's back with Chow, who gives it back to Tonali. Miley now picks the ball up to Gil Morales. Again, forced out of play by a deflection from Leeds. But again, 2 players on Bruno. That is how Leeds are played at the moment in the middle of the park. Everybody hasn't got the time or space for our mid-3 to really do anything with the ball. So we have to be quick-footed, quick-minded, and get that ball out as quickly as we can to the wide players who can hopefully try and trigger something going into the box. Shaw now picks the ball up, gives it to Bruno, brings it back to Chow, who fires it again toward Amada, but it's a poor pass from Chow. Picked up by Strike, who goes into the box. Aronson now picks the ball up, running at Miley. Aronson does a little bit of a trickery bit and fires it to the back stick, but again, it's over everybody in the box, and it's out for another goal kick for Newcastle. He's a tricky player, Aronson, isn't he?
Yeah, he's really good. I saw when they went down, a lot of Leeds fans were saying they didn't want to see him in the side. I think it was Union Berlin he went on loan to, and then he's come back and he's won them over. But it's mad to think a year or 2 ago, they didn't want him anywhere near the club, and now he's starting in the Prem.
Yeah, it's mental how things can change for you, isn't it? I mean, it's like the story like Semenyo, isn't it? You know, look what happened to him during his youth and where he's going to now. Things can certainly change in your career. Burnley have just gone 1-0 up against Manchester United. Yeah.
Love to see it.
Absolutely. Shaw now picks the ball up just inside the Newcastle half. Voltemada comes down into the centre circle to get a touch of the ball. Again, been starved of anything really regarding possession of the ball. Up top, Chow again, gives it into Bruno. Bruno's got options with Miley, but he gives it to Chow. Again, it's if he moves it to the left-hand side, we can get into Hall's feet. But again, it's just delayed slightly. Hall goes out to Gordon this time. Gordon starts to come inside onto his right foot. Again, trying to get some movement from that centre of the Leeds half. Out to Miley from Chow. Inside to Bruno. Bruno now gives it back to Shaw. Again, Newcastle looking for options. Ball over the top, looking for Gordon. Again, it's not a great first touch for Anthony Gordon, and it's rushed by Leeds. And Justin manages to keep it in a play, but he can only find Lewis Hall just on the halfway line here. Lewis turns back, gives it to Joe Litton, who's gone out to the wing. Anthony Gordon back to Hall, inside to Tonali. Tonali now on the inside left position. Joe Litton plays a lovely ball into Hall, out to Tonali. Good play this from Newcastle, but again that ball into Voltemada isn't perfect from Tonali. And again it's rushed and hurried by Leeds to clear. It's a Newcastle throw-in. Thrown in now to Gordon, who goes back to Shaw. Better movement there from Newcastle.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's just one of those where every time it seems to be going near Voltemada, it's either the wrong ball or it's not to feet and he's maybe not moving enough. I don't want to criticise him, but...
Yeah, good ball out from Tonali to Barnes, who has an opportunity to get it into the box, but he decides to get to the byline, jinks the ball over to the back stick, and it's going to be too long for everybody, but Anthony Gordon can pick this up now. And again, try and have a go at Justin. Hall going on the outside. Bruno's on the inside. Again, Bruno rushed to try and get that first-time ball in, and it's cleared by Leeds. And Shaw gives it all the way back to Pope. And again, for me, it's been a bit of an even boxing match, if I'm honest with you. Both knocking on each other's door, but not really a clear-cut chance by anybody.
Yeah, it reminds me of the most recent Anthony Joshua fight of no one laying a glove on each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hopefully we get the knockout in the 6th.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like paint by numbers football, isn't it? They're doing the right thing at times, but sometimes you need to do something different to what you think is the right thing.
Yeah,
and sometimes you open that pot of paint up and it's dried out.
There's absolutely no creativity in regards to any player thinking, I'm going to do this.
Yeah, exactly. Cleared to the halfway line by Leeds under Chow. And again, Chow just got his hands on DCL there. So it's a free kick. It does make you wonder whether the referee is watching him now like a hawk, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Every time he's up towards that. Yeah.
Botman might as well start warming up now, because if Chow keeps playing the way he has in the first 20 minutes, he might be hooked. I mean, I think Mourinho probably would have hooked him after 30 minutes. Whether that would be the right thing to do or not, I don't know. But it's a stupid foul to give away.
It was indeed. Stack now for Leeds with this free kick. Yeah, it's just inside the Newcastle half. It's driven quite low, and it's straight into Harvey Barnes, who deflects it back into Stack's passageway there. Again, headed to the left-hand side for Hall now to get the ball cleared to Gordon. Anthony Gordon now with a bit of a clear run behind the Leeds line. Anthony Gordon just driving towards the line, and it's cleared for a corner. Little deflection from Stack, but it was... Gordon could have done better there, in my eyes, if I'm honest with you. Getting out of his feet. Just seemed to struggle to get it in front of him.
Yeah, it's another one where the first touch isn't great, is it?
Yeah. First touch just didn't get out of his feet, did he, to run onto?
Do you know what the thing is with that? I don't like to say it, but you want Bonds in that situation, really, don't you?
Yeah, 100%.
On that side.
Just mentioned there on commentary, referees' communication systems playing up. So if that was touched by a hand by Goodmanson, I think it was Goodmanson, it wasn't. But if it was, VAR couldn't have done anything anyways, which would have been typical.
Gary's dropped out for a minute, so Newcastle have a corner here, just about to put it into the box. We're doing this thing again where everybody's at the back post, so let's hope we get something from this.
Easily
so
cleared.
The ball's been played in and easily cleared, really, wasn't it, mate?
Yeah, we're not really doing too much. It's always on the keeper.
Leeds on the break here, so we need to be careful here. Trying to play the long ball over the top, but Joe Linton does well getting it clear forward. Now we're pushing forward a little bit. Sure enough, that's a foul, referee. Come on.
Yellow card for DCL.
Good. I mean, he just about tried to wrestle him back to the ground, didn't he?
Yeah, it's one of those, literally, like, I don't know why Barnes hasn't gotten to ground, to be honest. He's going nowhere. DCL's all over him. But he's got the yellow card. The ref's done the right thing, so can't complain.
Yeah, absolutely. Hall now, the ball. Again, no press from Leeds at the moment. Hall goes out to Anthony Gordon on that left-hand touchline, fired in towards Voltemada, little back heel to Guimaraes, who tried to find Tonali, who... It's nice to see him high up the pitch, if I'm honest with you. Anthony Gordon now got several bodies around him, gives it into Voltemada again, unable to take control of that ball because of the amount of shirts. Aaron now tries to get it forward for Leeds, and again, it's Shaw who just gets a foot to it and fire it forward. Harvey Barnes unable to control the ball, and it's back with Leeds, who try and get it down the line to Goodmanson, and now Aronson's feet. Again, black and white shirts surrounding him, and it's easily won back to Newcastle. Bruno now on the halfway line. Again, got Tonali in front of him making good runs. Not found this time. He's given it to Barnes. Barnes back to Miley. Again to Chow, and it's just pendulum football right to left along the back line. Again, I don't mind it if we're going in the right direction in the end. Anthony Gordon now finds Bruno again, who's run a little bit deep to get this ball on the inside left position. Hall now again makes a darting run towards that inside left, trying to find a ball down the line to J7, intercepted by Leeds, who again give it straight into DCL. And now there's an opportunity for Aronson to get onto this one. There could be he does keep it in play, this Aronson for Leeds. Again, got Miley for pressure there. Back to Ampadu. Again, there was a little bit of a behind tackle on DCL, so it makes you wonder what the referee will say after this. Gruev now for Leeds, around about 30 yards out. Dion, Justin on that right-hand side now, drives the ball all the way back to Rodon. Back to Rodon again. And again, there's lots of movement for Leeds deep in their in the Newcastle half. It was nice to see some nice play from Leeds, if I'm honest with you, because they are playing the football, not Newcastle at the moment. 100%. J7 with a bit of a turn, plays the ball inside. And again, it's a dodgy ball from J7. Yeah, and again, Leeds have won it back in a dangerous position here. Scroif, oh! Again, Stack needs to be... he got it literally on target, but it was straight down Pope's throat. And again, it was a dangerous ball from J7 into Bruno. 2 players on him straight away. Opportunity for Leeds there.
Thankfully, he's hit it too well, hasn't he? It's
Yeah.
the proverbial, if he scuffs it a little bit like Bruno does typically, it probably goes either side, but straight at Nick Pope. Happy days.
Very much in the fashion of Wissa's chance in the match before, wasn't it? Very similar sort of area and chance.
Anthony Gordon down that left-hand side, gives it into Hall. Hall now to Tonali. All short passes. Tonali gets it of his feet. Gets a shot on it, deflected wide. And again, it's a corner to Newcastle from that deflected shot. It's nice to see him this high up the field, I must admit. Enjoying this.
Nice to see him shoot. Nice to see him shoot. One thing I was going to pick up on, Gary, this referee's terrible for getting in the way of the passengers of play.
Yeah, he's too close to play at times, isn't he?
Too close to play, way too close to play, especially against Leeds in that a couple of their attacks. He's been in the way of them playing a forward pass.
Yeah, should go to Specsavers, mate, if you can't see. Bruno again. Olympico coming up. Let's see what happens. Guimaraes to the front post. Little flick on by Miley, but it's too much on this one. And it's over the bar for a goal kick to Leeds. We've looked a little bit dangerous at these set pieces at corners now, haven't we? First time in a long time, I can say, this season that we look like doing something from corners.
Yeah, it's one of those though. It looks like it's the only way we're going to score a goal at this point, and that is pretty concerning.
Yeah, you're right. Pirri now with the ball to the floor goes long to the halfway line. Again, DCL looking for that one, but it's headed forward by Stack. And again, it's come to DCL now from a poor clearance from Newcastle. DCL trying to push the ball through to Aronson. And again, the ball falls kindly to Leeds. Again, not really anybody from a black and white shirt pushing out to try and pick that second ball up. And we look a little bit lax at times. Do you not think when the ball's in that 50-50 space?
Yeah, 100%.
Can you remember Baltimore having a touch in this half yet?
Well, he's had one, I think, with the back heel.
Yeah.
I remember him clearing the ball out the box, and that's it.
It's been absolutely awful up front for him. There's just there's nothing going forward to him that he can do anything with.
Long throwing again for Leeds. In line with the penalty spot. Long throw towards that 6-yard box. It's headed up in the air by J7, and that's going to be a corner to Leeds. Again, J7 glaring look towards the referee there, but I don't think there was much in that, to be fair.
Nah.
56% to Newcastle. Doesn't feel that way, to be fair, possession-wise.
No, I think it's one of those I was saying before, a lot of passing it around the back, not really any what you would call progressive passing, really. But you can see what we're trying to do. We were trying to just get that one ball in behind, but it's just not happened.
Ball into the box. Headed down, but again, it's wide. No power on that ball. Should never really have beaten Popey with that one. And Strike's header just goes wide of the right-hand post. But again, he jumped well. He competed well there with the timing. Just couldn't get a full head on it, could he?
Nah.
So anyway, Popey with we've got to be a little bit more up for this second ball, I must admit. That's what the worry is for me. At the minute, it looks like Leeds want that second ball a lot more than we do. Pope goes long again, looking for J7, just in the centre circle. Again, competing with lots of blue shirts. And again, it's fallen to Aronson now, picks the ball up, gives it back to Strike, who goes back to Perry. Again, it's not a great ball, but there's enough on it for Perry to clear. Again, Chow and DCL competing with that ball. It's fallen again to Roden now in a blue shirt for Leeds. Plays the ball in side. And again, it's just lacks a little bit from Newcastle. We've gone onto this really low block with 5 at the back, 4 in front of them, and Voltamada as the pinhead, if you like, all based in our own half against Leeds.
Yeah,
at home.
Gary,
it's a bit embarrassing.
35 yards out from goal, and we didn't have a single player forward of that.
No, Aronson's found a bit of a yard here. DCL has got a shot off again from Leeds on the edge of the box. And again, luckily, not on target. But there's another opportunity, or half an opportunity there showed. Again, all the second balls seem to be falling to a blue shirt at the minute. Anything deflected, couldn't get his foot over the ball to keep it down. And the ball is luckily for Newcastle.
In the Crystal Palace match, it was sort of said that we were lucky not getting these second balls. It's not. It's just we're not as passionate about getting them than the opposition are. That's
Yeah,
the big problem.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think for me, the difference being we're too defence mode. It's like we are literally solid behind the ball rather than on the half turn to try and get that bounce of the ball. And again, we just seem to be watching it bounce instead of going to the ball. It's a little bit crazy for me at the minute. Tonali now picks the ball up, goes backwards to Fabian Schär. Schär again, Gordon along the floor, plays it inside to Joe Litton. Again, Joe Litton goes out to Barnes on this right-hand side. Miley goes on the outside. Barnes comes inside. Got a chance of a shot with his left foot, but gives it to Tonali. Again, Tonali goes out to Lewis Hall. Inside to Barnes. He's got a chance to get rid of his right shot. He comes onto his left. Fires it low. Can it come out to Voltemada? Not quite. And a last-ditch challenge gets the ball clear for Leeds. That's the difference with Harvey Barnes with his left foot, isn't it? He has got one.
Yeah, much better from Barnes there. One of those, just a little bit of a fake there to beat the player. And to be honest, he's unlucky it doesn't fall to Voltemada. But again, you mentioned it's another one of those where could we maybe have had a bit more intent on trying to get the ball first?
Yeah. How many bodies did you see in the 6-yard box there, look?
Yeah.
To pick any second ball up.
But lads, let's be fair on that one as well. Yeah, but I don't want to sit here and call a lad out, but Voltemada was lacklustre there. He wasn't bursting the gut to try to get onto that rebound, was he? He was slow, and it wasn't. That's a poacher's goal potentially there. Yet, if you go for it 100%, maybe 5 times out of 10 you'll get a goal. But
if you gamble on it, I think that's the thing, isn't it? You're gambling on it.
He didn't gamble on it. Yep, and I think that shows maybe a little bit of what he needs to learn.
DCL Aronson's got a chance with the shot low, and it's a goal. It's a goal to Leeds again. It's poor play. Oh, what the hell are you doing, Newcastle?
Malik Chow again.
Yeah. Again, it's like he was on two minds what to do with the ball, and he before he made his mind up, the ball was away from him. He falls over trying to clear it in the end, and it falls straight to Aronson, who's got a clear run at goal. And there you go. And if I'm honest with you, I can't say they don't not deserve this.
No, they've
done well.
It's a great finish from him, to be fair.
Superb finish from Aronson. Down to Pope's right-hand side.
I think rather than say Leeds deserve this, I think Newcastle deserve this in regards to the way we played this first half.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. Well, I agree with that as well, mate.
Yeah,
I think we've made these look bloody top 6 side in the first 30 minutes. I must admit.
They're very worrying.
Everything's just lackluster in that goal. Everything. Nobody's throwing themselves into the challenge. Nobody's, taking the chance of, just going for the ball. Even the keeper was a lackluster dive. It's just a lackluster performance so far. And, hopefully that wakes up and we'll get back into this and sort ourselves out and get ourselves going.
Yeah, kick off now, and it's back with Tonali. Gives it to Miley on the right-hand side, up to Harvey Barnes. Back to Miley. Again, the work rate of Leeds is a lot better than Newcastle's at the moment with movement off the ball. Shaw gives it into Hall. Hall looks up, plays the ball up towards Voltemada, but it's headed clear by Stroud. Falls back to Tonali, who couldn't control it, and again, Aronson feeds the ball in to Stack, who's got a bit of a run. Goodmanson, who's got a bit of a run with J7 here. He keeps hold of the ball, Goodmanson, but couldn't control it, and it's out for a goal kick to Newcastle. Again, it seems really easy for Leeds to break our lines, doesn't it?
Yeah, 100%. They know they've got a bit of luck down that. They're left again. All right, it's one of those. Murphy helped out Miley quite a lot. Barnes isn't quite doing that, which we did say it would happen at the start of the game, but pretty much what we've come to expect at this point.
Yeah. 3 attempts to 6. 1 shot on target from Newcastle, 2 on target for Leeds. Miley now passes the ball into Chow. Chow plays the ball up to Tonali. And again, Tonali's trying to control the tempo. But again, there's not a lot of on offer in front of him. So he goes to the side with Shaw now on the halfway line. Bruno decides to come deep, picks that ball up. Got options to his right-hand side if he wants it. But again, delays the pass, gives it back to Tonali. Chow now on the halfway line. Gives it to Shaw, who's moved out towards that left-hand side. Good ball on the edge of the box for J7. He's trying to get it onto his right foot. And again, it's half cleared by Leeds. There's a little bit of pressure with Stack and Hall, and luckily Newcastle win it back there. Again, Shaw stayed on that left-hand side, plays it back inside to Hall. Now, Chow on the centre circle, believes it to Miley, who's dropped into that 6 zone. Barnes on the right-hand side now comes inside. Tonali now picks that ball up, and again, looking for options. Good ball for Miley, who's found a little bit of space in front of him, deep in the Leeds half. Back to Tonali, into Bruno. Again, 2 bodies on him, Bruno, nearly all the time, so he hasn't got much options going forward. Has to go back with Chow. Square now to Shaw. Again, Leeds are happy with this 1-0 lead, and they're just sitting off Newcastle at the minute. Chow now gives the ball into Tonali. Tonali back to Miley. Back to Tonali. And again, it's been forced back, Newcastle. Nothing going forward. It's a lovely diagonal ball from Chow, though, out towards Louis Saul on that left-hand side. Back to Shaw, though. Again, Bruno comes short to try and pick that ball up, but he gives it back to Chow, which is the better option. Chow now out to Harvey Barnes. Again, looking for options in front of him. Bruno's got a bit of space. Can he give it back to Barnes? He can. Barnes picks the ball up again. Is he going to take it to the byline or run inside? Gives it back to Bruno. Bruno's got Miley now on the right-hand side. There's a bit of space for Miley. Miley dinks out a ball, but again, it's straight to a blue shirt that's headed half clear. Headed back in. Gordon now with an opportunity to lay it off to Barnes. Barnes! Yes! Harvey Barnes from the penalty spot. Get in! Great build-up play that for Newcastle.
Yeah, quite good from Gordon as well. I hate to say it, given what's happened this week, but just to touch it out the air, knock it onto Voltamada. Voltamada knocks it onto Barnes. Great finish. That's what we've been wanting to see for about 12 years, man. Just do it.
Yeah, good response from Newcastle, I must admit. Good lob up in the air. Like I said, I didn't think that touch from Gordon was any good, but there was enough to get to Voltamada, who was aware of the bodies around him. Just gives a lovely little dink to Barnes, who was able just to side foot it past Pirri in the Leeds goal, and it's 1-1. Newcastle 1, Leeds 1 at St James's Park in the 37th minute. Come on, the boys!
Let that be the catalyst that will now start pushing forward and getting, the result we all expect the night. We all want to win. Let's hope it comes from that goal.
Well, like I say, maybe that was the kick up the backside that Newcastle needed, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I was just about to say, it might be the best thing that ever happened to us in this game.
Yeah, it looked like it had gone out for a goal kick there, to be fair.
Yeah.
Rather than, I'm going to say, the linesman's got his flag up. Yeah, it's a goal kick. I don't know why they have to be so pedantic, though, to be fair, when Newcastle have got the ball. It's not really much of an advantage rolling it out, is it?
No, if there was a Leeds player right on the defender, maybe you'd be like, I can see why you've done it, but absolutely. No one within 20 yards.
Yeah, exactly. Back with Shaw now. Goes out to the left-hand side to Hall on the halfway line, comes inside to Bruno, who again, it's typical Bruno. There's a bit of a collision coming together there between Bruno and a Leeds player. Again, no room for Bruno. Lovely run that for J7 towards the Gallagher and the corner flag. Joe Litton comes on the inside. There's an arm around him, and the referee has said, carry on. Gordon with a shot that's blocked. And that's going to come all the way out to Cher, who's got the chance to bring it into Hall. Lots of noise now from the Newcastle end. We do J7 again. Tonali now again, not able to get it out of his feet, but there was a foul on Tonali.
I'm not sure why the ref didn't give that free kick on Joe Linton there. I know
there was an arm round him.
I know we've still got the ball, but let's be honest. A free kick in that position.
Look at that.
Yeah. Maybe he thinks it's too soft.
Yeah, perhaps too easy.
The problem is with that, if Joe Linton stays up, he's never going to get the free kick. He's gone down, and it was a foul, but he doesn't get the free kick either. It's ridiculous the way things are done these days in the Premier League.
I'll say it, and I'll keep saying it. I think we're too easy to say no to. We're not a big club anymore. Gordon into the box. It's a good ball. Oh, it's off the post. It's off the post from the free kick. It's cleared rushly, though. It's come to Barnes. Barnes dunks it back into the box. But again, that should be Perry's all day, and it is just a hopeful ball into the box. Oh, that was an unlucky one from Anthony Gordon from that far out. Everybody watched it, and it bounces off the floor and comes off the angle of bar and post.
It feels like we're starting to take control of this game, doesn't it? It feels like we're in the start of
2-1 Leeds.
Yeah.
That was so close. J7 now on the edge of the box. Oh, he got an opportunity to fire in Voltamada, but again, not technically gifted to play those little passes at J7. And again, it goes back to Leeds, but Chow mops up half the break there, gives it back to Popey, who again gives it easy to Shaw. Again, Shaw looks up and again tries that long ball, trying to get Lewis Hall. And again, Lewis Hall finds himself some space. Anthony Gordon now on the edge of the box. Fires it into the back stick. Oh, it's behind Harvey Barnes, though. And again, it's come all the way across for a Leeds throw-in. Much better from Newcastle in these last 5 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that ball needed to come a little bit earlier. You can see he takes a look up and he delays it almost a little bit. If that comes first time, Harvey Barnes is in that position. But hey, look, you've got to look to see someone's there. No one's telepathic anymore, are they? Not like
absolutely. And you know, listen, we know he hasn't got the best left foot in the world, and we know, you know, the cross isn't going to be particularly brilliant. You're absolutely spot on. You know, if he hadn't looked up and he'd have just blindly done it and there was nobody there, we'd have all been saying to him, look up and have us to see if there's anybody there. So you really can't win at times, can you?
Oh, 100%.
Hall now, again, with that long diagonal ball, trying to find the width behind the Leeds players. It's a great ball to Barnes. Barnes plays it in to Bruno, but again, it's not a great ball from Barnes and it's easy for Leeds to pinch. But again, it's a poor delivery from Leeds. And again, it's back with Leeds because it's not a great ball from Chow. Not having his best game today, Chow.
No.
Gruev now's got Aronson in front of him if he gives him, but well done to Tonali for seeing the danger. And
Brilliant
he gives it back to Pope. Yeah, superb. Pope goes long to the halfway line again, trying to get Voltamada in behind, but that's too easy for Strike to give it back to Perry. Oh, we nearly lost it there, Leeds. But again, they were lucky. Find their way out to that right-hand side. Stack now with the ball. Gives it back into Roden. Roden now. Just easily to Gruev on the halfway line. Again, Newcastle just taking a breather, getting that shape again and trying to go again. But you've got to be careful of Goodmanson down here because Goodmanson is free on the left-hand side. Looks like Harvey Barnes, he's watching the ball a little bit rather than what's in front of him and behind him. Striker now coming again to get that ball. Again, Newcastle on the half press, trying to win that ball back on the halfway line. Gruev now, back to Strauch. First touch wasn't brilliant, but he did enough to get it towards Justin. Again towards Chow, and Chow does well to get that ball under control. Gives it to Hall. Hall can only come inside though. He's under pressure. Chow gives it back to Pope, who again, under a bit of pressure, gives it long towards Voltamada. Voltamada heads it out, and it's come to Barnes. Barnes gives it short to Miley, who's just inside the Newcastle half. And again, Newcastle take a bit of the sting out of the game and just try and keep hold of possession. Lewis Hall now on that halfway line. Again, his arms are outstretched, asking players in front of him, move for me, boys, because I can't do anything if you don't move.
Yeah, movement's pretty shocking now, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit stationary, aren't we? Good turn by Gordon. Just get his pockets picked there at the end. Back with Leeds now.
I think it's one of those we're very reliant on the third centre midfielder making that run into the box, and if that's not there, we're in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, you know, we've got to start playing to the whistle, guys, because everybody stopped then for the second, thinking the ball had gone out of play for the throw, and it was 3-on-3 for a split second. Ball inside now into the centre circle to Bruno. Miley now picks the ball up again. What's happened here?
Oh. Something happened in the stands?
Oh, his mic's gone.
Their communications, as I was saying before, it's completely gone.
Has he stopped the game for that, though?
Yeah, they have to, apparently, now. It's part of the letter of the law.
Yeah, he's saying there's nothing I can do. Which, fair enough. I mean, let's be honest, if we had a VAR decision where it was a clear handball or something and it wasn't given and the communication was off, we'd be fuming. So,
we would, absolutely. Absolutely.
And it would definitely happen to us.
Yeah, we've just had that luck, haven't we? We have had no luck. You know, It seems to have been born under a bad sign, as the record goes. So again, this it's actually woke up a little bit since we went behind Newcastle. It's been a lot quicker, a lot more pace getting in behind. Lovely diagonal balls again to try and get more width out of the team and stretch Leeds across that back line. And we seem to do really well at times. But like I say, the last 5 minutes, it just seems as though both teams are just going to be happy with going in 1-1 at the moment. But we'll see if they can spark a bit of life in the last couple of minutes now. Back with Shaw, just inside the Newcastle half. Again, drives the ball up. Again, that's well done from Lewis Hall on the inside left position. Again, trying to drive forward. Gets chocked a little bit, but it's out to Gordon on that left-hand side. Again, who drops his shoulder, running to the byline. Ball into the back stick, and again, it's avoided everybody. It's come to Harvey Barnes, though, who's kept it in play. Harvey Barnes brings it back to Miley. Miley inside to Tonali, who goes back out to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes, again, first thing is to get it down and get involved. Bruno, I could see what you're trying to do. Tries to play Barnes in first time. We couldn't control it, but that's good from J7, who wins that ball back high up the Leeds half. Voltemada now picks that ball up again on the turn. Nobody really trying to press him from Leeds. Ball comes out to Tonali on this right-hand side. Looks up, into feet with J7. Back to Tonali. Gets hold of the ball. Tries to clip it into the back stick. And unfortunately not tall enough to get it over Perry in the Leeds goal. But I could see what he was trying to do, and it would have been a good option.
Yeah, good little bit of play there from us. A lot more on the ball. Voltemada, I think, touched the ball more in that move than he has for the rest of the game. So good to see the big man getting in amongst the action.
Yeah, Tonali as well. Having a better game.
Oh, referee.
He's harried.
Come on.
Yeah, I think he's saying he backed into him rather than he come over the top. I mean, it's one of them, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ampadu's a clever player, mate. You know, he's going to, when he's in the air, he's, like I say, just easy to get a winner, a free kick with that one, if I'm honest.
I'm just saying Tonali's having a miles better game than he has over the last few, mind you.
Yeah, 100%.
But he's playing more freely, which is lovely to see, I must admit. My only concern, we are at times looking a little bit light in midfield. The ball is broken. Handball, and it's going to be a penalty.
Is that Malik Chow again?
Malik Chow. He's off.
You are kidding us.
Is it deliberate or is it accidental? Let's see.
No. His arm's out, isn't it? He's trying to block Calvin-Lewin.
You can't argue with that.
No.
The only thing that's going to save him here is... Yeah, the only thing that's going to save him here is if he's being impeded by Calvin-Lewin. But again, he's not having the best of games.
No, he's had a really bad game so far. I think the thing is, his arms in front of Calvin-Lewin. Nah, it's a pen.
It's a pen.
No, that's a pen, and it is a red card. It is a yellow card. Oh, come on. We can't blame the ref for that one. If looking at it for the second time, he's made the right call there. It's not what you want to see. And
is he off?
You can tell. I think you can tell by Eddie's thing that. Did he get the second yellow?
Yeah, he's got a yellow card out.
Is it for Bruno? For maybe getting his mouth off?
I hope it is. I hope it is.
Come on.
You can tell from the bench that they're not over-arguing the fact.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, it was the wrong side of the player. Well, the right side of the player. And he looks like, again, he's slipped. Or, again, you know, Calvert-Lewin was just a little bit bigger than him.
Yeah. Anthony Gordon got the yellow.
Oh, he's yellow. Oh, thank God for that.
Assuming he was letting his mouth go, which doesn't surprise anyone. Oh, come on, Popey.
Come on, Popey.
Come on, Pope.
DCL with the penalty.
Oh, God, again, it had to be DCL, didn't it?
Yeah. Does go pretty central, DCL, with his penalties. So I wonder how much homework Popey does. Stand tall, son. Let him think about it. Just stand.
Come on, Paul.
Outstretch them big arms.
How awesome.
Come on. For God's sake.
Leeds have scored 2-1 now at half time to Leeds.
Yeah, it's a tough one to take.
It is. It's we just seem to be turning the corner, didn't we? And again, it's just the ball pumped into the box that we couldn't handle. The first ball, it falls towards Dominic Calvert-Lewin, who just literally again stays strong. You could say whether you're impeded or not, his arm was round Calvert-Lewin, and he's fallen to the ground and just hit his ball with a hand. It's definitely a handball. Can't disagree with it.
Do you think Chow comes off half time? Because one more mistake, and I think it's a red card.
He's having one of those, isn't he? One of those games.
He certainly is. Yeah, he certainly is.
The problem is it's how fit Botman is, isn't it? Whether he's fitting up.
Anyway, Newcastle back again. Just again behind at half time by the looks of it. Marley now picks the ball up just inside his own half, plays it square, going in, and again trying to get that ball up towards Harvey Barnes. Half cleared, it's fallen to Joe Linton. Is he gone down? Is a penalty? No way! No way!
That's not a penalty.
Oh, J7's getting a yellow card now for.
Hey, it's going to be a red if he keeps going like that.
Yeah, I was going to say J7. He's fuming at the referee.
Well done to Nolly there for getting him clear that situation.
Yeah, 100%.
Let's see what happens here. J7 gets it on the chest.
Nah.
And again, didn't see a lot from Justin, to be fair. Just puts his arm out, and J7 does go down. Pretty simple, though, to be fair.
Oh, on J7, that's an absolute Mickey take, that.
Yeah, he guns down like Everton's Anthony Gordon. Very, very easily. There's no attempt to play the ball by Justin, obviously, but there's not enough in that.
Yeah, I think it's more J7 we have to worry about rather than Chow, if I'm honest with you. No.
Yeah.
He's still shouting at the referee.
Shut up, J7, man. You've died.
Bloody hell. Yeah.
Desperation.
I can't wait for half time now to come just to calm him down, if I'm honest with you. If he can be calmed down.
Or get him off is the other option.
Yeah.
Oof.
It'll be for the ref, but performance probably
booze.
deserves it a little bit as well.
Yeah. It was a bit strange, that first half, I must admit. Lots of to-in and fro-in. But I'll tell you something now. I hate to say it, but we just haven't been good enough.
No.
Again, keeping hold of the ball. Again, I love to see Tonali going forward, but they do seem to be cutting through our midfield literally so easily when there's a ball out. And again, it's balls just being pumped into the box that we just don't seem to be handling very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's one of those where Leeds have come just to basically go, right, we'll press you to begin with, we'll try and get that first goal, we'll sit back. They did, and unfortunately, they've then hit us they've hit us with that gut sucker punch in the penalty, but it's another individual mistake from Newcastle that's cost, and I think it's going to be one of those where if Chow doesn't come off at half time, or at least on that 60th minute triple substitution that we're probably going to see, it could be curtains for him for it'll probably be a week because it'll be 2 yellow cards, but yeah, he needs to come off.
Yeah, some changes. Bowkey, unfortunately, mate, I didn't hear a word of that. I know you were talking to me, but I'd just taken my earpiece out of my ear because I was trying to. You can do it. You can. I'm going to go and get a drink.
No bother. Right, so we've got some chats from during the game here. Don't know if you fancy helping answer a few of these, Michael.
Yeah, no worries.
Screen, if you give us a second. Right, so show that one. Need a positive analysis from you. Clarity depresses the bedwetters. So I think he's basically saying we've been a little bit too depressing during the game. I think if you've been watching it, mate, we haven't had much of a chance to be positive.
Yeah, I was going to say, when there's a chance for me to be positive, I will be the most positive man on this planet. But we've had a decent spell of about 10 minutes where we were the better side. They edged the first, let's say, half an hour or so, and then we've had the sucker punch. But let's be honest, we're still in it. It's 2 goals at home against Leeds. It's not something we've never done before. 2 goals in the last game in the second half, so still in it. But the draw's looking a bit more likely now, isn't it?
100%, mate. Side to side and then across. No one. That's our game.
Can't
It is
argue.
our game at the minute, mate. That is how we play. I don't know how you feel, Michael.
Yeah, 100%. It's 20 balls passed around the back, and then you can see what we're trying to do, where they're trying to get one of the wing backs into more of an inverted role and find that space, or you get Joe Linton in there. But again, it's kind of the same thing. So it's one of those where it's become a bit predictable, a bit too easy to defend.
100%, mate. There's plenty of time. There's Toon Nut there, who's one of our positive guys. There's plenty of time to come back and keep the faith, lads. Keep the faith.
Absolutely.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so. There is plenty of time. I don't think there'll be any arguing with this one. Joe, having a stinker so far.
Yeah, worst game I've seen him have in a very, very long time, which means he's probably going to score in the second half.
Right, I'll get another one up. Andy Bell, nice to see you, mate. Eddie needs to get a chow off at half time. Seriously unfortunate. He's just having one of those days. I think that's right, mate. I don't think there's going to be any arguments. I don't know what you think, Michael.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's one of those where if Botman's fit enough to do 45 minutes, Chow has to come off. But it's just one of those. Great player, but you can see he plays a little bit risky, and when it doesn't come off, it unfortunately costs us, like it has with that first goal.
100%, mate, 100%. Positives from would-be former. Miley's still good, and J7 no cards so far.
We've lost half the positive.
I think we lost half of that one, mate, even through the game. It was a positive up to that point.
Yeah. Unlucky.
Wazza, one of our big contributors, can't help comparing Wolf with Calvert Lewin. I think the difference is in this game, one scored and one hasn't. What do you think, Michael?
Yeah, I think it's one of those where I think Lewin's had a pretty decent game. Obviously, he's part of the reason why Chow's had a stinker. Voltamada, when we've managed to get the ball to him, has done pretty decently, but it's just one of those where unless it's to his feet or to his head, then realistically, he's not really doing anything, is he?
No, definitely not, mate. And Ashton there, who's normally a little bit more positive, still we need to score more goals. I don't see us saving it.
Yeah.
Do you know what? On the back of that, Ashton, I'll let you answer in a minute, Michael. But on the back, I'd love to see him just bring obviously to keep Voltamada on and bring Wisser on at half time.
Yeah,
just go for it in the second half. I think the big option is here now with J7 getting booked is take J7 off, stick Wisser up front and just go a basic 4-4-2, because I don't think the wingers have actually done bad in this game, mate. I don't know what you think.
No, I completely agree. I think Gordon's, let's be honest, his movement has been probably the best out of the entire sort of front six, shall we say. Miley's is the only one that's been, I would say, better. But then when you're sort of looking at it going, well, Barnes is the one that's got the goal. Barnes is the one that can put the ball in the back of the net. If you're going to take anyone off, it kind of makes sense to be Joe Linton.
100%. And I kind of agree with maybe he's get taken, if we have got a fit Botman on the bench, taking Chow off for his own good. I don't see him improving in this game. He's obviously just having one of those nights. Maybe this is one where you save him from yourself.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, it was a very good goal though from Aronson. If I'm honest with you, he did slip, caught in two minds, ball fed in by Calvert-Lewin. But Aronson, it was a lovely finish from the edge of the D down to Pope's right hand side. There wasn't a lot Pope can do about that one. But again, one thing that worries me, and from what I could listen to while I was getting a drink, was literally just it's still worrying defensively with aerial balls into the box. We just don't seem to be comfortable at all in competing with that. Is that Alex Crooks in the middle?
Is that Alex Crooks in
again?
What's this we're comparing you to people, mate? Everyone seems to... I like the Tom Cruise one the best for you, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, clearly Michael Graham's loves it enough and everyone just wants me to be someone else. Play that violin. Play the violin.
Yeah. There's far too many Michaels in the northeast, isn't there?
Yeah, too many.
To be fair, I either get Heston Blumenthal or Peter from Family Guy, so I think you get off quite lightly, to be honest.
Right, swiftly moving on now, lads.
Yeah.
Swiftly moving on.
Indeed. Oh, bless you. I mean, what was Chow moaning about? Because he was gesticulating to the referee after his handball, saying that he got the ball, but with the wrong part of your body, mate.
I missed Tina's chat. I didn't store it in the chat, so I can't get it back up. But Tina says, this is Toon Tina, said that he was falling over, so it was a natural arm movement for somebody falling over. I didn't really, if I'm honest, and I don't like arguing with Tina, but I didn't really see that. I just seen, I think he thought that the only thing he could do was stick an arm out to stop the ball getting to the player.
Yeah, VAR, according to Connor's just sent me a quick one on that, saying that according to what that come over, there wasn't enough to overturn the referee's on-field decision.
It certainly wasn't a clear and obvious error, was it? It's one of the ones that everybody can look at it and have it from a different angle. But if we're going off clear and obvious errors, the chat's calling us out here saying watch it again, so I will after the game. But I think in regards to that, as far as I've seen in a live time, it was a penalty.
Yeah, I think if it's against us, we call for it, and we're sitting here saying it's a clear penalty. So it's an iron one. But
I mean, you know, we go on just before you continue, buddy. I've just got to have a look at some of the stats from that first half. And again, you know, we talk about possession. Newcastle with 59% to Leeds is 41%, and yet XG they've got 1.38 to our 0.79. They've had more shots on goal. They've had more shots on target. Both of us have had one big chance missed, and again, we're well in front with accurate passes and stuff like that. But again, it just doesn't seem as though there is enough composure on the ball at times. And when we've found ourselves in a really good opportunity to get the ball into the box to a big lad, it gets a bit frustrating when you can only hit the first man and it's easily cleared, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. It's one of those where, I mean, I've said before, elsewhere, I can forgive being outclassed by teams, but I can't forgive being outworked by teams. And this is exactly what's been happening here. You know, Leeds want it more. Maybe this is what's happened in the last 7 games for them. But on the Newcastle side of things, there's not enough bite. There's not enough creativity. And first of all, there's not enough movement. Where every time we've managed to sort of do that bit of movement, getting behind the fullback, it's worked out quite well for us, but unfortunately, we're not seeing it enough.
No, you're right. Like I say, for me, it's like I say, there's been some really good diagonal balls to both Gordon, Hall, Miley, and Barnes. To try and bring move their defensive line around a little bit. And at times, they've given us the opportunity to get that ball under control and get that crossing. We just seem to hesitate at good opportunities to try and do something with the ball. And again, it's if you look at the Chow foot slip, if you like, he seemed to be in two minds on Leeds' first goal. You know, it's like I can see a pass. Oh, I'm not going to pass that. Then he falls over because the ball's gone away from him. Again, are we creating our own problems here? It's not something that, I mean, as much as Leeds have, I think they've been worthy leaders at half time, and it certainly gives us a kick up the backside when they won 1-0 up for us to get going. And I think we had a 10-minute spell then where it only looked like one scorer, if I'm honest with you, or there's going to be one team that won this game. But again, it just shows you the tenacity of Leeds, the work rate, as Michael's already said, for them to get involved again in this game. And again, for me, I suppose deserved leaders at half time.
Yeah, 100%. I've just got a message off Ian there, who's at the game, basically saying, 1, was it a handball? And 2, did J7 dive? And unfortunately, mate, the answer to both is absolutely.
Yeah. You want to do some more of your shouts, mate, in the chat? You're muted. You're muted, buddy.
I've just been putting them up as they've been coming through, mate. Just
Cool.
to give them a little bit of chance. I think the big one about Voldemort that I put up was, I don't know what you guys think, but I think it's 50-50 with that guy at the minute. He isn't getting into the positions where people can pass to him, and we're not playing the game where we have the options to pass to him. So I think that it's a strange one with Voldemort. He's obviously a good player. We just need to learn how to play with him.
I just think you need to get closer to him. And I think that is the reasons why you've seen Tonali in a more of a free role. The problem is you've also seen J7 in that free role. You've seen Bruno in that free role. Who's the holding midfielder today? Because we don't seem to have one.
Do you know, I think we'll forget, Gary, is a couple of years back, Howe came out publicly and said he didn't want to play with the number 6. He did want to have...
You're right. But we've seen... You know, that's why I mentioned, was it lost in translation, you know?
I think we've seen the consequences of that. And I think Tonali's looked good tonight because he's been playing further forward. He had a good shot. He's had some good passes. But by him not being the number 6, meant that we've looked a lot more vulnerable defensively. So I think actions have consequences at times. I think we all know that. And I think the action of putting Tonali more forward is you lose that little bit more defensively.
Yeah, we've got JB, who's a Leeds fan. Gaz, we're comfortable anywhere we go, mate. Yeah, like I said, you're certainly playing with that confidence. Again, you know, unbeaten in 7. So we knew it was going to be a test for us.
Lovely to see you, Queenie, and thank you very much for asking people to hit that like button. It's certainly what we need as a channel. So if you can, hit like and subscribe.
Yeah, just seeing 2 things there. Tino Livramento and Sven Botman coming on in the second half.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Some changes arrive.
Oh, is that Wisser as well? I've just seen someone off to the side.
I'm going to say, yeah, it looked like Wisser, didn't it? Yeah, it did. Botman's coming on, and like I say, Tino is coming on. That is going to change.
This is a great sign from Eddie Howe in regards to actually making changes at half time.
Yeah. It's like a free hit, isn't it?
This isn't because of injury, obviously, because we're changing either 2 or 3 players here, which I think is a positive sign from the management style.
Boki, can you do me a favour? You know that message that Chris got out for us to read out regarding the subs and things like that? Do you want to read that out while I just keep an eye on the subs and change the team around a little bit?
Just while you get that, mate, I'll just confirm it's only a double substitution. Malik Chow and Sandro Tonali off for Sven Botman and Tino Livramento.
Oh, so Molly going into the 6th, do you think?
Yeah, that's probably what they will mean. Which, to be honest, give us a lot more control.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be an interesting one. Let's see what happens. Like I say, and Botman coming into the side, so Shaw will go back to the right side. Botman will go to his natural left side. So let's see what that does.
The second half, just to remind you guys, some members have been refunded due to a recent price change. So if that applies to you, please consider rejoining the channel on YouTube. That would be great for you. We've also working on some separate memberships platforms on our website, which is NTTB All Access. NTTB Access will be included even more perks and exclusive content. Back us up as a channel, guys. We're really trying to move forward this year, so please back what you can. You'll get journals, insights, you'll get some full match reviews, and you'll get highlights also of the games. We're just finalising the details now, and we'll keep you updated on exactly what's happened. So just make sure, if you can, subscribe, like, and join us as a channel if you can. It just really helps us grow.
Here we go then. Bruno on the ball now. We've kicked off, like I say, with those 2 changes. Just the 2 changes, as Michael mentioned. Botman with his first touch gives it into Shaw. Again, Bruno coming deep into the centre circle, feeds it up to Voltamada. His first touch out to Tino on that right-hand side now. Does very much look like Miley's gone into that right side of midfield with Bruno in the 6. Bruno now picks that ball up again. Again, jostled by a couple of blue shirts. Little ball out towards Harvey Barnes. Couldn't do a lot with that one, to be fair. Ball played up to him a little bit too high, and he can only manage to head it back. But Newcastle do get the ball back with Botman. Square to Hall now on this left-hand side. Up the line to Anthony Gordon. But again, Justin anticipated that one and does get the ball, but it's hit too far forward and it's out of play for a Newcastle throw. It's back with Botman now. Again, goes square to Shaw. Shaw gets out of his feet again, looking for that long ball over the top for Anthony Gordon, but again, it's a little bit too long and it's straight at Perry at the opposite end of the ground in the Leeds goal. Again, looking to go long, taking no chances here, Perry. And he decides to throw it long. It's a wishful one. And again, competed by Newcastle, and they'll get it back with Hall. Goes all the way back to Pope, though. Again, half a press there from Stack. Gives it into Shaw, playing that right centre-back role now, into Tino, but again, back to Shaw. Bruno again offers himself deep, just inside the Newcastle half. A little bit of yards to move into. Plays it out to Anthony Gordon. Eventually gets it under control. Again, driving down that line with Justin. Gives it to Hall now on the inside left position. Feeds it back to Bruno, who's followed the ball. Back now into Botman. Again, just a lot of work, a lot of energy being spent from Leeds, just trying to fill the gaps and stop Newcastle pass that ball through the channels in and behind them. Let's see if they can keep that concentration going, if Newcastle can keep hold of the ball. Shaw again goes square just inside the Newcastle half. Ball up the line to J7. J7's got the opportunity to feed in Hall. Hall now, ball in towards that back stick, but again, it's in front of everybody. And again, not many players in the box for him to aim at there. And it's gone straight out of play the other side of the pitch for the throw-in to Leeds. Right idea, execution was poor.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of this this is going to be the way the second half goes. A lot of passing around the back, trying to create that little opening, that little chance, which we are going to need to do, but it all depends on that final product, doesn't it? And that doesn't bode particularly well, but I don't want to be too negative.
No, but again, it just shows that sometimes there's a disconnection between the front line and the midfield because he had nobody to aim at. So should he have just taken that to the byline or taken another touch and recycled it back rather than just hitting an empty box? I mean, that's always been my thought. Go out to...
if you don't have that telepathic.
I suppose, why is it an empty box is the other question. We've got... As we've all said, we've been quite attacking with the selection. Why has the box not got people in it?
Yeah.
And
you can see the players trying to G up the crowd. I think the crowd need to G up the players because it's a little bit lackluster at the minute. We just need to, get our foot on the ball and give the crowd something to cheer actually about rather than just wave our hands in the air.
Yeah, Hall had managed to get a corner for Newcastle now. I don't know who's going to take this. It looks like Bruno again. Try and force this ball into that near post, but again, he's whipping too much onto that, and it's gone straight out for a goal kick. Again, it's trying to be too clever, Bruno. Just get it into the danger zone, son.
Yeah,
players scored from corner kicks. I know he did it, but how many times has it happened in the Premier League? It happens very rarely, and teams will be on to now what we're trying to do. We need to. If we've got this set piece coach, why isn't he changing things up?
Yeah, it's one of those. Every single corner seems to be either on the keeper or just behind him, and you're starting to think. I mean, when it doesn't come off like that, you're wondering what on earth's going on. When it comes off like it did against Palace, you think, "Oh, right, we've thought about that," but it's every game, isn't it? And let's be honest, not every goalkeeper is terrible at defending corners.
No, and that's true. It's like I said, it seems as static as our formation when it comes to corner kicks these days. It just seems as though, we've only got one plan, and that's what we're working on. Ball aimed forward aimlessly, to be fair, by Newcastle. Again, that's just going to be an easy one for Leeds to throw in there.
I think whatever happens tonight, we need to remember Leeds aren't world beaters.
No.
Not a brilliant team. You know, this isn't. If anybody comes out of this and says it's a great performance, it's certainly not. But we've had the moments, but it's again a slog to watch.
Yeah, somebody was saying yesterday, anybody would think we were playing PSG. Well, at the minute, we can't even get it past Leeds, never mind PSG away.
What's this here? It's an out. I was going to say a bit of complaining there. DCL going up, hitting Botman in the face, but very accidental. And it was praying for a second yellow there, but it was never,
never going to happen, is it? No. Tino down that right hand side feeds it into Barnes, but again, it's very tight, and Leeds are able to get that ball back there. Goodmanson goes long, but again, it's an aimless ball. But can we pick up that second ball? Bruno does, feeds it into J7. Again, J7 runs into traffic, but it's come through to Morley. Morley now out to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes, again, just delaying his pass because he's waiting for bodies. Comes into Morley again, out to Bruno. Bruno, again, just looking up, trying to feed in other players. And again, wrong choice for me. J7 on the square, and it's J7 at his best there, just leaves the ball alone, and it's a break for Leeds now, running from their own half to the edge of our box now. Aronson looks up, fires one across. Popey gets down with his feet and manages to get that ball out with a save, and it's a corner to Leeds. How poor was that? From one end to the other.
It's one of those where Bruno should probably take him down on the halfway line, take the yellow card. They're not over in numbers, but you can see Bruno's getting nowhere near him. He's getting away.
Where's our midfield, for God's sake? I mean, I'm just looking at the replay of this, and I'm just looking at where two of our midfielders go out to the right-hand side. You know, and again, it's a square ball to J7, who's decided to come forward as well. And yes, we've got to gamble, but we can't gamble and concede another goal, guys.
Absolutely.
It's a difficult one. Let's just hope Eddie gets this right at some point. I think it's crying out to chuck the second striker on and just go for it. Go for it.
The biggest problem we've got now, though, you see, all of our three midfielders have no recovery. There is no recovery pace in any of them. You know, they are literally Johnny Two-Speed, slow and stop. And we've got to be very careful and mindful that we don't get bombarded now with that just out ball. That the blue shirts, who again don't look that leggy for me. Tino now with a chance to get Barnes down that right hand side. Barnes comes on the inside on his left foot again. Options, gives it Bruno. Bruno sees Morley, but again the ball is overhit. Can Morley keep it in? He does. In that corner flag area, Morley now picks the ball up, but again not giving himself much of a good angle. Bruno with the outside of his foot flicks it on, and it's a goal. J7 with the equaliser. Come on! Little flicking header. J7, you let us down there, mate, but you've made up for it with that one. That was a great finish, and it was a lovely ball with the outside of the foot from Bruno.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic from the two Brazilians. When you need a bit of creativity, Bruno, the outside of the foot. He loves it a bit too much, but if he keeps doing that, I ain't going to complain in the slightest.
And well done, Morley, for keeping that ball in.
100%. I was just going to say, Miley deserves a huge call out for that one as well.
Agreed.
Great ball in and great finish. Absolutely brilliant finish.
Well, it was a superb finish. Yeah, well done, boys. Come on now. Let's not let these get back into this game.
I think the shove in the back might have helped them a little bit.
Yeah. Give him a bit more guidance. It was a great header, that was, you know.
Oh, it was a brilliant header, that. You've got to give J7 that. That was absolutely magnificent header.
But as you say, if he doesn't push him, it probably goes straight into Nick Pope. I am joking, by the way, before anyone jumps on us.
But did you not find it was a strange reaction from the rest of the lads?
I wasn't paying too much attention, to be fair. But
they didn't even celebrate that at all. There was they all just turned away as if it was flagged for offside or something stupid. That's why I was looking at the linesman saying, "Are you offside, Joe?"
I think they were just shocked J7 scored.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it was a great goal, to be fair. Anyway, it's a corner now to Leeds with a blocked cross from Lewis Hall. And like I said, straight back on it, Leeds. In the 56th minute, it's Newcastle 2, Leeds 2. All to play for now. Like I said,
To be fair, how fitting is it that one of the players we said would probably take off gets the goal to get one back on level with a great finish.
Commentator's curse, ball into the box, and it is literally nowhere. It's not cleared, but it's helped back by a blue shirt. All the way back to Goodmanson, who gives it to Perry, who again just launches it forward, trying to get Aronson involved down this left-hand side. Stikey's still up the field for Leeds from that set piece. Aronson just drips the ball into the box, but again, it's headed out. Brownie again to strike in a blue shirt for Leeds, who picks up that ball, gives it to Goodmanson down that left-hand side, and again, it's challenged there. Harvey Barnes does really well to get his body in line with that ball and block it for a throw into Leeds.
I think now what we need to do is go for the winner. And then again, it's another game where you just say, we're on this run, it's starting, we're all beginning to score goals, there's a good chance for it to go on a good run. Do the performances matter that much at this time? I think what matters more is getting the results.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, a long throw in this for Leeds in that position, to be fair. If it can get anywhere near the 6-yard box, I'll be impressed. Headed clear by Miley. Again, just back to the thrower, headed into the box. And again, it's not really dealt with, and this time it's up in the air. Pope's watching it over the bar, and it's going to be a goal kick to Newcastle. Again, struggled with that one, didn't we? It just looks at everybody who's watching the ball and nobody really attacking it.
Yeah, I think it's one of those. A lot of teams in the Premier League have learned to deal with that long throw. Liverpool come to mind. Horrible with it at the start of the season. They've learned to deal with it. We haven't learned to deal with it at all, in my opinion, but I hate them. It's the epitome of everything that's wrong with football at the minute.
Yeah, exactly. Isn't it funny that stuff, it's like I said, it's like everything, fashion. It's what we've seen in football years and years ago now seems to be coming back and flooding the market with the old-fashioned style of football.
Bring back Big Stan.
Yeah, absolutely. Stokesy, get in. Ball from Shaw out to Tino. Again, inside just for Bruno to try and run into. And again, Bruno got challenged there. Referees allowed them to go on. And Bruno, again, arguing with the referee.
He's getting a yellow for that, surely.
Yeah, but I mean, why are you arguing with the referee when they've got the ball? Just get on with the game. And when the game goes out of play, the ball goes out of play, then have a word with him. Got to stop this.
I think he's got away with that because he's the captain, but that reaction, I think most players get a yellow for that.
Oh, absolutely, mate. Yeah, I totally agree with that one. But I think it was a foul, though. I do think Bruno was shortchanged there with the foul.
It was a foul, but you don't go on like that with a referee. And to be fair, if he'd caught that other player, the way he went into the challenge afterwards, he could have been in trouble himself.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's
ball
just
again, long throw into the box.
Petulance.
Yeah, headed clear this time by J7. And again, Leeds are able just to hump the ball back onto that left-hand side from the halfway line. Harrison looked like he handballed it then, but again, he's managed to get it into a channel, but it's picked up by Tino. Pope now with a long boot to try and get it up towards Voltemada, but again, it's aimed to nobody in particular. Goodmanson brings it forward. Voltemada does well to get a foot on it. Referee says play on. No foul on Voltemada there. Ball comes inside now to Stack. Again, it's just easy for Bijol, for Leeds to pick the ball up and again play. Again, they don't mind playing from the back, Leeds. They're happy and comfortable on the ball. So we've got to put a bit of pressure on, lads, if we want to apply something here. Again, lots of players running from deep. And again, it seems to be a tactic a lot of teams are doing these days. They're leaving a centre forward high up the field that's saying he's not contributing to the game. And there's runners then coming from the midfield through the lines, the banker forward, if you like, to stay onside. And it confuses the hell out of defenders. Something that, again, we don't see Newcastle doing. Seem to be off the pace on a lot of these techniques and tactics these days. Again, a launch into the box, again, from a really hell of a distance out. Should be competing this one with no problems. Again, to the corner of the box. This time, Voltemada picks it up. Nobody to pass out to, though. And again, he's only running down the lines. And it seems as though we've lost the ball again. And it's Aronson down that left-hand side. He fires it through into the edge of the box. Again, not a lot of blue shirts. Shaw's under pressure. Oh, DLC, I thought was... Yeah, I thought there was a little moment there where DCL was going to get a toe on it. But Pope comes and smothers it. But yeah, you're right. Shaw did really well to watch the player then and not be suckered into that ball.
DCL's had a bloody good game so far, mind you.
Well, like I said, I was one of those that would have
striker.
taken him. I don't know why everybody was so against him. There was a player there, if he believes in the team that he's with. He just lost faith in Everton.
Yeah, I think it was one of those where, for me, the only manager that got it really out of him was Ancelotti, and I know Howe's done brilliantly with players, but I was just sitting there thinking,
go on, Anthony Gordon! Oh, second ball, boys. Oh, unlucky. Well done, Harvey Barnes, again down that right-hand side. Sees an opportunity to feed Anthony Gordon in the penalty area. He plays the ball early, but again, lots of blue shirts getting back, just as enough to get his foot in front of Anthony Gordon's attempted shots, and it goes out of play.
But again, lads, if that was the other way around, would you be more confident of it getting scored? Gordon crossing into Barnes?
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, you're right. But again, was the ball... listen, you can never say because you're not on the field of play, and it's easy to say, from here. It's impossible to say the angle of the ball and everything else. Was it closer to the defender? I just think sometimes you've just got to praise the defender to say you've done well to get back and block the shot.
It's great from Justin, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Popey now picks the ball up and again goes out to that right-hand side of the box to Shaw, who decides to go long again, looking for Harvey Barnes, but that's easy for Leeds to clear. Again, it's a little bit bitty at the moment, I must admit. Tino, you can't play the ball there. And he gives the ball back to DCL, who, lucky for us, DCL obviously wanted to play for Newcastle all this time and puts it out of play.
If we keep bigging it up, he'll do stuff like that. So,
commentators curse. Oh, he's class! He never gets injured. Ball thrown into Bruno, plays the ball back into Shaw, who stays wide to collect that ball. Again, I don't like this when we delay that pass back to Popey, and then it's all a bit slow to get out. Anyway, Popey does get it out, but there's only a blue shirt in the centre circle that's going to head that ball. J7 picks it up now, heads it out to Hall. J7 looks hungry to get more. Ball inside there to Gordon. Gordon does well to ride two challenges. Plays the ball out to that right-hand side. Ball to the back stick with Luis Olo! Just evades him, and it's out for a corner kick. Again, I thought that was going to be the cherry on top of the cake. Great play from Anthony Gordon, I must admit there. Rides two challenges, puts a beautiful ball in, and I don't know whether Luis Olo was offside, to be fair, having watched it back.
Might be lucky to get the corner, to be honest.
They certainly haven't overturned it. So anyway,
take control a little bit, aren't we? We're beginning to get proper foothold in the game.
Looking good.
Ball into the box from Bruno, and it's headed. J7 with the chance. It's bobbling around it. Oh, it's off the post. Voltemorda off the line again. Oh my God! It's pinball at the minute in that 6-yard box, but Newcastle just can't force the ball into the net.
I don't know what happened there. Just pinball. It looks like two Leeds players have collided with each other. The XG stats will be saying that was 2 goals, but it's one of those. Joe Linton does well. Is it Cher that hits the post?
Yeah, I think it's Fabian Cher that rattles the post. Yeah, from that shot. Again, the ball just wouldn't fall kindly. Yeah, it was Fab Cher. Then Voltemorda gets it out of his feet, but can only push it towards Perry, and then in the end, Leeds in a scramble just clear it for a throw into Newcastle.
I will say if that goes in.
I was going to say keeper's on the ground when he saves Voltemorda's shot as well. Anywhere else in the goal, that's in.
Yeah, absolutely.
If that goes in, it gets disallowed, by the way, because it does hit Voltemorda on the elbow.
Yeah.
So one of those where, again, probably fortunate to have the throw, but I'll take it.
Absolutely.
Good pressure, though. We're doing a lot better now.
Yeah, again, it just seems to have given us that kick up the backside again, them going back in front at the end of the first half. We have certainly come out. Again, you look at the possession, 80-odd% to very little. Ball into the box. It's headed clear by Leeds. Only to the edge of the box with Hall. Can't get a lot on that. And it's, again, potential break with Aronson, but well seen by Barnes again. Literally the back man right on the halfway line. Gets it clear back to Pope. And Newcastle retain possession.
Barnes so far has been my man of the match tonight. I think he's been really good.
Who, Barnes?
Yeah.
Yeah. The ball fed up to Miley there, who tries to feed in Bruno, and again, not enough on it, and it's fallen back to Leeds on the halfway line. Again, Leeds looking a little bit shell-shocked at the minute, I must admit. Not really in that positive mindset, but we've got to be on our toes. Can't give them any chances. And again, something I don't like about Newcastle sometimes, we just don't want to trigger press. And we're allowing Leeds just to have the ball on the halfway line. Again, the lads just getting a breather. I'm all for that. But like I say, I don't want us to go too deep, because that's when we've looked as giving ourselves a lot of problems. Justin now picks the ball up on this right-hand side, feeds the ball back into Roden. Again, comes all the way back to the lad who's staying right deep now, Grove, in between the two centre-backs. Again, Goodmanson trying to drive down that left-hand side as it's chance. It's off the bar. Oh, my God. What are you doing, Popey? Justin, literally, Popey was all over the place there, flapping at the ball. It comes out of his line, and it falls onto Justin's head. Justin gets up for it, headers it back off the bar. Luckily, it falls to a black and white shirt with Shaw, who manages to clear it to the corner to Leeds. Wow. Out of jail again on a simple ball into the box, which seems to be our issue. What's he doing? Popey. He didn't even go with his hands. He goes down with his feet.
It's like he slips, isn't it?
They need to be fair, yeah. He lost his footing.
But even then, still.
Well done, Pope. Well done. He did catch that one.
Yeah, but the throw out goes straight to a Leeds player.
Oh, Jesus.
Because there was literally Anthony Gordon on his own there.
It's individual errors, though, again, isn't it? Leeds exactly from our errors.
Yeah, rushing again to try and get the ball up the field, and we've just got no composure. It's a poor ball there from Justin now. And again, J7 shows a little bit of Brazilian class, and he tries to get up the line, and it's a throw into Newcastle. Hall now, back to Botman. Get your composure, boys. Play the ball.
J7 has had a good game tonight as well, to be fair.
That's a poor ball again, straight to a blue shirt there. And again, Justin just feeds the ball back to Roden. Again, who's just going to go back and try and recycle this ball forward again, Leeds. Again, Aronson comes deep on the halfway line, looking for DCL then to beat, but Shaw again sees the opportunity to get in and gets a block on that one. It's fed into Bruno. Bruno goes back to Botman. Now it's up to Hall on the diagonal. Hall goes again up towards Anthony Gordon, who doesn't seem to know where the ball is at the minute, Anthony Gordon. Back to Hall. Bruno. And then we've got Miley now. Back out to Hall. Miley now. Again, it's just all short passes at the moment. Now 5 yards. Get it out. Get it wide. Let's spread them a little bit. Shaw back into Bruno, who's again dropping into that 6. Botman now fires the ball up towards J7. Get it under control. Again, he's given the ball straight to a blue shirt, but again, they're not wanting the ball, and it's come back to Tino, and it's up to Barnes now on this right-hand side. Tino goes on the overlap. Miley's 5 yards from him if he wants him as well. He decides to come back inside to Bruno. Bruno now up to Voltamada. First time into Barnes. Miley now again runs it inside from the outside right. Back into Bruno's feet. Hall square of him unless he wants to go outside again. Back out to Barnes. First time touch to Tino. Tino first time into the box, and it's going to come all the way through to Gordon on the left-hand side. Gordon picks up that ball. Gets it onto his right foot. Good ball into the box. It's headed up in the air by Leeds. Onto the edge of the area by Leeds. Aronson's got a chance of getting rid of it. And it's fallen to Tino, who wins that ball back. Good challenge from Bruno in the outset. Barnes now plays the ball back into Bruno. Bruno give him to Miley. Miley again playing the triangles. Not the greatest ball from Miley. And Bruno is challenged. And the ball's back with DCL just inside the Leeds half. But again, well done. He's not happy.
Oh,
I don't know who that is. It's Shaw. Shaw's gone down really heavily, and straight away his arms went up, saying he's done something really bad here. And it's just us. It's typical us, isn't it? Who's going to go? What happened there? Oh, look. Is his ankle gone?
No, that was his ankle underneath his foot.
Yeah, it looks like he's fell on his ankle there. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Jesus. That's him.
I don't know whether he's dislocated his ankle there.
His foot's flopping around, you can see.
Yeah, it doesn't look good, this, I'll tell you. Fabian Shaw.
Well, he's not going to play centre-back.
Well, I hope not. Who would you play there now?
I'd be
Miley?
tempted to put Miley.
Yeah.
Looks like Wissa's coming on.
I'm sure if it needs kiss better, Christina will go out and do it for you, I'm sure.
Now, listen. Let's give Voltemada. He's got the height.
Yeah.
If it keeps him on the pitch, I'm down.
Who else is that warming up there in the
There's a
back?
few. Ramsey, I think. There's a lot of changes going on at the moment with people getting stripped. So I don't know.
This is coming on.
Yeah, I think Voltemada will go off now because, or like I say, he'd be going as bloody centre half. I don't know what's going on. Ramsey's definitely getting stripped. Wissa's stripped. It looks like Murphy's stripped as well. So again, I don't know. Would you put Alex Murphy in?
I would, because of desperation, I'd maybe be tempted. It looks like because Murphy's putting his jacket back on, I'd imagine Ramsey comes on for share, and as we say, Miley goes in as that centre back. By the looks of it,
It's a hell of a chance to take for Eddie Howe, isn't it?
Oh, crikey!
Hell of a chance.
This is typical us, though, isn't it? Make look at this. It's not a great stretches on the field of play, guys. For those that are listening, and it does look a bad situation. This for Fabian Shaw.
Oh God, this isn't a bad injury, and it's the last time we'll see Shaw.
Was just about to say it looks like it might be, doesn't it?
Yeah. Let's hope that gets back as quickly as possible. But what
it could be a fracture because the air boot's coming out straight away. Look.
What a player he's been for this club, though. Let's get.
Oh, he's been fantastic, mate.
£3 million signing. I can't think of a better £3 million signing.
Not at this level, no. Neither can I.
Absolutely amazing player forward.
It does mean we might be busy in the transfer market over the coming month. I know it's a bit disrespectful to think that while he's lying on there and hasn't even got on the stretcher yet, but might just force Eddie Howe's hand, might it?
Is Wilson on the phone to Gay?
This really doesn't look good for Shaw. Sorry for Shaw.
No, it looks a really awful. Like I say, it's just bad luck because he goes down with his ankle still underneath him, and it just bends the other way, doesn't it? And he did really well to try and get back into that challenge as well. To be fair,
and we'll lose so much from the team with him as well because of the way he plays. I mean, I know he's had these defensive issues over the years, but his passing and his goals for would have been an amazing thing throughout.
Yeah, you're right. Referee's having a quiet word with J7 there. I don't know what that was about. Whether he's mentioning he's clapping when he got the booking for his dive.
Yeah,
I'm not sure, but he's certainly with a bit of a smile there, J7.
One thing with this length of injury as well, the poor bloody Leeds fans trying to get home, it's going to be a late one for them now.
Yeah, you're right. I can't, like I said, I just hope it's a safe journey back because, like I say, the roads are blooming terrible at, some of these back streets at the minute. Yeah. So, I just hope everybody gets back safe.
100%. And let's just hope as well this doesn't play on the Newcastle United players' minds, the rest of them on the pitch.
That's what I was just going to say.
You see a good mate and a fellow professional go down like that, then it sometimes does have an effect, and I think that's a natural thing.
Yeah, I remember the Denmark-Finland game when obviously that Eriksson issue happened, and Denmark looked distraught. Couldn't believe what they did. It's obviously not of that level, but almost he's sitting there and going, you know what, go win it for him. So there goes, he's not sitting there thinking what could have been. Get the 3 points anyways.
Get the 3 points anyways, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think you're going to be right. I think it's going to be Miley that drops into there. Ramsey will go to right midfield. J7 staying on the field of play. And Wissa is a replacement for Voltemada up top.
Actually, I never want this one to happen to Shaw, but it'd be quite interesting watching Miley at centre-back because he's a tall lad and he's a good ball player as well.
Yeah, well, like I said, I think this is grounded him perfectly for that number 6 role. I really do. I don't know why. I just have this feeling in my water that the lad is going to be, for some unknown reason, one of those centre backs that the old school deep midfielders that just sit in the. Remember the Neves, the role that Neves used to play at Wolves, where he'd go and sit in between the two centre backs and just literally pull the ball left, right, centre. He's got that type of mindset for me. Anyway, Miley again goes long, and again he's looking for Barnes and J7.
Came on as well. Wissers came on for Voldemort, and Ramsey's come on for Shaw.
Yeah, Aronson now to, I think that's Gunnarsson down that side. Again, well done. Tina, again, just jockeying him, and the ball's out of play for a goal kick to Newcastle. There's going to be lots of injury time, guys, because we're in the 77th minute now, but that means absolutely diddly squat now. Looks like Leeds are making a change. That was a bit of a strange ball out from Botman, but it's fallen to J7, who's got the option to give it to Tino on the right-hand side, just on the halfway line now with Tino. Got Barnes on the outside, Bruno inside if he wants to give it. Ramsey, again, just tucking himself onto the corner of that penalty area, makes himself shown now, and he gives the ball to Ramsey. Into Bruno, square of him now. Again, ball fed in to Wisser to try and get in and behind Leeds, but Leeds managed to block that one. Ramsey pulls him into the corner, and again, it's just out ball for Leeds, but it's picked up again by Miley on the halfway line. Botman now from Tino. Botman now just plays the ball 5 yards to Miley. Again, no press from the Leeds players there. Again, we all note that they are running out of steam as the game goes on. Lovely ball out to Barnes there. He's got options, plays the ball first time, wrong option that for me. And Goodmanson is able to clear it up towards DCL. And Miley, again, first touch, but he's done well for the second touch. Gets a block on it. He tried to be a bit clever for me there, Miley. And he let DCL get in front of him. But he did manage to get the challenge in on the second one. The ball is out for a Leeds throw now.
I think Miley needs to get out of a midfielder's mindset, doesn't he? He just needs to realise that he's the last man back. So if it needs to just smash it out of play, basically.
Yeah, it'll take you 10 minutes, mate. And that's what I said. It's really weird when you're moving positions because, like I said, this is a totally new role for Miley now. So he has got to start making, like I say, that mentality approach. And that's a good ball through the middle. And that nearly fell for DCL. Well done, Miley. Because, again, Miley got himself in between ball and player and gets rid of that ball up towards Gordon. Again, that second ball has fallen to a blue shirt. Played down the line to try and get Leeds forward, and Hall intercepts that one. Bruno now driving forward into Wisser. Wisser plays it back to Ramsey, but again, not the perfect ball from Ramsey, and it's given Aronson now a chance to go again, and it's a goal for Leeds. Aronson, again, all from that missed pass, trying to transition from the back line to the front line, and he's just a ball straight through to him. On that right-hand side. Botman, again, he's trying to push him down the line, stays away from him. Should never have had that much space, if I'm honest with you. And it's into the back of the net off the left-hand post.
They just throw us like bloody...
Yeah, look at this. Look.
Where's
our left-back? You know what I mean? Where's your left-back?
Botman shouldn't be that deep either.
No, Botman's deep. The Hall's gone up, and this is what I said. To me... You know, you've got to move forward in your transitions, but you've got to be cute with your passing. And if you can't, I hate these 5-yard passes to nobody. You know, it's just criminal, mate.
That's a bloody good finish, mate. You've got to give him...
He's finished 2 really good goals, mate, to be fair.
Yeah.
It off the post off both of them, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But again, he's been given far too much space for me. Botman should have closed that space a little bit earlier for me. Aronson's just gone off, I believe. I hope. No, it isn't. It's Dak who's gone off. And Okafor's come on. So they've gone more attacking with this one, which is strange.
Aronson must have gone off as well, surely. Because if the half...
No, Aronson's still on. Okafor's now playing on that left-hand side. I think Aronson's playing on this right-hand side. Anyway, Tino's driving forward, gets the ball into the box. It's over the top. Anthony Gordon with a side foot volley, but it's only into the side netting for Newcastle. Still remains Newcastle 2, Leeds 3 at St James's Park. It's a ding-dong match, this. But I'll tell you something now. We aren't off committing Harry Carey. Anyway, Anthony Gordon's off. He's finished. His deal is done. Murphy's on, so it looks like Harvey Barnes will be moved over to the right-hand side. and Murphy will play on the left. Again, it doesn't really give us that much of an option, if I'm honest with you, especially these last few games. Murphy hasn't done a lot, but it certainly helps you out on the defensive role more than any of the others have. J7 wins that ball again, competing with Bruno, his own player. Again, poor ball out. And again, that's luckily for us, there was a light challenge on J7, but we are hitting the self-destruct button at the minute, Newcastle.
Yeah, short passing's nowhere near good enough, is it?
No, it's criminal, mate. We pass the ball literally 10 yards. It is criminal.
I think what we need to remember here as well, we're home against Leeds and we're playing like this. You know, we're making these look like a good team.
Like I said, I think it's poor to say that they're a bad team. You've only got to look at recent results. You know, Farker's got these guys really up for this game. And it's, like I say, the third game in 8 days. They should be blowing out their backsides by now. And again, it just proves how much confidence and what confidence can give you when you hit that wall and you're willing to go through it and then go and get another one.
But we have
Bruno now.
Gary here, we've got the better players.
Again, but only talking on paper, though, aren't we?
100%. I mean, you wouldn't think of watching this game, but we have got
absolutely.
Players.
When you look at the amount of money that these lot has cost us compared to what they've cost him, ball into the box again, cleared by Leeds. It's not gone far. Aronson could pick this up, but Hall does well, and he watches the ball down and plays the ball square to Bruno.
Good. Well done, Hall.
Back out to Hall. Nice 1-2 there with Ramsey and J7. J7 with a left-footed shot, but it's a poor one. Yeah, and Perry is easy to get that. A grubber along the floor.
Old daisy cutter.
Yeah. And again, all of the win, lose or draw has swung heavily towards Leeds now with 67%, 25% the draw, and only 8% the win now for Newcastle as the clock ticks down. Lewis Hall now on the halfway line, back to Botman. Botman goes square to Miley now, standing centre-back. Imagine him with the Gordon attitude. Don't really want to play centre-back, Gaffer. Murphy now with his first-time chance to get a ball into the box. It's coming towards J7. It's headed clear by Justin, but it only falls to Hall. Hall up to Harvey Barnes now playing on the left-hand side. Another opportunity to cross, but again, it's blocked and it falls to Hall again. Played the ball back to Bruno. Bruno sees the opportunity. Lovely ball to Hall. Hall with a left-footed shot. A cross. And again, it's headed clear for a corner to Newcastle. Nice ball that to the back stick from Hall. Nobody gambled on it.
100%. And I think what we need to remember is there's going to be a lot of injury time in this game. We've still got time not only to get an equaliser, but to get a winner here. You know, if we're going
12 shots on target, 12 shots equal, 5 shots equal, touches in the opponent's box, 26 to us, 21 for them. Possession, 61-39 to them. So, to us. So again, possession means nothing. Headed up in the air, off the line again, and it's headed clear for another corner from Botman there. A little bit of a, floaty header though. It should have been easily off the line. It wasn't with any pace, and there was 2 players there ready to get that ball off the line. So again, it sounded better than it was.
Yeah. There's one stat that counts, and it's in the left-hand corner.
Yeah. Again, ball into, come on, whistle! Oh, didn't quite catch it right. And it's
What's
out.
happened with this turf? We're slipping every 2 seconds.
Yeah, who's watered the bloody turf tonight?
Can I blame him for the loss?
Yeah, exactly. It's turned to the skating rink now. I'll tell you something now. It comes off the back of Miley's head. Yeah, it comes off the back of Miley's head. Unlucky that. Could have fallen to anybody on the 6-yard box there. Falls to Wissa, who's on the fall, slipping down, and he manages to get his foot to it, but it wraps it round and wide of the right-hand post as your keeper stands forward. Crazy game this, to be fair.
Can anybody, have we set up an opportunity for a striker in this game to score a goal?
Not clear cut, no.
No.
Open play. I know we're having corners and things, but nothing in open play for either of the strikers that have been on the pitch.
No, and that's what I said. It doesn't matter who plays up front. You are not going to get the service that a lot of them, hope for to feed from. Again, Murphy in competing there with Okafor.
Come on.
On the halfway line, it goes backwards for Leeds, who again just get it forward. Miley again gets a bit of a nudge from DCL, and it's a free kick to Newcastle. Again, trying to get the game.
Murphy's weak, mind you.
Yeah, Murphy just doesn't want to get involved in anything, to be fair.
Yeah, anything physical, and he's out the
gone.
window.
Yeah, absolutely. DCL coming off now. He's run his course.
Great game
for
by him,
Leeds.
Great game.
He's done okay. Is this Nonto coming on?
Nemecha, I think.
Is it Nemecha?
Yeah. Yes,
well
it is.
Yeah. Nemecha. He's on. I'm surprised Aronson's still on. I must admit, he's worked his socks off tonight.
I still have nightmares from the old Dortmund game where his brother scored against her.
Yeah, exactly.
Hopefully we didn't see that again.
No. Again,
what
there's a chance here for Nemecha to get a first touch driving towards the box now on this right-hand side. Botman, he shows him a lot of room, if you ask me, Botman, to get a shot off towards goal, but it's a poor shot. And it's literally in to the side netting. But again, if you look at where Botman was there on this attack from Nemecha, again, gives him the option to go towards the line and opens up a chance of a shot. Poor defending again for me.
Yeah.
Botman.
I mean, he got played a hospital pass, but then he didn't do anything about it great, did he?
No. Miley picks the ball up on the halfway line. Plays the ball out to Tino. First time out of his feet. Sees Murphy into the box. It's a good cross, that one from Murphy. And again, Bijol sees it out for a corner to Newcastle. A bit of pressure here from Newcastle.
But if you're the Leeds manager, are you sitting there thinking, these have got us absolutely pinned back and under pressure?
No, not at all.
I don't think we are at all. And that's what you'd hope for from being the home team.
We need a set piece or a pen or something like that if we're going to score, because it feels like every game.
Yeah, it comes out to Murphy from the punch from Perry. Back to Hall, who again, it's half blocked. There's
a handball?
Shout of a handball. It's a penalty.
It is.
Yeah, it's a penalty to Newcastle. There is a shout of handball. I think it was from Aronson as well.
Yeah.
Aronson saying it's outside the box.
Oh.
I'll have a look at this VAR, I think, because he was close to that line.
He was.
So let's have a look at this again. The ball goes out to Hall. He jumps up in the air. He's just on the fringe of the box, but it's in the box. Where he lands was outside the box. He's absolutely right, but he actually makes contact. And Bruno straight away, he's screaming at the referee for the penalty there.
Who takes it? Here we go. Altamada's off. Gordon's off. Wissa didn't take a single pen for Brentford.
Is it J7?
Please no.
God. Oh my God. Well, Shaw would be our stand-in, and he's off because he takes a decent penalty. I don't know. If I'm honest with you, I really do not know.
I think we've got a captain on the pitch that could step up and do it. You've got.
Well, somebody's. They are taking a look at it. Yeah, checking this penalty for handball is inside the box or outside the box. Well,
it looks very good to me.
You can see there it's inside the box. You've only got to look at the lines. The actual white line is behind his head. So if his hand's making contact there, it's got to be in the box, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's weird that they're looking at this for so long, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly.
Jumping, is he in an unnatural position? I suppose another question.
I don't know why they have to look at that twice, I must admit. Again, it's...
pen given.
It's a pen given, yeah.
I still remember the Bruno one against Crystal Palace, though. I think it was the first one he took where he did that weird Paul Pogba step up where he
I know. Stuttered. Yeah.
Yeah. And I've... you know what?
Bruno again.
Well done, Bruno. Good lad. Standing up.
Stepping up as the captain.
Yep.
Come on then, boy.
He's going to
show us what you've got.
This is in. 100%, lads. 100%.
Oh, come on. Come on. Bruno runs up, stutters, fires it in. Yay! Get in! Newcastle 3, Leeds 3, St James's Park in the 90th minute. There's plenty of time to add on, to be fair.
Yeah, it's got to be at least 8.
That's not enough. No, now we need to go on and win this game.
10 minutes of added time, guys.
Yeah.
10. Brilliant. It's a massive confidence booster for win this 4-3 as well. That's
Oh,
the kind of thing
8-0.
that changes the season.
Yeah, 8-0. I mean, it's incredible how a lot of these goals have come from individual mistakes, hasn't it, from both sides?
Yeah.
Yeah, very much so. It feels like that way. It's that way in the
It
Premier
is,
League
absolutely.
these days, isn't it? And breathe.
Leeds with a kick-off again. Back to Perry. Goes long again. Looking for the new lads up top. Headed clear. Ramsey heads it backwards, but again, it's only come to a blue shirt. Ramsey again on the tail to try and win this ball back for Newcastle, but it's come out to a blue shirt on the halfway line now. And again, presses from Wissa. They decide to go all the way back to Perry, who takes no chances, and he goes again long. And again, Tino was underneath this one. It falls to Ramsey. Deep in his own half, and again fires it back to Pope, who again doesn't take a touch first time, clears it towards J7 on the halfway line. It's headed again by Leeds forward. A lot of head tennis, nothing of any quality here. And Harvey Barnes there, just a little bit of a nudge on Justin. And it's a free kick now to Leeds with the opportunity to get the ball into the box. And J7 again gesticulated to somebody to get it forward. Oh,
I'll be surprised if there's not another goal in this. I will say.
Yeah, it's got a feeling of this. It's got a feeling that somebody's going to do something wrong.
I don't know what side it'll be for.
Yeah, ball into the box now. Newcastle competes. Again, it's cleared, but it's not only half cleared. And again, there's a challenge from J7. Blue shirt goes down. Referee waves on. Tino plays it along the ball to J7. J7 again gives it to a blue shirt. But again, the quality just isn't there. But again, Newcastle in their haste give it back to the blue shirt. Aronson again now. And again, individual mistake. And it's a rush challenge to get out of the box. And Bruno's taken a smack there on the kneecap, I think. And it's out towards Arcafor down that left-hand side. Faced up by Tino. Runs into the box on the angle now. Has he got a chance to fire it square? He does. It's come to Aronson. Aronson with a dink into the box. Headed clear by Botman. Whistler on the edge of the box. Now it's Bruno. He's back on his feet. He has the opportunity to give Murphy a bit of a go. And it's Goodmanson and Murphy now. And Goodmanson just manages to get the other side of Murphy. Murphy tugs back on his shirt. And it's going to be a yellow card, I think, for Murphy kicking the ball away. He'll be lucky to get away with that one these days.
Lads, I'm getting sick of this attitude as well when the players... Bruno for a couple of seconds there lay on the ground and looked up to see what was happening before he got back up on his foot.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
We need to start calling that out. As soon as you know you're not injured, you should be jumping back up on your feet and getting back into the rhythm of play.
Yeah. Like I said, play to the referee's whistle. If it's not whistle, then it's not been given. It doesn't matter how much you complain about it. And that's what really roils me, because they spend so long. Bruno and J7 are really poor at that. Ball over the top. Botman heads it clear. But again, it's only half cleared. Headed back into the box. Botman manages to get some on it, but it's only fell to a blue shirt. It's gone square. And in the end, Miley sees the danger and clears it out for a throw into Leeds. Deep in the Newcastle half. Again, this isn't easy. And again, it's a dodgy decision. I think the follow-through on Pope should have been a free kick, I must admit, but the referee hasn't given it.
Yeah, big one from Botman there. Header back, didn't quite have enough on it. Couldn't generate the power. Decent from Pope to close it down quick enough, but big chance for Leeds there.
Again, this long throw-in from Ampadu into the 6-yard box. Pope comes out and claims that one in the air. Well done, son. That's exactly what we need. Throws out to Tino, who's on the run. And again, lots of blue shirts trying to scramble back into position. A great ball down the line there to Murphy. Murphy looks up. Can he play that perfect ball? Oh, it's just on the side of Wissa, who doesn't get enough on it. And again, I thought that may have fell to Barnes, but it's to Barnes. Hall now picks the ball up. But now they're saying there's a offside against Newcastle. Who was offside, Wissa?
Might have
or
been.
Barnes?
I can't think of anyone else. Oh. Someone's saying his hammy's gone.
Yeah, Rowden's just come back into the side, so he's going to be struggling now for the next few minutes. And they are desperate to put some players on now, Leeds. Try and freshen it up a little bit. A lot of lads running at the wall. Aronson's down again now.
The thing is, as soon as it hits 10 minutes added time, the ref's going to blow here, and it's... They haven't played for fucking two of them.
Yeah, exactly. And again, this is, it's like I said, we know all teams do this when they come this far into the side. Nonto's coming on, and I don't know who that other lad is, to be fair.
Tanaka, I believe. I don't know who the Lord Farquaad looking guy is.
Oh, it's Barone. He's a defender. He'll be coming on for Rodon. He was the one who got taken out the side. So Burnow's on for Rodon, who, like I say, he's at the minute struggling like mad. Tanaka's going to come on. And I would imagine that's going to be for Aronson, who's run his legs off, to be fair. So Rodon's off.
This is a great result, isn't it? If they get a 3-3 up here, I think they'd be quite.
It's a fabulous result.
On the road with that.
Yeah, it's a fabulous result. Gaev is coming off for Tanaka. And I don't know who the other one, Aronson, wasn't it?
Yeah, Aronson, Brodov and Gruev.
Yeah, Tanaka, Nonto and Burnout is on.
So
there you go.
Is it 2 points lost from, or is it a point gained?
Well, the way we've played, if I'm honest with you, I'll say it's a point gained because we have been awful. Yeah. I really do. Because, like I say, we again, I'm not saying these have been world beaters, but there's been enough, there to say that we could have beaten these with a little bit more panache on that ball. And like I say, we just don't seem to want to keep hold of the ball at times. Tino now back to Bruno. Bruno with a feint goes over the halfway line. Ball down the line again for Murphy. Murphy's got the opportunity to get into the box. Terrible. He goes with a shot, and Perry gets it out with his fists. And again, it's fallen to a blue shirt. And again, all they want to do is get it long. They're happy with a point here at St James's Park in the 98th minute. Pope brings the ball to Tino. Tino looks up. Sorry, it was Miley. Gives it to Bruno. Bruno now picks the ball up onto the halfway line. Again, all the blue shirts going behind him. Fires the ball into Ramsey, out to Murphy. Murphy, hold on to a little bit. And again, it's fired in towards Wissa. There's a few deflections. What they're going to give here, nobody's going to do it. Oh, get out of it. It looked like to me it was a corner. But again, they reckon it's come off Wissa last. And it's given a goal kick to Leeds.
Let's see. It has.
Yeah.
Right decision.
I thought it come off Burnow's studs right at the end. Off the deflection from Wissa, but it obviously hadn't.
I think what we need to remember as well with this game, these are the games that we had to win. Because we've got a tough fixture list after January. These are games where we had to be winning.
Yeah.
It is, it's disappointing. It's disappointing so far. Let's hope in the next couple of minutes we'll get a goal and it's all forgot about.
Yeah, for every point dropped against these, it's one you need to pick up against the likes of Man City and stuff. So
yeah, we seem to play okay for them though. I don't know what it is. Tino brings the ball out now. Bruno again looks up, looking for that long ball over the top for Wissa. Burnow now. Wissa just with a little nudge on the back of Burnow, picks the ball up into the box, gets it onto his right foot. But again, it's just so many blue shirts around him, can't get it out of his feet. Bruno now plays the ball to Murphy. Murphy looks up, drives the ball back to the edge of the box. It's fallen to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes under a lot of pressure from blue shirts, loses it in the end, and Leeds are able to bring that ball out and clear. And again, they've got an opportunity to run into the corners if they do so wish, with Newcastle backtracking to get some shape in this team. Again, what will Leeds do? They've driven into the box. Leeds tries the ball across, and again, it's missed everybody. And could it go out for a throw into Newcastle? Yes, it does. Eventually goes out for a throw into Newcastle. And again, it's end-to-end stuff. It's criminal the way they've given the ball away on the edge of the box. Again, Harvey Barnes just delaying and not unsure of what he wanted to do, throw a foot at it or pass it into somebody in a better position. Murphy now with a driving run. And again, he's brought down there by Ampadu, who's going to get a yellow card for that, because it's a tackle from behind. And again, he takes one for the team.
Getting to the point now where it's last chance saloon, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was panicking.
We weren't bombing forward there. There was 2 or 3 players running forward, and the rest of them are still back. To me, you've got to try to win this game. Get people pushing forward.
Yeah, you see, for me, I don't know why Barnes just didn't try to hit that first time on his right foot from that backwards pass from Murphy on the edge of the box. Why he tried to get it under control and then have a go with his left foot, but the ball was never in that position. And then by the time he's thought about it, they'd closed that opportunity down. Bruno now goes outside to Murphy again with the opportunity to cross. He brings it into Hall though. Hall now with the ball in, aimed towards the penalty area. It's headed clear by Leeds. Tino picks the ball up again, but it's a little bit heavy for Hall. Hall has to run back. He picks it up again. All of the Leeds players stay in. It's a good ball through to Ramsey. Ramsey sees Murphy on the outside. Murphy now. Bruno into the box. Little flick on. It's come off a deflection. That's going to be a corner. And this could be last chance saloon, guys. We're into 101 minutes now, so it's whatever the referee wants to add on. And it's, again, I think it'll be blown as soon as this one goes out of play or gets cleared.
No referees this day might blow it when the corner's took. That's another favourite of theirs, isn't it?
Yeah. Gets everybody up the field, off the seats.
Yeah.
Let's make this one a good one. Hall now into the box. Behind Perry, but again, he gets his hands to it. Manages to get it clear. Can he keep it in on top? No. Again, it's a throw-in.
That's it, is it? No.
No, we took it quick.
It's Bruno into the box again. Can he meet the first man? It falls to Harvey Barnes on the turn. Yes! Harvey Barnes! What a goal from Harvey Barnes on the turn in the 101 minutes. Get in, Newcastle 4, Leeds 3. As Michael said, there's a twist in the towel with this one, and there certainly is at St James's Park.
I didn't see it being 12 minutes of stoppage time, though, so bloody brilliant by Barnes, that, by the way. What he made up for before. First push to get it down. On the swivel. Absolutely fantastic. Oh, what a debut.
Oh, my God.
I might come back with Emma.
Oh, my days. Oh, crikey almighty. I mean, Daniel Farker's got to ask himself, what have I got to do here at St James's Park? Because Leeds have played well. I'm not going to knock that, but Newcastle threw it into the danger zone. It jumped up and it literally rolled over a Leeds shoulder. Harvey Barnes on the half turn, trying to get his foot round it, just literally watches the ball all the way, gets his foot through the braces, tucks it in past the right hand of Perry into that bottom right-hand corner. And there you go. I mean, leave it all on the park.
Can I do one thing on a night when we're thinking about Kevin Keegan?
Yeah.
Newcastle lead in stoppage time.
I love it.
Oh, I love it if we can win this. Yeah, absolutely. It's an in actual fact, you know, it's a Kevin Keegan scoreline.
Yeah,
it is perfect.
Well,
doesn't matter how many they score, we'll score more.
Absolutely, mate. That is the attitude. And you know what? I have to give, as poor as they've been, they haven't stopped trying, you know, and that's all I can say. And well done, Bruno, because he's led this team really well. Makeshift centre halves, everything's gone on in this game. Again, Bruno just clearing his lines. Wissa's got an opportunity with one-on-one here. Will Wissa have a go or throw it into the corner? Wissa holds the ball up. Let's play go on. Again, Wissa comes inside. He's no thoughts. Wissa tries to put it over the top. Again, it's a poor effort. And it's a poor way of doing it, but it's done. 104 minutes. Newcastle 4, Leeds 3. What a game. Crazy game of football. That's why we're Newcastle fans.
There's no better way to win a football match, like, is there? I'll take that over a 4-0. Performance wasn't fantastic, but...
I'll tell you something now. I am knackered. I really am knackered. Oh, my God. Unreal. And JB Leeds, C for Q, like I said, thank you for being in the chat. I haven't had a chance to see it, but like I say, if you're still there, my friend, thank you for, like I say, getting involved. And mate, your team, you've got to be proud of what them Leeds players have given at St James's Park. You must be gutted because, like I say, it's something that I would imagine you deserved a point at least. And because at the end of the day, as Bauke said, maybe it was a point that we got in the end rather than, you know, losing all three. But we've come out winners, boys, and that's all you can ask for.
Run carries on. We're on this run now. Let's all be positive. And you know what? You can see in the players, it's built them up. This maybe is the thing that gives them the confidence moving forward.
Yeah, incredible. Look at Christina Cage there to all the haters. she got the emojis like this. Meals for Beast, I love you, Harvey Barnes. I bet you that the American Maggie's absolutely wetting himself. He's Harvey Barnes' love child. I'm sure of it.
Hey, when he gets the chance, he shines under pressure. Brilliant.
I'll tell you something now. What a hell of a finish that was, though, because it was, it wasn't an easy chance either. It was probably the hardest chance of the evening. And they've done absolutely brilliant. And Brentford have won 3-0 against the Mackhams. I can see now. Fulham have beat Chelsea 2-1. So Rosinha's had a great start for his Chelsea.
You know what that means as well, don't you? Who's above the Mackhams now?
Yeah, Manchester United and Burnley drew. Wolves and Everton drew. So Bournemouth beat Spurs 3-2. So a lot of results have gone our way again tonight. So absolutely, that is an incredible game of football. Newcastle winning 4-3. Please, out there in viewerland, at least smash the like button for the effort that these lot have put in. Like I say, I'm out of breath. My head's pounding. I need to lie down. I need to get a whiskey. I need to get something. Join the lads. I'm going to bring you guys in. I don't know whether, Michael, you're going on to the post-match analysis or whether you're going to go. Yeah,
I'm going to shoot.
Yeah, well, mate, your final thoughts before we finish the show. You've been great company. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you very much. It's one of those. It wasn't pretty, but Newcastle United, they would never do things the easy way, and I wouldn't have changed that for any result you could give me on the planet. So I might not have been too happy with the performance after 70 minutes or so, but I'm very happy now, and well, up the Mags. We're in 6th. No better feeling.
6th place. Fantastic. Above United, Chelsea, Fulham, Sunderland now. Just behind Brentford with 33 points. Newcastle on 32 points. Liverpool have got up into the top 4. Arsenal, Manchester City, Aston Villa and Liverpool. The dream can start to become a reality, lads. Well done, Tony. Go on into this one, mate.
The super chat there, Tony. I always knew would do it. Tony, I hope you ring in on the late night show. It'd be great to hear your thoughts on the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, thanks for every one of you for, like I say, staying with us. And if you can, like I say, Chris and the lads will have the ringing later on in the post-match analysis. It's going to be a good one. It's one that I'm going to listen to in my headphones while I'm having a snooze and relaxing. When they want the game at St James's Park, edge of your seat stuff, that is one to savour. Thank you all for watching. It's a good night from Michael. It's a good night from Boki. Until the next one, we're the lads.
Lasses and Bens.
Take care all.
See you later.